they're all pretty
loyalty
stupid.
card.
Like, it's all admittedly pretty stupid, but like it depends on like which one we're talking about. But yeah, no.
We're live, by the way.
Like it's probably the weakest death battle to ever like. It's not death battle, of course, but like it's probably like the weakest one. But I could kind of see how they could like link them together.
I don't know. The link is. It seems super fucking shallow to me.
Definitely.
don't
Like I
get
said,
it.
I could see how they link it. I'm not disagreeing that it's horribly shallow. So, but I mean, I don't know. It'd be kind of fun to watch. Like a good, like if it was well animated, pretty cool to see.
We're live, by the way.
Yep.
We've-
Hi, everybody.
We've been live like about halfway through that conversation.
Well, good. I'm kind of glad you did that. You should start doing. Anyway, welcome everybody to.
Nah.
I literally almost said EFAP. Jesus Christ!
Well, EFAP
Welcome
is-
everybody to yet another response
Jesus,
podcast.
you don't need to be that blatant about it.
I don't know. I had a long week. I'm
We-
sorry. I'm like so like out of it.
No, we just start the stream. None of us are at our fucking desks. We just have
Nobody's here. We're
150.
all yeah
We're
we're all Hassan Piker. We're
Yeah,
just
we
fucking
just-
chilling.
I was getting my chicken nuggets out of the
He's getting my
microwave.
chicken nuggets. What do you want me to do? Die?
Yeah.
I had to
Can't-
stop. I almost fucking pulled. I almost said in Hassan Piker when I was getting my food. What do you want me to do? Die?
No, it's like, well, I didn't say it.
Yes.
Well, I didn't.
So today we're gonna talk about two things. One, we watched the What If. We watched 2 episodes of the What If. We're not very happy.
Let's save the other one as a surprise. But
Yeah.
yeah, we watched 2 things. One of them made us very fucking angry. The other one surprisingly pleasant. Yeah, we'll get there. But yeah, Marvel's What If. What a fucking disaster. What an absolute nail in the coffin for phase 4 of Marvel. Like literally almost any like hope I've had for this franchise is now completely in the toilet and completely useless. Like it actually like frustrates me like how bad it's gotten.
Yeah, the
And-
franchise was already in its grave, and then someone went and built like an intensely cringe grave right next to it just to spite it.
Well, no, it's not even that. It was in its grave, but we could go visit it. Now somebody's like fucking put like an electric fence around the fucking cemetery, and we're not allowed in. It's like, wow,
let's,
okay, like we're literally not allowed to fucking hang out. Cool, thanks. I used to love
Let's-
this thing, and now I'm not even allowed to like it anymore.
This all started when, like, with fucking WandaVision, like, slowly started ruining the character of Wanda Maximoff, and
Mhm.
made her.
What do you
Slowly.
mean slowly?
Well,
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
slowly.
like they
That was
were doing her a
Karen
lot of justice for
Cassidy.
3 episodes, and then it was just a
yeah,
fucking plummet.
and then just fucking done. And then introduced the character of Monica Rambeau, who was fucking tismy as all shit.
But theoretically, after that, it was still like it was bad for the universe as a whole, but it was salvageable.
Yes,
Then,
They could still come back from the edge.
Then we had fucking Falcon Winter Soldier, which needed to do
Captain
better,
Falcon. Yeah, Captain Falcon.
Which
So if you guys haven't seen a very respected YouTuber that we follow, his name's Mauler. He made a very massive breakdown of the Black Widow movie. However, in the first 10 minutes, he breaks down why WandaVision, Falcon, Soldier, and I don't even remember what the fuck the third one was. Loki.
Loki.
He does a really good job of fucking breaking these down like really quickly about how shit they are. And yeah, all of 3 of these shows like massively fucking ruin the characters. And characters is like also is a really interesting thing to talk about. A lot of comic book things don't actually need that strong of plot for people to really enjoy them. They could still find enjoyment through them if the characters are good. Problem is with Phase 4 is it's literally shitting on all of our favorite characters. And like almost in like a malicious way too. Like it's very like determinate to go, no, those characters you used to like, they're garbage, they're trash. Don't fucking think about them ever again. These characters, however, you like them, you love them, they're better, they're way cooler, and yeah, it's
especially
like-
when they do like horrific things, like with what Wanda enslaved an entire town, and yet at the end,
Mhm.
it's like they'll never understand what you sacrificed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
to
they
the
try.
point
It's
they were
almost
begging for death.
yeah.
And
And
meanwhile,
it's like they try to like brush it under the table, but it's like, dude, you turned one of your characters into a fucking villain.
yeah, we had Falcon and Winter Soldier, who essentially kind of basically kept being handed this responsibility and kept saying no until like pretty much they had no choice, and they beat the shit out of the current Captain America.
No, you're glancing over a really big issue. He basically simps for a terrorist
Yes,
and
he
tries to make her out to be the good guy, and in the idea of the show, succeeds in a really fucked up way.
yeah, it's really bad.
And it's like, and like succeeds in the idea of the show, does not succeed in actual execution, because there's no way, like there's no way anybody in good faith can say that whatever what the fuck was even her name, the fucking ginger girl, like
Carly.
I think we were just calling her the Ginger Girl the whole
Carly,
time.
yeah.
ginger girl,
Carly-
yeah, like there's no
Carly
way
Morgan,
anyone
yeah.
thinks she looks good. Like hell, even the people she's like fought with were like, wow, bitch, you're going fucking crazy.
Yeah, because
But no, yeah, then Falcon Soldier sims for it. And yeah, he spends like most of the show turning down this responsibility that was handed to him by someone he trusted and respected so much. And then at the very end, he finally accepts it. And then the first thing he does with it is just go, maybe it's good that I don't know what I'm fucking talking about, but you need to do better. Bye. Refuses to elaborate, leaves.
Moonwalks the fuck out,
Well,
and he's
that-
like,
Yeah.
yep.
and each
And it all follows this
I'm-
pattern that we've been seeing recently where we must destroy the old to prop up the new because we are so insecure about our new product that we don't believe it can stand on its own.
and with each like release, it shows like a facet that they just don't understand. Like with Falcon Winter Soldier, it was almost a child's view of like how like they think people in power operate things. Like you can change borders with a phone call, you can move a forest with an email, and it's like that's a
Yeah.
logistical nightmare.
Yeah, these
Like,
are
It's
all
also
fucking
not how
really-
any of that works.
Yeah,
It's
these
like
are
he was
all
talking to a
really
senator while clearly not understanding what the fuck a senator even is.
not even no, not clearly self-admitting he doesn't understand it,
yeah,
and then saying maybe that's a good thing.
Yeah,
when
you,
it's-
old,
Maybe it's a
powerful
good thing that
white
I'm
guy,
a fucking
you can
idiot.
just change the world like that, I assume. Do
Probably,
it. Do
maybe,
better.
I think.
Bye.
I'm not sure.
Like,
I don't know how
what the
any of this
fuck?
works.
Is that supposed to be inspirational?
People just fucking ate it up. People like that's the thing. It's a crazy thing. It's like, guys, just think for 5 seconds about what
Oh
the
no, you
fuck
don't need
was
to think.
just
The
said.
music told you that you felt good. The music told you that Walker was bad. The music told you that
But-
fucking Soldier Falcon was heroic.
But the thing
Kept
is, it's like
talking.
when they were playing heroic music when John Walker was trying to save the bus. It played fucking like music from Civil War.
Yeah, and that's where people get the idea that he had any kind of redemption. Nobody was paying attention to the things that were actually happening on screen. It's
And-
wild.
And also,
You're
like
just
with
brainwashed
things
into
like-
hating this guy, even though like he's literally done nothing wrong.
Well, also, not to mention, they try to make it seem like him decapitating that guy was like the worst thing that's been done with that shield. Meanwhile, I showed you guys a compilation of all Captain America's fight moves and how dead almost everybody on that ship.
Yeah.
The various degrees of dead they'd fucking be.
So the
Yeah.
worst thing Walker did was just bad optics, and that's it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Cap fucking dragged a guy by his ankle while riding a fucking motorcycle. And fucking motherfucker kicked a guy who then landed back first into the metal part of a ship, then fell into the water. That man is
Yeah,
paralyzed
no, like
and drowning.
there's less contention with like just him like killing people. Well, I guess there is contention because like that is like
It's
his
the
quote
same-
unquote.
No,
one
there
thing he's done
isn't.
wrong.
He's a fucking soldier. He's fighting for his life out there. If he ends up killing people while he's fighting for his life, we all know that's fair game. The difference is the music isn't telling us he's evil for it.
Mhm.
Yeah, and it also like they try to like make it all scary with the blood on the shield when it's like if this was halfway realistic, Cap's shield would be covered in blood. The very first minute of Civil War where Falcon fucking flings Captain America like a goddamn bullet and slams into that guy, then goes in the car window. That guy would be pasted on that fucking shield.
Mhm.
Oh, you don't even have to go that far. How many people did Falcon kill in episode 1 of the fucking show?
Yeah,
Oh,
or not even like that. Like Falcon killed a bunch of people in that fucking same movie you're just talking about. He literally fucking counts them down as he's fucking taking them out.
yeah. He's like actively counting. Like, yeah. Like,
He's like,
Yeah, but
I
there was
count,
no
I count
blood and there
6,
was good.
5, 4. Like he's like counting them down, and like some of them he like kicks over and shit like that. But no, like he legit rockets like a bunch of them.
oh yeah, that are the missiles, and then fucking snipe somebody in the neck with Red Wing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but violence is only bad when we want to make a point about how bad it is. The rest of the
Maybe
time,
I-
it's fun.
Maybe I don't understand violence, and that's a good
Well,
thing.
maybe you need to do better.
Maybe that's a good thing.
How? And the-
Like, and like people think like you're memeing. It's like no, this is what he fucking said. Maybe
Oh,
that's
yeah.
a good thing that I don't know things. It's
yeah,
like
you,
it's
like,
so
if you ever
stupid.
think we're joking, remember we had Ninja in the fucking Robert Downey Jr. Voice from Tropic Thunder read the
And, oh
entire
my god,
speech.
yeah.
He
Yeah,
had him
and
read
it's
that entire fucking thing.
it's the only thing redeemable about this speech is like the accent it was read in. Like just it's like legit.
Gotta
Like
do better.
think about how like anybody who thinks that that was good, just think for 1 second of how like idiotic that is. Just like literally look at the speech. Like
Lit-
it's so stupid. And you have a character
it's-
admitting that he's stupid.
Yeah, and it's not even the admittance of yeah, I don't know things, so I should then figure it out. Like I should learn. This like he's like, nope. It's good that I'm just have this blind ignorance. It's like what?
Yeah, it's good that I'm ignorant. I don't need to do better, though. You do. It's like, bruh, what the
I'm
fuck
a
does that
black
even mean?
man carrying the stars and stripes. Don't you understand?
Yeah.
No one can ever understand. Were you not listening to the show?
All right. So yeah.
And-
Admittedly, we didn't watch Loki as a group. I did watch a little bit, and like, there's the only like redeemable thing in that entire show is literally a joke about Loki being a fucking reptile. That's it.
the weirdest thing of like making so Loki eliminated free will essentially. In episode 1, free will was eliminated and the Infinity Stones, something we had been pretty much like building up for 10 plus years, was simply brushed away with a joke.
Mm-hmm.
And
Granted, in the comics, the fucking Infinity Stones don't work in outside of the universe. Hang on, let me finish.
sorry.
They don't work in the universes outside of like their own universe, but that's literally not established in the actual fucking movies because they literally go to different timelines to pull out the Infinity Stones.
Yeah, it was about
So in the comics, they establish that it's impossible. In the MCU, they establish that it is possible. So that drawer full of fucking paperweights is actually one of the most powerful drawers in all of existence.
and
Especially when
they don't
everyone in the
use it.
TVA routinely goes back to the universe in which they're incredibly powerful.
Mm-hmm. But like even then, like I said, in the MCU, like in the cinematic universe, not the comic book universe, like it's established that they work outside of their universes.
You'd think
So it's
that
like
with
fucking
that-
hell.
with that drawer of paperweights, you think that would have been like the main reason why the TVA was so fucking powerful?
Yeah, that would have been great. Like oh, they were like
using-
powered by the fucking. They were literally powered by Infinity.
Yeah. And
But
they
nope.
just never did
No.
it. Instead, they decided to pretty much shit on absolutely everything in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Tony Stark had to get bombed in the chest, or else he would have gotten melted.
Mhm.
Killmonger had to essentially start like his weird rebellion that would have ended really badly, or else he would have gotten melted.
Which now thinking about it actually kind of contradicts what we're going to be talking about now. So the TVA are supposed to enforce the multiverse basically and make sure that everything falls exactly into the place it's supposed to fall. Yet
that
the
there is
what if,
specifically only ever one timeline, one
But
course
the-
of events.
but the what if has been deemed canon by the fucking idiots who run the MCU now. But that means they're contradicting their own fucking rules again.
well,
Unless it happens after, and this is the thing.
after Kang's death.
Free
Maybe.
will was destroyed in Loki. Nobody ever had any free will. If anybody had made a choice that wasn't the one that they made, they would have been melted. The timeline would have been reset until they made the right choice.
And
No free will.
which, by the
But
way,
then at the end, they give us free will. Oh my god, isn't Loki amazing? It introduced free will to the MCU.
Wow, crazy.
Hold on. Like, you've forgotten a key thing. Whether and these decisions of getting universes like reset and like people melted, it would be the most trivial thing over like whether or not somebody got a fucking latte or not instead of getting like a
No, yeah,
regular
the
coffee.
example they use is someone being late for work. That's how
Yeah.
small that has to be.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's just like,
Which-
I'm sorry, you can't just be fucking late for work. What
No,
impact on the
no.
fucking
You
timeline
can
is
be
that gonna
late for
have?
work. You can be late for work, but if you went against God's plan on this particular fucking day, then you get thrown in jail and melted.
What's weird is like you don't even know the plan's there. Though.
Don't know the plan. Like that's the thing. Like you were. Oh shit. Like fuck. You could go in the opposite way. It's like, oh, you were early today. Well, you're not supposed to be early, so bye.
Yeah, and it's.
And it's like free will does technically exist because the free will is there to fucking like quote unquote like fuck up the timeline, but like free will's like is restricted. It's weird. It's so stupid. Like, see, that's what I'm trying to say is that we're literally talking about it, and like the more we talk about it, the more we reveal how fucking stupid it is. And that's the
you
whole
have
thing.
Free will, but only the free will we decide that you're allowed.
We
to
decide
have.
that you have.
Which
If you
isn't
use
free
your
will.
free will any more than what we decided for you to use, you would not be fucking. You're not allowed to have free will. It's like what? So like, this is what I'm saying. It's like just because like, I have a lot of fucking friends who fucking have been like fucking gobbling this shit up, and it's like, guys, just think for more than 2 seconds. You could see all of the fucking cracks because these people are so incompetent as storytellers. And like, it wouldn't bother me as much like if this was some fucking stupid reality show, stupid fucking serialized television. I wouldn't give a fuck. Problem is, this is something I fucking fell in love with for the past like 10, 20 years.
Yeah,
And it's like, man,
which most of
like
us
this
would-
fucking sucks.
Yeah, like outside of Star Wars, like superhero, like comic books, those were my thing.
Yeah,
so to watch
same.
like the MCU that just burned down in front of me and in front of all of us, it's making me really fucking sad.
Yeah, I was
because-
like, I used to be looking forward to like saying, oh, like King the Conqueror is gonna be in this. Oh, that's gonna be so fucking cool. Oh, we're doing the what ifs. Oh, that's fucking great. And it's like it's all fucking being like Thanos snapped away because it's like, yeah, no, I'm not allowed to enjoy these things anymore because they're all fucking garbage.
And what's weird is it's almost like it's almost like Murphy's Law, because every time I kept thinking with WandaVision, then Falcon Winter Soldier, then with Loki, I kept thinking that it truly can't get more worse than this, because how far down the shit trough do you go before you just hit rock bottom? I thought Loki literally was the fucking bottom of the pit. I thought that was it.
Well,
Now
it kind of is, because Loki does the most damage to the universe and to the characters, because it literally damages every character in the universe. But I would argue that Falcon and Winter Soldier and the Marvel What If are the most directly insulting to the
Well, see, that's what I
audience.
was gonna say. That's where we're gonna go straight into our discussion. We watched the first 2 episodes of Marvel's What If. Now, Ninja can attest because I said this. 2 years ago, I was really excited about these stories because I used to love the What If comics. They're basically comics that have like just what if something was slightly different, or a character was here when he wasn't supposed to be and he reacted this way and things. Like with that concept, you have infinite possibilities to tell so many creative, amazing stories. And when I heard that the What If was going to come to the MCU, I was ecstatic. What we got was so limited, so creatively bankrupt, and almost malicious to what the MCU once stood for.
And I think that's what makes that the most insulting, to me at least, is because in terms of creativity, I view the what ifs almost like a blank check. You could tell almost any
Yeah, that's what
story you could
that's what I just
fucking
said.
want. Like,
That's what I just said.
I know. I'm enforcing what you were saying. It just feels so weird. You were given a blank check and you're still so fucking bankrupt.
And
to
like, I
make
can
a
understand the argument of them being limited to the MCU, which fine. That's cool. You can't fucking bring in Ghost Rider. Oh, you technically can.
He's an
You can't
agent
bring
of
in
shield.
Doctor. You can't bring in Doctor Doom and Cable and all them into like really interesting what if scenarios. However, what you do have with these 20 years of movies is a lot of potential to go in a lot of different ways, and unfortunately, they have to kowtow to these very, very horrible stories.
We've reached a point now where I think it was around like episode 2 of Falcon Winter Soldier. I realized if they announce that a character is going to be coming up and it's one that I'm familiar with and one that I like, I just dread it because I know they're going to fucking shit all over it.
Oh, like Taskmaster.
Oh yeah, we didn't even bother watching like Black Widow. We said
I
fuck
did.
that. Oh, you
I
finally
did, and I got.
sat down and watched
I
Black
got.
Widow?
No, I watched it. I watched it when like it came out, and I was just like baffled by like how fucking god awful it was, and like obviously the first fucking thing that everyone wants to say is like, oh, you don't like Taskmaster because you fucking women. Like, no, I don't like Taskmaster because it was fucking wasted.
Yeah, 'cause
Like,
he's a shit.
Taskmaster is an
He's a
Avengers
fucking-
level threat. He is a very dangerous opponent, and he's very interesting because of his limitations on his brain based off his powers. If you don't know, Taskmaster can mimic any move he sees with any fighting style he sees. If he sees you pick up a sword, he could pick up a stick and do basically anything you just did with that sword. He's fucking awesome. Problem is, with that photographic memory, it fucks with his actual memory. So he has a very hard time remembering things like his daughter's birthday, his own fucking name, his own birthday, where he lives. There's a lot of really fucking great things you can do with this character, and they literally did nothing with it. Fuck! Like,
Well, yeah, how could they do anything with it? It was an exploded girl with a microchip in her neck.
And like you could have totally done the Taskmaster as a woman, but you could have used all of the shit that's established for this character and just fucking gender swapped it. Nobody would be saying anything if the character was good. Not that because the character is a female. It's because you fucked up the character.
Interestingly enough, if they would have explored some of that stuff, that would have kind of mirrored what was going on with the widows and all the mind control and stuff.
Exactly.
It would have made them a very sympathetic villain. But no,
that's when talent comes into it, because like, yeah, talent makes fucking Taskmaster interesting. Like, in all of the stories I've read with Taskmaster, he's very fucking interesting. They literally did nothing with this character, so there's nothing to work with. So it just feels like the worst wasted potential ever. Like, even like with Ultron's like depiction and like how he's like this weird quirky fucking dude as opposed to being like a complete logical machine, that's still interesting because they do take it to a different way. Like, it's not mirrored of the comics, but it's still like it does its own thing. With Taskmaster, Mistress, whatever the fuck, like fucking like, there's a fucking fight scene where she could fucking kill Black Widow in like 15 different ways, and she doesn't fucking do it. And like, the 15 different ways don't come up like all at the same time. They come out like one after the other. So it makes it go like, okay, this bitch is actually hindering your progress. It would be way easier for you to kill her and move on with your life.
You know what it's like? It's like Task Manager knows that Black Widow dies getting the Soul Stone, so just doesn't even bother trying.
And it's almost like there's almost like a problem with fucking making a prequel story.
I was actually going to bring up how it's almost as if like EFAP's made that joke plenty of times where when she got the Soul Stone, she was just like, no, I've fallen from greater heights, I'll survive, and then she just got unlucky.
Oh yeah, the amount of like damage she sustains in this movie without even showing so much as a fucking bruise, she's basically invincible.
Yeah, the opening of that fight scene is literally her in a car taking an RPG that sends her car like flipping and flying like 100 feet across a bridge, and like she's fine to have a whole fight scene afterwards. It's like, bitch, what?
And then afterwards, hold on, when she fucking she and her sister are fucking
Yeah.
driving the motorcycle away from the APC. They hit a barrier, roll over a car, then land on the ground, and then get up as if nothing happened. When it's like, bitch, in any other movie, you'd be fucking limping.
No, and
Well,
then
and
of course,
theoretically, this should have been the least, like, because it was a prequel to the current phase, it should have been like the least offensive entry. Like, you could basically do this entry on auto
Mhm.
because you're not adding anything to the universe that wasn't really already there. But somehow they still managed to fuck it up.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, sorry about the little tangent, but now we'll get into what we've actually gathered here today to talk about, which is Marvel's What If.
So
Premise,
I guess we should start with the first episode.
hmm and like I said,
Because-
we'll start with like the premise of it because like yeah, Uatu the Watcher is a character from the comic books and he's key to the What If comics, and he basically tells you the story of everything that happens in the What If universe. So very simple setup for a premise, very cool. All right, let's see what you got. The first episode is Peggy in Captain America 1 decides not to go into the observatory. Like-
Yeah, and
I have an issue with that like immediately because well, is anybody trying to say something? Sorry.
so I was going to bring up, like, not only, so it changes, it acts as if, like, that was the key thing that was changed, but, Max and I really enjoy the shit out of First Avenger, and so I don't know how well he has it memorized, but I have it memorized pretty fucking well. The
Oh,
lighter
I watched it a
bomb-
bunch.
Yeah, the lighter bomb that was set off, that wasn't, like, in the fucking lab, that was in the booth.
hmm
So
The implication of this movie is that her saying no, I don't want to go into the observatory means that everybody goes, yeah, let's not go to the observatory. Let's hang out in the surgery room.
Yeah, despite the fact that they would have probably just been moved, probably by the
Yeah.
army personnel that were in the fucking room.
Yeah. So yeah, already like fucking off to a great start. We're completely contradicting the events just because of one small thing. But all right, let's see where it goes. So the bomb goes off not in the observatory, but in the actual room. I meant to actually go back and watch it, and I didn't because why the fuck would I? But it appears that Erskine, the creator of the super soldier serum, the guy who the big brain behind it all, the whole thing like runs off of his brain, basically his ideas. The whole point in the first Avenger is that he dies. When he dies, there's nobody around who can mimic his like really big fucking his genius formula. There's nobody around who can do it. The what if scenario doesn't actually show him die. So we literally run into our first problem with this what if scenario is that well, if he didn't die, there's literally no problem. We can literally do this next week.
But they act like he died, even though they don't bother to show it.
They
It's
don't bother to
weird.
show him. It's like I said, it's weird. It's like, oh, you're just nitpicking. No. This is a very key detail to the movie. Because this is why Captain America was looked at as a fucking piece of crap failed experiment. Is because there was no way to fucking reproduce the experiment to create
Yeah,
more of him.
Erskine's
But
from-
in this what if scenario, the guy who can recreate the thing perfectly is not dead. So there's no reason to have any kind of panic or fucking thing. But they insist on having the panic, having this crazy fucking scenario. It's like, no, we can't do this without fucking Steven doing it. So Peggy get into the fucking thing. It's like, wait, what? And that's where we run into issue number 2. The whole problem with Steve Rogers being chosen is that he was basically evaluated by the head researcher, and the head researcher handpicked him to be the person to take his formula. Now you can say that Peggy Carter is so amazing and she's so cool and she's so pure, and that's why she can do it too. Thing is, Peggy wasn't even in the running for the fucking experiment, so that doesn't make any fucking sense why she would just jump in.
Well, she's a strong, independent woman.
She's a strong, independent woman, so whatever.
And also,
yeah,
to
so-
fix the Erskine problem, you literally could have just had him be shot. You could like with the guy.
Well, there were
Still-
two
You
people
don't
on
even-
the catwalk that got shot. One was Steve. Who was the other one?
Tommy Lee Jones.
Oh yeah, that's right. They killed Tommy Lee Jones's character is from The General, who was one of the best characters from that fucking movie.
I'm not kissing.
I'm not
the
kissing you.
So the only possible example then was Erskine died in the explosion.
And you know what? You don't even have to go that far. It's animation. You know what the easiest way to do this is literally have a voice line that says Erskine was like in the aftermath. Erskine was killed during an experiment, so we can't recreate this experiment. We wanted an army. You are not enough. That's all they had to do. Literally all they had to do is to patch this hole, is literally say it. And as gay as it is to have like just the characters flat out say things, it's way less damning than not having anything to address it.
Well, they kind of address, they kind of talk about him being gone, but they don't.
I don't think they say
what
anything
happened.
about Erskine. That's the crazy thing. He is the biggest character for that
They say
plot.
that there's no more of the formula, and they can't get more.
Yeah, somebody says something about like the prospect of getting anything from Peggy's blood is kind of the only reason she's not being court-martialed or some bullshit.
Yeah, and that's why they're sticking her with all the needles. Is because they're like, we're hoping to salvage something out of this. You know.
I think I have the episode kind of behind a copyright filter. I think Erskine actually. No, I was wrong. I was about to say during the initial explosion, I think that's what killed him, but
Yeah, it's literally not said or anything. Like Erskine doesn't. So here's the thing: Erskine doesn't exist in this script because the writer is a fucking idiot and doesn't give a shit about the MCU. That's the main issue with pretty much all of these fucking scenarios: is that the people who are writing the MCU don't care about the MCU. And you could say that like, oh well, I mean, if as long as they make good stories, it's like, no, I won't take that because you're literally continuing the legacy of the MCU. Regardless of what story you want to tell, you have to be addressing the MCU. So if you make a brand new character, that character can do things, but if you do anything that has anything that would attract the attention of the Avengers, you run into a problem with your world building. But the problem is nobody gives a fuck about that, and they just want to tell their stories. There's so much shit. Like I was like, yeah, I want to channel my anger for this because like I want to make sure I get it on camera. But it's like, oh, it's not that fucking hard. I fucking hate all of this. Like it's all fucking bad.
They for some reason also with like Howard Stark, they tried to fucking they changed.
Yeah,
his, like,
put a pin in that. We'll get to Howard Stark.
Yeah,
we're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
Like,
We're still.
in the story.
Well,
I'm talking about. I was gonna talk about with just his personality in the lab. They kind of make him seem more like like
they
a
take one of the
snappy man from like the 20s. Like, hey.
Well, no. Well, no, it's not that. They take one of the smartest characters, arguably in the entire MCU, and make him a fucking idiot.
Well, hold on. We can. I was more going to talk about mannerisms before we got into the
mannerisms. Doesn't matter. Like
mannerisms doesn't matter. He's a
they
fucking
don't make him
idiot.
Like actually unintelligent or unable to invent things, but they do make him like a fool.
Yeah, which is insanely insulting to the Howard Stark we've seen in all the other movies.
And it's just what I said earlier. We have to make all these other characters look bad so our new character looks better by comparison.
Exactly.
Because we're insecure about how we wrote our character.
And we need you to like our characters because we don't have the rights to all of these characters that you used to love anymore. So we have to shit on them to make our new characters look great. So you can like them. You will appreciate. You will love this new toy.
And there's also that other pattern as well of like each one of these has someone in their show or their movie or whatever who constantly blows smoke up their hole. There's like always someone in the fucking show. Like Monica Rambeau worships fucking Wanda regardless of what she does, no matter how abhorrent she is, so that they have someone to hook the audience in with. It's like if we just have someone in the show talk about how she's like really great and really good, actually, the audience who aren't paying attention aren't thinking is like, oh, I guess she's really great and really good.
She's great because she's good. She's so strong. She's so independent. She's she's
she
like
don't
lost
need
so
no
much.
Robo Man.
She like lost so much. Can you believe that? Like the Tamagotchi she wants.
Oh my god, they're never gonna realize what
the
she
two
sacrificed for
Tamagotchis
them.
and her vibrator.
Just the batteries died, and we'll never know what you sacrificed.
says
And
the
if they
Village
did, they would
Lady.
probably fucking seethe even harder because is she fucking serious?
Are you serious? You literally tortured all of us, and let's go back to
And
that.
their children.
Like,
Yeah,
yeah, we was about to say it can't be overstated that, like, yeah, she did, like, yes, not only did she kidnap the entire, like, I guess I want to say village. Village sounds like a town,
Town.
like a
The
small
town. It
town
was a
of
small
people,
town.
and like we only see the adults, but it's specifically said that the children are also hostages, and worse, they can't move.
Yeah, they're
So
stuck in bed.
Yeah, please
lowballing
just
it,
let them leave their room or something like that. It
lowballing
was
it,
fucking harrowing.
lowballing it. She captured an entire town for a week. That's giving it very generous lowballing. It's very easy to say it was way longer. But think about that for 1 second. She made children basically sleep in comas for a week away from their parents. And their parents weren't even allowed to see their children. So they didn't even know if their fucking kids were alive.
Yeah, and they were all like aware the entire time. And some
Oh,
of them
you
were
want to know what
coordinating.
line makes that even worse? When the guy says, "When we sleep, we have nightmares about your grief.
Yeah, we feel your
Yeah, we
grief.
have your nightmares, I
So
think.
fucking
We
Which
feel your
means-
pain." The kids
Which
did
children
too.
are
Which
fucking-
means the children are too. Like, if anything, like, think of, like, as gay as this sounds, think of the fucking children.
Well,
Like, you know what I
It's even
mean?
worse.
Like,
The children
fuck!
weren't allowed to wake up. So they had
Yeah.
it constantly. They had it even worse.
yeah.
and yeah, because imagine a child having to process an adult's level of grief towards her vibrator.
And, well, no, stop memeing about that. Like, it's legit, like, something she's actually fucking really distressed by. She's dealing with the loss of her lover.
Like, not
that
just
is a
that, but
lot.
her whole life up to that point. Because remember, the whole
Yes.
show basically acts like a therapy session for her
Yeah,
at the
like,
expense
don't,
of everybody else.
Hold
yeah,
on, I'm
don't
not-
meme. Hang on. Let me finish this point. Don't meme about her grief because she's dealing with a lot of grief. But the problem is she's putting that grief on fucking kids.
Yeah,
like,
but the-
They are like dealing with something high level. They have no way to process. They're just getting all of the bad shit from it, and they don't know what the fuck is going on. That is monstrable.
yeah, it's monstrous no matter what. The reason I
Yeah.
say I'm not memeing is because throughout the entire MCU, I never for a second believed that Vision and Wanda actually were having a relationship because they fast forwarded through it, fucking through the end of Ultron, the tiny points in Civil War, and the beginning of Infinity War. I did not believe it for a second.
Well, regardless of what you believe, that still happened, and that's why it makes it even worse, is because it did happen. Ergo, all of the children had no idea what the fuck was going on. They're just literally living in a hell for a week. And this is all just brushed off because she felt bad.
And you know this whole pattern of the more you think about it, the worse it gets?
Mhm.
That's another thing that's been sort of emerging over the last few years where the people writing these things just cannot fathom implications of the things they say
Mhm.
or the things they write.
The
It's like
power
they
of a
don't
throwaway
think
line.
it beyond the immediate payoff. It's like, oh my god, wouldn't it be so emotionally satisfying if she like had a big fucking laser battle at the end and then flew away? Yeah, that would be great. Let's not think about anything that actually implies about our story or what it's trying to say or what it means. It's like, nah, it'll be cool.
Nah, it'll be fine.
Like, nah, it'll be fine.
Takes fucking massive throw of whiskey. Yeah, so like I said, it sounds like I'm passionate, it sounds like I'm like ripping it apart because, like, well, I do actually really love it, and that's why it's the problem. It's like this is all bad now, and it used to not be.
Yeah, we're not.
So anyway,
we're not going into
so-
these things like we're
so-
not going into these things trying to hate it. We just want
Yeah.
good stories. That's how.
Well,
we
no, we-
desperately want
we're-
even
we're
just one
literally-
of these fucking things to be good.
Like, I don't want to speak for you guys, but I'm literally going into these things trying to love it because I want that fucking same love that I had for the rest of the MCU, and I'm literally fucking being insulted for it. Like, so bringing it back to the fucking What If episode, like,
Yes,
so many,
not thinking about your implications.
like, so many things that, like, these are important plot points to the movie that you're showing a what if scenario to. So she becomes the super soldier, which is fucking stupid, but we've already gone over that. It's fucking dumb. Erskine is apparently dead because whatever. The implication is that he's dead. No, we didn't state it, but fuck it. Just go with it. Fine. It gets to the point where she goes on her basically. Wait, hang on. Which was her first mission?
Her
Her first mission. Okay, yeah. So her first. Okay, oh my god. All right, so. Wyatt, you brought up something really interesting, and like I first didn't really give a shit about it because it didn't really make sense. You brought up something saying that they're now showing Red Skull getting the Tesseract, which at first I was like, it's fine because of the way they're telling the story. Like it's supposed to imply that you know. Hang on, let me finish my points.
Hold on.
There's
Hold
a.
on. I'm saying because I think I know where you're going. I'm not interrupting.
Yes.
you.
Okay. So, all right. Let me finish this. So, at first, I was like, it doesn't really matter because it's implying that you know the story of Captain America: First Avenger. So it shows the opening scene of the movie where Red Skull is getting the Tesseract from this church. It's a pretty cool animation of that scene. Pretty cool. However, they immediately go into the next scene of what the fuck's the guy's name? Not Red Skull, the other dude.
The general person.
Oh, Z?
No, the other guy, the fucking scientist man who becomes a computer.
Yeah, I thought it was no. That's not
that's
Zemo.
Zemo.
That's Zemo. Zemo's the other dude.
Fuck, what's his name?
Yeah, what is his name? I'm fucking blanking.
It's like a really
Armanzola.
short
Armanzola.
term.
Armanzola.
Zola, that's it.
Zola. So the next scene is them capturing Armanzola,
Yeah, that's
who
the
has the
mission.
Tesseract. Now, in Captain America: The First Avenger, the reason why it's important for that scene to actually be in the beginning is because it's establishing that they own the Tesseract. And throughout the entire movie, they are experimenting with the Tesseract. They are doing everything they can to pull science out of it and create weapons, because that's what Hydra is. They're the weapon development, they're the weapons and science research for the Nazi Party. That's what they are. They literally fucking smack two gears together and make a fucking weapon. The whole thing of the movies, what made them so fearsome, is they had the Tesseract from the beginning and were making weapons of mass destruction via it. The only way we could fight those weapons of mass destruction is with Steve Rogers. He was the only thing that gave us the edge against Hydra. In this scenario, the very first thing that Peggy does is get the Tesseract from Hydra. So Hydra's had the Tesseract for maybe 30 minutes. And they get it stripped away. So that literally removes all of their power. They are literally powerless because we took their most powerful object with our most powerful object. So like think about it as like fucking weapons. A sword and shield, both fighters get a sword and shield. Or no, one fighter gets a sword, the other fighter gets a shield. The very beginning of the fight, one of the guy goes, "No, okay, give me your sword." So the other guy has to now fight a guy with a sword and shield with nothing, and it's like that kills all stakes. Get her, Jack. Go.
A shield and a robot sidekick.
No robot sidekick.
Not to
That's the sword, but
Not to
the sword is the
mention
Tesseract because it creates weapons.
Not to mention, there's a slight problem with showing those out of order. Was because, like, supposedly, them having the Tesseract and all that stuff, that was what was giving Hydra the edge when it came to their advantage in the war. Like,
yeah, that's what I was saying.
Okay, but no, see, you're missing the point. It's showing the church scene where he gets the Tesseract is not the problem. The problem is the scene that follows it.
Yeah,
the scene where Peggy immediately abducts Arnim Zola and gets the Tesseract. That's what fucks it up.
Yeah.
You could have those other scenes in whatever order you want. That doesn't really matter. The problem is once they show Hydra, oh, Hydra has the Tesseract, they immediately take it away.
Yeah. Like Hydra has not had a single moment with this fucking Tesseract. Like they haven't had a chance to study it. They haven't had a chance to build any weapons from it. And fucking hell, they don't even know what it is, basically. Like Red Skull knows what it kind of is, but he doesn't know that it is an Infinity Stone of space.
And on top of taking away the Tesseract from, you're taking away Arnim Zola, who is their chief fucking lab rat.
Yeah, he's literally the guy who develops all the weapons. I design weapons. I do not fire them. Like that's exactly what he says. Like,
I would like to make a small
fuck.
note, to, like as with the what's on the copyright screen. They fucking with Peggy kicking all the Nazi ass. They make her act like fucking Ray or Captain
Oh
Marvel.
yes. Oh my god. Okay, we need to talk about this too. So sorry, I skipped over this because that thing made me angry. But something else that made me really fucking angry is Peggy in the original movie was shown to be very serious, very professional, very good at her job. Even when she was fucking seething with anger that Captain America kissed another chick, she was very precise, very professional. Even in that thing, she literally shoots at him, but she aims for the shield, not for anything else. In this, when she starts fighting the Nazis, of course, well, actually, I shouldn't say of course, because you should have fucking practiced even a little bit. But her first encounter with essentially her powers, she's realizing how strong she is, and she's getting excited. Fair enough, you're getting excited because you haven't used your powers yet, which is dumb because why are you going to a combat mission without using your fucking powers? But she then starts murdering people wholesale while going Yahoo, woohoo, yay, I'm so strong. And like it would be fine if they were done in like comedic ways, like like them running into each other, like her, grabbing two guys' heads, smacking them up against each other, and they do the cartoon thing where they're missing all their teeth and there's fucking tweets going around their head. No, she throws people into a fucking fire. like it's really horrific.
When she gets back to base, she starts giving back chat to all of her still commanding officers, like a child who's fucking gotten the upper hand somehow and is now all smug.
Yeah, but like
they made her petty and immature.
Yeah, and like I said, the immature thing is like really fucking like grating because it's like, yeah, she's literally like murdering people. And granted, they're Nazis, whatever, but still, like you just don't go from cases, and that's like, and just fucking murdering the wholesale, and that's what the problem with like the Captain Marvel thing, which why I brought up, is like Captain Marvel is going woohoo, flying through fucking space as she's like murdering thousands of people who you were literally yesterday her allies.
I also wanted to point out how you want to talk about like how she sent she throws people into a fire. There's this big guy. Hold on, I'll fucking pull off the.
Oh my god, this like actually made me this made me like fucking bite my lip. It was so horrible. Go ahead.
It's like she's gonna fight like the big guy from Raiders of the Lost Ark, but then she walks up to this guy, like she's like, "All right, throw down the shield," and then she shatters his goddamn knee.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's bent all the way back, and then to add insult to injury, fucking hits him right in the balls, and they go the ooh. Like,
yeah, so this tone thing is actually kind of weird because who is this show for? Is it for children? Like, because like obviously, so we all watch anime, we all watch cartoons. We can all know that not all cartoons and anime are specifically designed for children. Like we were just watching Hush the other night. That is not a child's fucking show or movie. That is a very fucking mature thing. Now, the problem with this one is that we're juxtaposing violent murder and body horror with like cartoon jokes. So it's like
I said earlier, it's like when the music says so, violence is fun. And when the music says so, violence is horrifying.
And it's so crazy because like for that leg punch, like they literally just didn't have to show it. They could like had him like just buckle and fall over, but they specifically showed his leg bending like backwards, which fucking hell, dude. Like I said, so that's the weird question about these what if things. It's like, who is this for? Is it for us? Because we don't fucking like it.
No.
Is it for children? Because fucking hey, this is horrible for children. Like, it's weird. It's more violent than fucking the Captain America movie, which was live action, him fighting fucking Nazis.
Well, that's
like, fuck, dude.
You can kind of find a middle ground where it's actually for children who happen to be 20 to 30-something years old.
I guess.
At most, we would just deal with... Okay, so the most graphic thing we got in the first Avenger was that guy that went through the propellers at the almost end of the film. or when Cap threw that guy into like out of the
Oh
plane.
yeah, okay.
That's the most
I was gonna
graphic
say,
we ever got.
The Red Skull thing's also kind of creepy too.
Well,
But like,
yes,
it literally just looks like him pulling off a mask. Like, it doesn't actually look as bad as like it could have been.
Yeah. I genuinely
Because it could have been way worse, but they decided to back off a little bit. Because hey, it's like they're trying to fucking make this for a younger demographic. And like, dude, like this, but fucking Peggy is like just is a monster, and it's like, yay, everybody cheer for her because she's a woman.
and it's like, oh no, I'm normally so covert, and it's like, what the fuck? You're a covert agent. What the fuck are you doing, lady?
Yeah, like, I mean, like I said, I can understand that, but like, it's the whole thing of like, it's just opposing like her like finally using her powers for the first time, which once again, it's like it's really weird that this is the first time you're realizing how strong you are. It's like you literally didn't pick up anything before going into this. You had
Yeah.
literally no training,
Well,
and it's like, yeah, she's had training as an agent, but it's like, yeah, but you don't have like you being trained as an agent, like you being trained to learn how to work a certain gun doesn't tell you how to work a different gun. So you're like, you know how to use this one gun perfectly fine, but then you go into a battle with a completely different weapon. Like,
The only
that is
training-
very bad.
The only training she seemed to have was when she knocked the punching bag off and threw those weights at the wall.
Hmm.
That seemed to be about it.
Yeah.
Oh wait, hold on.
God.
I forgot one of the worst things. Not only after she breaks this guy's kneecap, practically crushes his balls in a single hit, she punches him down, and then hard enough to break the fucking concrete.
No.
floor on him.
She fucking donkey punches him.
Yeah.
Hmm.
She, like, after he gets hit in the nuts and doubles over, she literally punches him in the back of the fucking head.
Yeah, hard enough to crack the concrete.
Yeah, so this guy's dead.
He's fucking dead. Yeah.
He's-
It's
and if
because he
not-
called her fragile.
Yeah. And you know the difference
that makes it
between
okay.
this and something like Inglorious Bastards when both take sadistic pleasure in killing Nazis? Inglorious Bastards doesn't pretend that it's like goofy, lighthearted fun. It
Nazis-
knows that its humor is fucking dark and the tone it's going for is dark. And it
Naz-
revels in that. This
Nazis
is
ain't got
tone
no
deaf.
humanity.
It doesn't know what it's trying to be. Because they
Mhm.
didn't think about the implications of what they were doing.
Hmm.
Well, because to them, you can do anything you want to a Nazi. It doesn't matter. They're a
Yeah,
Nazi.
because Nazis are bad.
And yeah, you can start off with that premise and still come out with something good. Like I said,
Mhm.
Inglorious Bastards does that.
Yeah, very much so. Nazis ain't got no humanity. They
Yeah.
are the foot soldiers of a goosed up psychopath, and they must be destroyed. That's why every Nazi we're gonna find, they gonna die.
But you
Well,
see,
because,
that speech sets the tone, and they set that tone. They stick to that tone. Everybody knows what we're dealing with here.
And
It's
I'm
like,
almost
it's
sorry.
not-
But
Nazis
it
ain't got no
it also
humanity, that's the
acknowledges
rule.
that what they're doing is also fucked up.
Well,
Mhm.
yeah, that's the thing. It's like it addresses that these are people who are doing monstrous things to monstrous people.
Mhm.
It's like that's the premise. Whereas this is just like, oh, they're bad guys, so I guess
Go
I'm just
ham.
playing Wolfenstein now.
Yeah, go ham. Whatever.
But I'm also going to quip about it and like,
Mhm.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's the difference. They think that they can do whatever they want, and they still get to be the shiny, sparkly good guy. And it's like, no.
That's
Yeah,
just
like-
not how war works.
Yeah, everybody's hands.
And
are gonna be
like
dirty.
that's literally like human empathy. It's like, dude, like I feel bad for those guys who got thrown into the fire. I feel bad for the guys whose fucking kneecap got fucking ripped in half. It's
And
like,
if your Captain America
horrible.
ripoff makes me feel bad for Nazis, you done fucked up.
oh my god, I didn't
Well,
even think about that.
that's the thing
Holy
from,
shit, you're totally fucking right.
The whole point behind Wonder Woman was that like you're supposed to feel like great that she's like beating up all these Germans when it's like, oh, these were 16-year-olds that got conscripted.
Yeah, well that's
So
different.
yeah, this was World
That's
War
different.
One, not World War Two. World War
Yeah.
One was a much more morally ambiguous thing, but
Yeah,
they
that's-
tried to make out like it was World War Two. Because,
Yeah.
oh, they're Germans in a war. Obviously,
Mm-hmm.
they're just faceless bad guys. That's just not how that worked.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's
Nope.
the point I was making. I was like, they tried to almost disguise World War One as World War Two within Wonder Woman. It was fucking
Yeah.
ridiculous.
That movie's shit, but we got a fucking massive shit pile we're dealing with right now. So yeah, so she captures Elman Zoloff and she gets the Tesseract. Explain why that's fucking stupid.
Which she also holds barehanded.
Oh my god, damn it! Fuck, I forgot about that. So,
Yeah, hold on, let me.
somebody answer, Slurry. So
God.
you weren't there for the initial thing. So let me ask you: do you remember the Captain America movie? Slur?
I remember the highlights and remember the general gist, but I haven't seen it in a really long time.
Gotcha. Do you remember what happened when Red Skull picked up the Tesseract barehanded?
Oh, that shit was dangerous.
Yeah. Do you remember what happened?
Because it was so fucking powerful.
Yeah. Do you remember what happened? So the very first time he touches it barehanded, it's always been in a box. It's always been held by something. It's always been a case. The very first time he touches it with his bare hands is towards the end of the movie, and when he grabs it with his bare hand, well, gloved hand, which is what Peggy does too, he looks at it, and it immediately so it's established that it teleports him. But what looks like what happens is he's being ripped apart molecule by molecule and being ripped into outer space.
Yeah,
was that the first time he touched it? I thought it was
the first time he
somebody else did something with it, and it like fucking shocked them across the room or something like that.
Oh, no, that was like him using the weapons and shit.
That was Howard Stark like testing.
Oh yeah, like him like. Yeah, but even then, it was behind like so yeah, even there, it's behind like a fucking like glass wall, and he's got like mechanical arms fucking with it. Like he's not touching
That's the one I was thinking of as the first time someone touched it. But now I blanked on the fact that wasn't even a person.
Once the circuit was connected, it exploded in his face. He went flying, and then did anyone write that down?
Write that down.
Now see, that's a scientist, and how you can make him comedic and a little goofy without making a fool of him.
Exactly.
Like he in that scene in particular, see, this is how much I know about that movie. He's literally like shitting on fucking like Steve Rogers because he's like, this seems to be an alien alloy with like something like with an immense power. I doubt a boy in tights could figure that out. And he like looks at the other scientists and they both like giggle. It's kind of like a like thing of like making fun of the jocks or whatever. Also, it's like there's like little things. There's like
her holding it right here.
God damn it, dude! Fuck.
She
Ninja,
should
thank
by
you.
rights
for bringing that
in
up.
this what if. This is the what if Peggy Carter became a super soldier, not for any country or cause greater than herself. No, literally just Captain Carter. Fuck everybody else. It's about me. Mm-hmm. Also, she should be the one guarding the Soul Stone now.
Yeah. Exactly. Like.
I still think it's really weird, the whole Captain Carter thing. It's especially with like the Union Jack and everything, like being uniform and on the shield.
Yeah, but like Captain Britain's just a little weird and cringe, and this is already cringe enough. Like there is like I'll give this thing one good thing. They are somewhat self-aware.
When, like with the whole.
But naming her Captain Carter instead of Captain Britain.
I don't even know that that's self-aware. Yeah. In fact, calling her Captain Britain, I think would have been fine. Calling her Captain England, just so you don't overlap with Captain Britain, who already exists, I think that would have worked better as well, because it would have followed the same pattern.
Mm-hmm. I don't
know. It's again, they didn't think about the implications. It's like, well, she can't be Captain America because she's not Captain America. Well, what is she? Well, she's fucking Peggy Carter. All right, Captain Carter. And just didn't think about how that strikes a very different tone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, is the copyright filter up?
Oh shit! Thank you.
Oh shit!
I guess for a split second I forgot to throw it back up.
Are we still live?
Yeah, we're still live. We're good. Mm. It normally picks up sound faster than it picks up visuals. And since I have it muted, we're fine.
Okay. So
worst case scenario is I just have to afterwards basically go, hey, we're transforming it, unlike a certain guy who purchased like a $3 million house.
Well, like I said, so let's keep going. Like I'm kind of like mind numbing because I'm so angry, but and we're not even at like the worst offender yet. So what happens next?
They
get the Tesseract. They're freeing Bucky, but yeah, so this was a very interesting thing because it also fucks with like their own canon. Red Skull admits that it's like we don't need the Tesseract to make weapons. We will summon our own champion of Hydra, and it's like, how? Like you didn't have the Tesseract.
No,
So
So
they
you
just
don't-
use some other machine to bring in a space monster.
No, they still have to use the Tesseract to bring in the space monster.
yeah, if they
Which we'll
had
get
used
there.
a
Well, at
different-
that point, they had the Tesseract because they had captured the Hydra Stomper.
Right.
But
No. This is before because he's like talking shit about like we get like a meanwhile at the Legion of Doom, like he's like going, yes, we will summon our champion, and it's like, how are you gonna summon him? You're gonna fucking
So
hope that the
Yeah.
Americans bring a Hydra Stomper with the thing inside the suit?
yeah, it's like
Okay.
he knows that they're going to use the Tesseract to make their own weapon, so we're just going to capture that, use the Tesseract out of that to bring in Tentacle Man.
Yep.
Which, by the way,
Which makes no sense because they didn't have the fucking Tesseract to study, so he's just going on faith, I guess.
I guess it makes sense since they'd have the Tesseract in this scenario that's what the Iron Man of that sort of period would look like. Instead of an arc reactor, it's literally powered by an Infinity Stone.
Which makes sense. It's fine as a Power Stone.
Mm-hmm.
I originally thought it was going to be Howard piloting it. My fucking shock that they put a guy who can barely stand, who has no fucking muscles whatsoever, is now piloting a suit that is taking explosive, that's flying, that's dealing with so much stress. Because it's like, oh, it's the suit's taking for it. It's like, no, you still have to operate the suit. You still have to do things inside the suit, and you still have to react to shit hitting the suit. And there's no fucking way this suit is better than Iron Man's suit in the modern day, way back in the fucking, what is it, 40s
Yeah.
or 60s? I don't know why I'm
Hold on.
blanking on
It's
the
the 40s.
decade.
Yeah,
40s?
hold on.
So yeah, there's no fucking way that thing is as strong as Iron Man's suit.
Yeah,
And even
hold-
Iron Man gets fucked up when he's inside of the suit.
Hold on a second. We still to this day don't even like fucking. It's the hardest stretch of reality in Iron Man 1 when that tank shoots him down, because
Yeah.
everyone in our crowd would just say no, he's dead, because nothing.
Well, here's the thing.
Fucking
Here's the thing.
Stop that.
That's fine because it's fantasy shit, but when it's shown, Tony is banged up. Like, he's actually hurt from all that shit.
Mhm.
Like, they don't show that for fucking Steve Rogers. And Steve Rogers is no fucking Tony Stark. Tony Stark is it's weird that they, like, this is a difference from the comics than the fucking movies. But Tony Stark in the movies is a very fit, very fucking athletic man compared to the fucking, like, playboy drunk he is in the fucking thing. So he's already
Playboy drunk in both, but because he's a Playboy, he stays fit. Like,
he stays
works
very
out.
fit. Yeah, he
Like,
works
he's
out.
not
Like,
an athlete, but he, like I said, he fucking works out. He
Yeah.
stays on
Hold
top of
on.
his.
So he's leagues more powerful than fucking Skinny Rogers. That's my whole thing. Why the fuck is Skinny Rogers the pilot of this thing?
Well,
When-
especially when you add in the fact that not only is he Skinny Rogers, but he got shot, what, 2 or 3 times?
in the stomach.
Yeah.
Which is a really horrible place to get shot, by the by.
Hold on.
When you
does
also-
anyone-
Gut shots
don't
are
ha-
fucking fatal.
When you literally don't have any guts to get shot, like
I'm
you
actually
are fucking
curious
like
on
skin and
something.
bones.
I'm
He should have died.
I'm quickly throwing up the cover on something to open up a different tab for Disney Plus. I want to quickly look at Steve Rogers' medical, like his application, because he had like
He's got asthma. He's got asthma. He's got brittle bones. He's fucking like petite and shit like that. Like, he's got a shitload of stuff, and it's like a laundry list of stuff. And obviously, this is supposed to be the same fucking guy in this fucking continuity, but they've completely fucking forgot about all that for reasons. I guess so they can fucking keep their narrative going. They can have fucking Steve Rogers.
Well, no,
still in the fucking front.
they had to have somebody pilot the thing, and it couldn't be Howard because Howard just pushes buttons.
Yeah, God forbid. Okay,
Yeah,
hold
God
on.
forbid a Stark
Everybody-
pilot a suit.
Okay, let me throw it up on the. I don't know if you guys are watching specifically through my little screen sharing of the OBS stuff, but here is what his medical records look like. I'll take a screenshot.
Go ahead.
In Discord.
No, just say it. Like, list them off. Talk.
Asthma, scarlet fever, rheumatic fever, sinusitis, chronic or frequent cold, high blood
Pretty sure
pressure.
2 of those things are fatal.
Yes.
Yeah, I was about to say they
I-
sound pretty
palpitation
fucking
or
bad.
pounding in the heart, easy fatigability, heart trouble, nervous trouble of any sort, and then 2 of these are cut off. So basically, Steve
Okay,
Rogers
so he's
shouldn't even
fucked.
be alive.
Like, yeah, he's fucked. Like, it's established that he's actually like he's being held together by fucking duct tape and the fucking wills of orphans.
He would be
So
the 1940s equivalent of a bubble boy. Basically, he's excluded from any kind of manual labor, let alone soldiering.
exactly. But we're gonna put him in this fucking suit, and we're gonna put like a really big jacket on him. So I guess that's the compensation for him being fucking bounced around and shit like that.
I'm googling scarlet fever because I could have sworn that was lethal.
Yeah, I'm actually
You
kind of
could survive it, but it would leave scars in your lungs. And
Yeah,
shit, so you would
it's a
have to-
high
here's-
mortality rate.
Here's the thing: could you survive it with literally everything else? It's kind of like the. It's
Well,
kind of like
again, don't
it's like
forget
the
to add 3 bullet wounds to that list.
So yeah, it's kind of like the disease that shall not be named. It's like it really doesn't kill you. However, when it's comboed with other shit, it will fuck you up. So literally take that logic and put it with everything that's on this fucking list. He should be dead from fucking breathing.
Even
And
if
yeah.
he's not dead, like I said, he would be the 1940s equivalent of a bubble boy. Like, he
Basically.
wouldn't really be able to do things. Like, going out and just going to a fucking pub and having a few drinks with the lads, that would be very fucking dangerous for him.
That
Like, he's
punch
super
up,
frail.
That punch up outside the movie theater in First Avenger would have fucking killed him.
Yeah, he'd be dead. Like that first punch would probably snap like all of his bones and shit. Like because like there's that fucking poor case of that really skinny chick. I forgot her fucking name, but she had like really bad bulimia or whatever, and like the internet called her Skeleton Girl for a while. But it was like legit. It looked bad. Like if you like hit her, she seemed like she would like actually snap in half. And Steve Rogers in the movie looked very similar to that. Like he was very fucking skinny with literally no meat on his bones. So going from that to piloting a suit, and it's like sure,
Are
I
you
guess.
talking about Eugenia Cooney?
I think so. I don't remember her name. You know what I'm talking about though. She's really fucking
I have an
skinny.
idea of who I think you're talking about, and I remember some of the things people called her. And bruh,
Yeah, it's pretty horrific.
it was
Like,
pretty horrific.
Yeah, we won't go into that.
Well,
I was just bringing
it's
up
the internet. I mean, you know.
I mean, yeah,
it's the internet. Yeah.
And some of them were like creative and funny while still being fucking horrible things to call somebody.
Yeah.
In terms of Peggy, once again doing like the most horrific shit ever. Not only does she fly herself towards a fucking plane like she's a fucking bullet and breaking the propeller, that's fine. That'll fucking destroy the plane. She fucking breaks the canopy to fucking knock out the pilot like as hard as possible. And it's like he was already gonna.
Dude,
die.
I'm not convinced his head didn't fucking come off.
Yeah.
The way it shows the shield going through that shit. It's like, dude,
Yeah.
she just fucking decapitated that guy.
And it's just like Peggy, he was already gonna die.
Mhm. And it's really interesting because we're talking about like all the fucking stress on the body. Like piloting is not easy.
It's not.
And
easy at all.
Steve is flying through the air in this suit, so it's like, like I said, it's the implication, as we said.
Well,
like,
there's a reason that there are a lot of medical disqualifications for being a pilot.
Including
Mhm.
color blindness.
Yeah, like it doesn't take much to be like, oh, you'll never be a pilot because of this, and this. So it's like not only would he have been disqualified from manual stuff, you know, like grunt work, he wouldn't have been able to be a pilot either.
Even just asthma and heart palpitations alone mean that I can't trust you to be up in the air, have something go slightly wrong, and not fold.
Yeah.
Because you're having medical issues on top of like an incredibly stressful situation as your aircraft is plummeting.
Yeah, you'd black out at the first slightest GE change.
yeah,
You'd
so
black out or red out.
yeah, so we can all agree, like my point, that Steve Rogers should not be fucking anywhere near the front lines as the way he is.
And I think
mean-
the only reason it was justified or attempted to be justified in the show was that there was no way that Howard Stark was going to do it. And, well, I guess there's literally no other named character.
Yeah, but like even Howard would be a better pilot.
Oh, he would, but there's no way Howard's getting in the fucking robot.
I mean, you
Yeah.
could argue, I guess, like after saving Bucky, maybe throw him in the suit.
Oh fuck!
Well, that would absolutely.
That's
make
also what I thought
way
too. I
more
was like,
sense.
it's got to be. I was like, it's either gonna be Howard or it's got to be Bucky. But then when it appeared when Bucky was being saved, I was like, oh, I guess it's not fucking Bucky. So please don't tell me it's Steve Rogers, and it's Steve Rogers. Great. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what if fucking Bucky became the Tesseract soldier? That'd be a better episode.
Oh my god, that'd be cool. God damn it!
Oh, yeah,
There's so much better shit that could have been done.
There's
Like,
so much
fuck.
potential in this gold mine.
So
It's almost
much
a layup.
more.
Also, in
Dude,
this,
that's literally what the what ifs are. It's like everybody knows who these characters are. Everybody knows what these stories are. Literally change a couple things and tell something interesting, and they
Also,
couldn't
think
fucking do it.
with as we pointed out with the different changes, Bucky wasn't in the little surgery room.
Yeah, very important thing. So Winter Soldier doesn't exist in this universe.
Yeah, because not only was he not on the experimentation table, Peggy in this universe wouldn't see the fucking.
So there's actually something. There's actually Oh, sorry. Say that again. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
So there was the location of the Hydra bases, plus the fact that Bucky was strapped to the experimentation table, which would be the reason why he survives the fall later.
So
as the Winter Soldier.
So yeah, like Winter Soldier not existing, that's pretty like whatever for this particular scenario.
Yeah,
However, there's something way bigger that you mentioned is the fact that when Steve Rogers goes to save his best friend, Bucky is in a different area than the other prisoners. He's being tortured. In that area, there's also a map of all of the Hydra locations. That's how Steve Rogers knows where to strike Hydra. And it's brought up by Tommy Lee Jones. He's like, you gave me a map, and I want you to remove Hydra from it. Sound good? And that's exactly that's what the rest of the movie is about. And that's what like pisses off Red Skull too, is because like Captain America is literally punching him in the fucking nuts. In this version, they don't get that. So all of the shit that happens afterward makes no sense.
This is kind of a backwards way to get at what I was saying earlier, where if you combine the not thinking about implications and tearing down the old to build up the new, you get this through line where every what if ends with the answer, it would be better. It's like, what if Carter got the fucking super soldier serum? Everything would be better, unless you think about the implications. And that goes like dialed up to 11 in the next one, and then at the very end they try and pull the rug out from under it for a joke that just doesn't land.
We're getting there. But guys, if you think that I'm mad now, I literally couldn't finish the other episode.
Oh, dude, you almost had to understand just how fucking deep it went.
I didn't need to. I could literally write a whole fucking essay of why the first 9 minutes absolutely made me want to fucking blow my brains out. So, God, see, I'm like already fucking like seeing red thinking about the next episode. Where are we at in this? Where are we at in Peggy? Sorry,
I think we're
Wyatt's in the bathroom, but I just wanted to. I was gonna say before you start talking about the next episode, I didn't have a problem with this one, the first one.
Peggy.
But
hang on, were you a fan of Captain America, the first movie?
Yeah, I like him, and I liked the movie. But the next one, I did have some issues with.
Wait, what? You also had issues with it?
You had issues with
Holy shit, River.
They really fucked up.
Fuck. Okay, so like I'm not being malicious, I'm not meaning. I'm actually shocked that you also think this is bad. So
I mean, yeah, it's just it usually never happens that we actually agree.
Yeah. So wow, I'm really excited. Anyway, so okay, but so we got standpoint. Where are we at with Peggy?
They do
at the rescue of Bucky when the Iron Soldier turned up.
Yeah.
Yes.
They fuck shit
the
up.
Hydra Stomper, which is probably the fucking worst name for anything, and you know why they fucking called it that is because they wanted to fucking call it the Nazi Stomper.
So with what I have
please clap.
With what I have
please
on
clap.
with the filter on, they essentially do this like fucking montage. They're just like, oh yeah, like.
Well, they do the montage that happened in the movie. That's the thing.
Well, yeah,
You
they
gave me a
did,
map.
but-
I want you to remove Hydra from it, and that's what happens for like a good 10 minutes of the movie.
Yeah, but it was
But
a
you
legit
didn't get the map.
montage. It wasn't
Yeah.
like this bop zing boom type montage.
Kind of was, dude. Like, there's like literally just a point where like they're like, you know, there's a part where they slide the fucking explosives under the truck that's coming down the road. There's the part where like, you know, he throws the fucking
Off
or
the
no, I don't know.
gigantic tank that's like the size
Yeah.
of a building.
Yeah, and there's the fuck yeah, oh my god, that part was cool. But yeah, but like that was all montage. Like, fuck, god damn it, I love that movie. This is what fucking hurts so bad. Like,
Well,
fuck,
that's
dude.
what I was more talking about, like with the style of it though, because if you see what's on the screen, they're like doing
Well,
like the '60s Batman type.
I don't.
shit.
Yeah, that's what I don't mind that, but like I have a problem with like the setup for it, and the setup for it's
Mhm.
very dumb.
So after they
So-
well, during that montage, that's where I pointed out the fucking going through the like the propeller and then essentially decapitating the pilot. She
Mhm.
she goes
Oh, yeah,
fucking
there's all that.
ham during
She
this
goes ham.
montage. Like
Girls
all-
can get it done.
hold on. In this like moment, she fucking hold on. She jumps through the air, catches the shield, and then basically with downward gravity and like slamming it down, bends a car hood with somebody's skull.
Yeah,
Dead.
like like I said, I don't mind like fucking a soldier being a soldier and a soldier
Yes.
taking out other soldiers, but it's like it's the tone of it's like, oh, look how fucking great and happy
No,
this
yeah.
is. It's like
That's why, like when they're doing like
mm.
the da, 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 like they're playing like jazzy music, and it's like, oh my god. I mean,
Yeah.
like when
Yeah, like in
Captain
the
America's
movie when
montage,
like Captain
it's
America's
like-
doing all that shit, he's not having a good time. Like he's like, you know, like he's kicking ass and taking names, and the music is like triumphant. It's not happy.
Yeah.
It's like they're like fucking yeah, we're getting victories, and then
This
it's
is why.
it's why I love it. It's the scene that follows up to it too. Is when fucking Hugo Weaving, the fucking amazing actor thing, is you are failing. God, it's like one of my favorite scenes in
That's-
that movie
That's why this.
because he's
montage-
so fucking mad because he's been fucking with him for like a month.
That's why this montage bothers me. It's almost an entirely different tone than what
Yeah.
like we're seeing. It's like
Yeah, 'cause it's supposed to be a
graphic
kid's
violence
cartoon.
while we're like fucking having like jazzy upbeat, like we're ready to go to like a fucking dance hall type music.
Except, like I said, you can absolutely do that. You just have to establish that that is the tone and be consistent with it.
Yes, and they're not. What's this weird general guy that's like, no, I had faith in her all.
Oh
along."
yeah, the fucking like the literally the we don't need to talk about him because he's not a character. He's literally just a fucking like a stand-in for the patriarchy. Like that's all he is. He's like, oh, he's holding down women. Look at how he looks down at fucking Peggy for being
Yeah,
a
he's
woman.
literally
He's
a
literally
fucking
just
prop.
You're lucky
he's
to
just a
be in the
prop.
room.
yeah, he's literally
It's
just
that
there.
fucking joke. That's why he's there. Is that
Yeah.
one fucking joke?
Yeah, so you should be nothing without me. I'm a fucking superpower businessman. I'm a businessman. Yeah, he's fucking stupid. It's dumb.
So,
It's
after the
stupid.
montage,
It's so
we-
once again going into like how fucking Captain Falcon was so juvenile and immature. That's what this guy is. He's
Nice.
literally the schoolhouse bully, but he's the fucking general of the army. It's like,
So after the montage, we cut back to like Castle Red Skull, and
Castle Wolfenskull.
he's like, I'm gonna fucking summon a creature beyond the stars, and it's gonna be like my champion. And it's like, you don't have the Tesseract.
You
You
know,
don't have
that's right.
anything.
You have no fucking clue how this is gonna work. And they're like, hell yeah,
I-
it pays off because he
But he
because it
shoots
kills
that
him.
one guy, so you know.
I thought that he was gonna have a different Infinity Stone. I thought they were gonna pull that out of their ass.
Oh my god, I would actually fucking vomit blood. Like he did, yeah, no, like it's everything about it's dumb, and like it could have been handled properly, but it fucking wasn't, and that's
Yeah, it
the
wasn't.
main
It's
issue
almost-
about all of this.
And so he's like, sorry. He shoots the guy and he fucking gives the like the Red Skull thing. It's like, oh, I'm Red Skull.
Red Skull, yeah. Which to just suppose that with like the other fucking scene is literally it's the generals of the fucking Third Reich going, oh, you fucking Schmidt, you're fucking crazy stupid dummy, har har har, Hitler doesn't like you and stuff like that. He's like, that's fine. Hitler doesn't like me, as he's like powering up a fucking gun, because I don't really fucking like Hitler either. And they're like, wait, you don't like Hitler? And then yeah, bang, bang, bang. And he's like, fuck Hitler, and he fucking like decides to take his own thing. It was him becoming like his own like villain, despite like the nation he was attached to. So it was showing that fucking Hydra was now taking on the entire world, not just for Germany.
I would like to. So we have had multiple conversations about this, but the Hydra salute. It's just.
It's dumb. It's literally
it's
edge. It's literally an edgy Sig Heil.
It's a Hail Hitler, but 2 arms.
Yeah, it's a Sig Heil, and it's like, yeah, it's 2 arms.
Choice the Nazi.
Well, it's not twice the Nazi. It's cut off.
That's literally what I thought the first time I saw the
fuck,
Captain America movie. It's like we're twice.
You know what? I just fucking figured out why it's actually kind of cool. So, what is a Hydra? Cut off one head, 2 more shall appear.
Yes.
They're holding 2 arms above their heads, representing 2 different heads.
Cut off a Sieg Heil, 2 shall appear.
Yes,
that's fucking stupid.
No, shut up. It's awesome. You're fucking dumb. You're Irish.
That's so goofy.
Shut up. It's cool. Nazis are cool.
It's very symbolic. There's symbology here. Okay?
What's the symbolism?
That's symbology.
Now we have an air to the sound. Please the words look for symbolism. Symbolism. Hey, everybody in the fucking everybody who can hear my voice, go watch Boondock Saints if you haven't seen it. It's a great movie.
I'm sure.
Don't watch Marvel What If.
I'm sure Jake hasn't seen it.
Maybe. Anyway, so yeah, fuck.
So,
God damn.
Let's
continue with this
what's
fucking
next?
train wreck.
They have we have another Peggy and Steve flirting scene, and she's like, "Oh, I can't get drunk," which is fine. It's a nice, like, it's a reverse callback. I almost want to say, because there was the scene where this was like, as opposed to the scene where after Bucky had supposedly died, and he's grieving his friend by drinking was it the same whiskey as
No, it was just it was. I don't know if it's the same whiskey, but the whole point is that he's like trying to drink, and he can't.
but he can't. But he can't get drunk.
Can't get drunk.
But they're like in this. They're celebrating. They're like, we're doing so fucking cool.
Well, this is weird because I'm curious if they're all gonna be like this, but it's because the fucking heroes can't do any wrong. They're so strong. They're so great and so amazing.
Like Carter, then everything would be better, obviously.
Oh yeah, and also Peggy goes like, "Oh, what was it like taking this serum? Honest, not as different as you might think." When it's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Steve had to be like, keep going."
Well, yeah. So here's the thing: they didn't explicitly say it wasn't bad. So I guess because this was something that did bother me. But like I said, they didn't specifically say it was okay. She did say it's like, yeah, it's as bad. It's what you think it would have been. So. But it's
different. It's my thing. And she's more talking about what it's like after you already have the serum, not necessarily what it's like to get it.
I thought that's what they were talking about.
No, she said he was asking her, like, what's it like?
Well, no, can you pull up the line? No, hang on, pull up the line.
It almost sounds like he asks what it was like to get the serum, and she answers what it's like to have the serum, which means she didn't really answer his question.
No,
I don't know.
It's
I'll have to
right
check
here.
that line again.
I have it right here on the screen.
Pull it up. What does it say?
To get the serum, honest truth. Hold on, I'll even take off the main screen. Not as different as you might think.
To get it is not as different as you might think. But that just okay. She says to get it, but she's not talking about to get it because getting it is obviously different from anything you've ever experienced. But having it might not be as different as you think.
See that, like, they're almost trying to downplay it because, as I said, remember with Steve had to, they were going to cancel it, and Steve had to be like, "I can take it."
Yes, yeah. Steve was fucking screaming, and everyone was like, "Oh my fucking god!"
Just use
even the
superior.
Even the fucking German scientist who knew this was going to happen was asking him, "Are you okay?" Like, because he knew that this was horrific.
Yeah, and he almost stopped it, and he had and went, wait, I can do
Right,
it.
I can do this, which is like, yeah, it's fucking great. Go fuck, Steve Rogers is a great character. Fuck, why did we ruin him with
Watch-
fucking What If?
Rewatch Phase 1. That's just it.
Rewatch all the Phase One.
Except
They're
except
good.
Thor. Thor's I don't know. 'cause
Thor's okay. It's not awful as everybody says it is, but it's like pretty forgettable.
I almost don't want to say Iron Man. So okay. I was gonna say
Iron
Iron
Man
Man
1's
2.
pretty fucking strong.
No,
Shut
Iron
up.
Man,
Like,
Iron Man 2. I was gonna.
Iron Man
stop
2's still
myself.
pretty strong too. So
I disagree.
A lot of people don't like
fight.
Iron Man 2, but that's I don't know from an objective.
a lot of people didn't like
standpoint.
Iron Man 3.
Well, yeah, that's because Iron Man 3 is genuinely a bad movie.
Yeah.
I
Seen it
can't say the
Long
same for
time.
Iron
From
Man
what
2.
I remember, Iron Man 2 is just really unfocused. Like,
Yeah,
it doesn't really know what the fuck it's doing. It kind of meanders a lot, and the villains are quite weak.
I don't know about weak. Fucking what's his name? Justin Hammer is pretty great.
Oh, you mean the guy who got left on a roof? That guy?
No. That's Iron Man 3. Iron Man 2.
Oh,
yeah,
fuck, I must have...
yeah, that was Aldrich Killian.
Yeah, that was
Oh,
killing
fuck,
it.
I am thinking
I'm
of
talking
Iron Man
about-
3. Shit.
Yeah, see, there you go, because fucking because it's fucking 7 Psychopaths.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
it's
yeah, but I've just
great.
completely forgotten Iron Man 2, and that's almost worse.
I don't know if you know this, but I don't speak Russian.
Russian. It's so great.
That's
I'm
because
gonna go to
Sam
the-
Yeah, I remember
I'm
like
probably
the
gonna get
Russian
right, right.
dude who was out for Iron Man. I remember actually kind of liking him, but being disappointed
Rourke?
with what they did with him.
Yeah,
But I can't really remember the ending.
It's Sam Rockwell is like one of my favorite
Sam Rockwell's
actors.
Sam Rockwell's a fucking treasure. Don't at me. Like, he's great.
I mean, is that controversial?
You better fucking not be. I'll fucking fight whoever says anything against it.
Oh no.
Anyway,
Max just has to fight everybody in the world now. 'Cause-
fuck it. They're all wrong. Fuck them. Sam Rockwell's fucking awesome. There's no way that's a hot take.
No,
Unless he's like
It
being
can't
canceled.
be. He's been
Unless
in movies
he's
that people
he's
really
being
like.
canceled for something, but with my fucking general tone, that makes him cooler. Fuck it. I don't like people who
Moon should have got him his Oscar and not. I'm trying to remember what did get him his Oscar. He got it for something else. Hold on, I could quickly pull this up. Sam
anyway.
Rockwell Oscar.
So we need to stop talking about good
Two.
things. We need to get
Both
back to talking
Best
about what
Supporting
if.
Actor.
Did he win an Oscar?
Yeah, he won Best Supporting Actor for in 2018 and 2019. And it was for. I'm trying to see which one it is. I just keep getting current Oscar stuff.
All right, anyway, let's get back to
Yeah.
it. Um,
They now, instead of trying to capture Zola, it's the train heist, not heist, the train scene, but they're trying to capture Red Skull instead.
Schmidt. They're trying to capture Red Skull, which is like, all right, like this is a bit different, but let's see what happens. So,
They make
I
make a
do.
shitty,
Does the fucking Ironmonger get hit with anything before the scene?
because
he doesn't really engage in a lot.
It gets
he doesn't
hit with
really
a tank
engage in-
round,
Oh, he gets hit with a
that's
tank
it.
round.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
And
but
what happened during that? Like, did he like just brush it off?
yeah, he brushed it off because they made the joke that the Hydra Stomper is indestructible.
Well, no, like I'm saying, like, does he like flinch at all from that, or does he like fucking
No,
Brock
it just
Lesnar?
No, it bounces off, it hits him, and he's just like, "Oh, fuck you," and then shoots back at it.
Okay, cool. So it's already established this thing's very fucking powerful and like borderline unstoppable. But the main thing,
Hold on,
this is what really pissed me off about this scene.
you.
Is he opens up the tank.
Hold on, you're missing something though. So
Okay.
now, so he slows the train down. They do the zip line thing, and as they're going, Bucky falls off. She catches him, and he goes, "Thanks, you almost ripped my arm off."
Oh yeah,
Like ha 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 ha
Har,
ha
har, har,
ha
har,
ha ha ha.
that's the critical drinker thing.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So he, so as you're right, then they open up the fucking tank
Which-
of the fucking front door.
which he got here by flying.
And And
This
now-
thing has a functional jetpack. It's being powered by a fucking Tesseract, literally an infinite power source. So I want you guys to all remember this for this next upcoming part.
Yeah, that I'm currently like showing. The fucking
Mhm.
Hydra Stomper just has a bunch of is supposedly blown up with a bunch of TNT.
A bunch of fucking TNT. Now, explosive yields of a lot of bombs are measured in pounds of TNT. But like, once again, I don't think that much TNT would actually stop the Hydra Stomper. And furthermore, why didn't he fly away?
Yeah, I can't even make the argument of like a bunch of shit was
Because his ulti
pilot.
was on cooldown, yo.
Jesus Christ.
Flying
That
is his
actually, made me,
ult and
that
not
actually
utility?
just like brings my blood pressure, you son of a bitch. Why did you have to say this? Like, fucking hell, dude.
To
First
fix your
of all-
blood pressure, like tiny tangent on Sam Rockwell because I was just looking at his IMDb. He had
Uh-huh.
2 roles that I didn't even know were him, and both
Oh.
of which I fucking love.
Oh,
One
what?
is Zaphod Beeblebrox from The Hitchhiker's Guide,
Yeah.
which
Say
You
fucking-
didn't know about
eh,
that?
I had problems
Yeah,
with that
yeah,
movie.
you didn't know that? Oh, you didn't
I
know?
didn't
Yeah,
know it was
he's-
him because I
yeah,
saw that
he's
movie
great.
so long ago before I
Yeah,
even
yeah.
knew who he was. But yeah,
He's
that's
also
in
fucking
Galaxy
awesome as
Quest.
a role.
He's in
And
Galaxy Quest?
then-
Yeah,
Yeah.
What?
He's the
what the
ultimate.
fuck?
He's like
he's got it.
he's the super fan.
Oh my
God's sake.
god!
Is
Dude,
there
you need
anything
to watch
amazing
Galaxy
he's
Quest.
not in?
Yeah,
Because
we need to
watch
he's
Galaxy
Vic
Quest again.
Reynolds in F is for Family. That was the other one I was thinking of.
Oh yeah,
No, that
definitely.
was him
He
either.
fucking
He's the,
he radiates Sam Rockwell energy in
He's
that.
the SS
Kilo a
officer
day
in,
cocaine habit.
He's the SS officer in Jojo Rabbit.
See, I haven't seen that one yet, and it's kind of on my own list to get
Yeah.
around to.
One of the only scenes I just saw out of context was the Hail Hitler scene when like they're all coming into his home. There's like 15 people and they all do the Hail Hitler, and then another person enters the room and they all like it just creates this cascading effect. It's the repetition style joke.
All right, so yeah, so his ulti was on cooldown, so he couldn't fly, despite
Yeah.
whatever fucking whatever. So we get the fake out where he's like, "Oh no, he's dead. I thought the Hydra Stomper was invincible. Apparently not. Fucking couple sticks of dynamite took it out, despite like an entire army not really fucking with it. But whatevs, he's gone now."
An interesting thing to talk about here is in this scene, they kind of make a joke out of it, but it's the whole like, oh, she's too emotional. You know, I knew we shouldn't have let a woman be on the front lines. And it's like, they do this kind of thing where like she really leans into the Steve is gone. He was the best of us. He was our whole world. Even though up to this point, it's all been about Peggy.
Yeah. You could
And
say
it
that
feels really weird.
you could say that it's because she was in love with him or whatever, but like yeah, it's really like nothing. Also, really, 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 really important thing. If Steve meant this much to you, why didn't you try to recover the body? So, one, Peggy would want Steve Rogers' body to confirm he's dead. Two, the army would want their fucking robot and infinite power source back. There's
Well, but he
literally
exploded,
no.
he fell off the cliff, and he got fucking avalanche.
Oh, was the avalanche there too?
Yes, it
Mhm.
was like it happened like a second later.
Oh,
Yeah, I
fuck.
remember because she yelled Steve, and then the fucking snow came.
Oh, yeah.
So technically, Peggy fucking finished him off.
I mean, it might have been the fucking TNT, but you know, whatever. I
Yeah.
guess
Yeah.
she yelled. I guess she yells like fucking Superman in the beginning of Snyder Cut.
No, hold on, because it's like because it's waves. It's
Dude, everybody made fun, like everybody's like, why are you making fun of that scene? Because it's dude so fucking stupid. Why is he like reverbing and scream? Anyway, let's stop talking about other bad things. We got to finish this. So yeah, so I guess but even with an avalanche, it's like, why didn't you look for the body? Because remember, when they lost the Tesseract at the end of the Captain America movie, they spent so many resources looking for that thing.
yeah, and Howard found it by accident.
Yeah, Howard found it by accident, and he's like, "Well, let's keep looking, because
Yeah,
you know,
because
he
he's
loves
like, Yeah, it's because like, oh, you found the Tesseract, but that's not Steve.
That's not Steve, yeah, which is great. It's a great line, but it's like, yeah, apparently in this one they can't be fucked, so whatever. They can't be fucked to find their power source and their unstoppable robot, but whatever. So what
Also-
happens after that?
So they're about to go assault Castle Red Skull. I'm gonna keep fucking calling it that, even though it
Well, that's
sounds a lot
fine.
like Gray Skull.
Castle Red Skull's a cool name.
Yeah. This is a weird scenario because this is a Bucky that is like quote unquote survived the train. Like it's weird
Well-
him still being in the scenario.
It doesn't really matter because
It
it's a
doesn't
what
really-
if. It's
Yeah, it's also like implied that Bucky's also a really competent soldier. That's why he's able to keep up with the Howling Commandos and Captain America. So it's not. It is what it is. He's just, if he survived, he would still be, kicking ass
Oh.
and chewing bubblegum.
So on the further humiliation of Howard Stark, I'll pull the copyrightisms down. Come on, Howard. We might need someone to push a button.
Yeah. So
Like,
Which-
how condescending can you sound?
condescending 1, immature 2,
there's
3
also really no
tact.
reason to bring it.
Yeah, tactics. Why are you bringing a guy who's a non-combatant into a very hostile zone? Like, it's so dumb.
He doesn't even really do anything when he's
Yeah,
there.
like, so he technically is the one who like hits the buttons and fucking makes the thing go backwards. But the implication of what Peggy
on.
tells him.
We're not there yet. We're almost there.
Well, no, but I just want to like point this out is that like why I'm saying this is why Howard's useless is the implication of what Peggy says to him. She could have done it.
Yeah, it's
He's
really bad.
literally there for no
no-
reason.
Well, technically, he's there to be the butt of a joke.
Yeah. Which, yeah, he's there for a joke. And yeah, that's why we love our characters. So yeah, we get the oh fuck it. I guess I should fucking pay attention to what the copyright is. Where are we at?
Where she's like tearing the base apart and brutally murdering more people, which is fine.
She's not
for-
she's not wahooing anymore, so that is what it is.
Yeah, we're no longer. Yeah, that's the key difference. We're no longer wahooing and playing this silly music. We're just
No. She's not wahooing anymore. Instead, she's like, I don't need a plan. I have a shield.
Oh God, don't
Hmm.
remind me of that. Actually,
That's literally, is that supposed to be a fucking play on Iron Man's fucking thing?
I have
Is she
a
saying
plan
that too?
attack.
Isn't she saying that to Howard Stark?
Yes.
God damn it.
Oh, that's-
God damn
no,
it.
yeah, I thought I was
God
about to
damn
say.
it. God damn
I could have
it.
sworn she said it to Bucky, but you're right. It was Howard.
Yeah, because that's the whole point. Because she's saying it to a Stark. I have a plan attack.
Uh.
God damn it. The fucking line's so cool. Now it's like ruined because of this shitty fucking cartoon. So
Yeah, they like
keep
Howard.
keep
come
going.
in.
I gotta compete.
So they somehow.
I mean, the rest of the cartoon is literally just ripping off Hellboy. Like, I don't know what else you want to say about it. That's the whole ending to this episode is just the ending of Hellboy, and Hellboy's a better movie. Go watch that.
Well, yeah, Hellboy is a way better movie. I wanted to point out the end line is almost a fucking insult compared to what this came from. Like, the we won the war versus the I had a date.
Well, yeah, because she doesn't care about Steve anymore, even though she literally just said goodbye to him before she jumped in the portal, which supposedly, from what we fucking saw, was like a second ago for her. Like, no time has passed.
Yeah.
So theoretically, she should be really still attached to that, but she doesn't care about that. She cares that it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and you could say, oh, no, she did care. It's like she's just hiding it. And it's like, no, it's like, the thing is, Steve didn't hide it. That was actually a moment of vulnerability. He was in the middle of Times Square. Nick Fury just told him 75 years have passed. He's like, you gonna be okay, Cap? Yeah, it's just, I had a date. And it's like, because he focused specifically on Peggy. His whole world was turned upside down, and he thought about the fucking girl he loves the most. Everything about this fucking scenario, this what if, is just infuriating. Every single goddamn second.
No. See, it has issues, but it's not the same level of insulting as the next one.
Well, yes, the next one is. The next one feels like we didn't pause that much during our.
I
viewing
would
of that-
actually compare it like, okay, so episode 1 of What If is like insulting and infuriating like WandaVision was, but episode 2 is infuriating and insulting like Captain Falcon Winter Soldier was.
Holy shit! I was gone for seconds. Are we already done with Peggy?
No,
Basically, it's pretty much
We
done,
were-
and
I
he
wanted-
commented on the ending sentence.
yeah, I wanted to talk about how like we won the war was fucking shit compared to I Had a Date, because I Had
Well,
a Date
did
was
you-
fucking amazing. And
Well, hang on. There's a bigger issue.
And
Did you guys talk about? Did you guys talk about the obvious thing about her age?
about how like she's still the same age when she goes through the portal.
Yeah. So the whole reason why Captain America stayed the same age is because he was literally frozen. When he wasn't frozen, when he went back in time, he aged. Now, if you really want to fucking go to timey-wimey bullshit, you realize that you're going to timey-wimey bullshit and saying that the reason she didn't age is because she was like in a different fucking universe, which is absolutely garbage.
Yeah,
They
she
just-
just kind of like didn't exist. She was in a pocket dimension, so for her, no time has passed.
It's so stupid. It's absolutely fucking stupid. They just
Especially
wanted to
since
do
we
that.
know what happens when the Tesseract portal sends you somewhere without a controlled destination.
Well, like, and here's the thing: like, it's not even a controlled destination because that's what happens to Red Skull, and he basically becomes cursed by the Infinity Stones. And that's not what happens to Peggy, though. What happens to Peggy is she goes to a different place because that's what the Space Stone does. It puts you somewhere else.
Well, that's kind of my point. Okay, we've seen Thanos use the thing to teleport around. That's kind of like its quote intended purpose. It's the space stone. It controls like distance.
Space.
But what it did for her was also just kind of like conveniently freeze her in time. Because
But
that's what the
not
plot wanted
because
to
she
happen.
was also fighting the entire time.
Was she?
So she gets sucked into Portal by massive tentacles. When she comes out of Portal, like all the tentacles are cut to ribbons. So so that implication means some time had to have passed between her leaving and her reappearing in the future.
But not a
But it
significant amount of time.
Or
Apparently
like
not
for her, it
significant.
was condensed down to like a few days or something. I don't know.
Maybe.
Or like
Either
or
way,
like-
it's very fucking dumb. So yeah, that's the last thing I wanted to say about it because that's like that like kind of ripped me out of it.
Also-
Like, wait, how's she young?
Also, another way that this affected the universe was instead of Loki going through the Tesseract portal in the first Avengers, it was Captain Carter.
Mm-hmm.
It's,
Which also, I guess, is weird because, like, why did Loki come out of the other end of the portal? So I guess this kind of fucks with Avengers now. Now that
Yeah.
I think about it,
well,
so now
their
not only
version
did
of
it fuck with the
Avengers, yeah.
first Avengers, it's now fucking with the first official Avengers movie because it's like it is implied in that movie that the Tesseract was being channeled by a different Infinity Stone, but in this one, it's just because Peggy's so fucking brave and strong.
Yeah, something triggered it, and now like the bits of the
Speaking of triggered,
Hmm.
episode 2.
no,
Yeah,
So-
like Peggy may have been better than Cap in every single way, but did she convert Thanos though?
Hang,
oh,
Slayer, let me get there.
Hold on.
So-
let me change
Lead the charge on this one, at least for the first 9 minutes.
Yeah, for the first 9 minutes, I'm gonna happily take this away.
Hold
But-
on. Let me change screens first.
All right.
To
And actually,
cover
let
up.
me. I need to do something very similar though. So like, give me like 2 seconds, or not 2 seconds. Probably gonna take a little longer than that. But man. So I wanted to be stated for the record that I have never rage quitted pretty much any media. Video games, I play them to a certain point. I just stopped playing them. It's not because I was mad at them. It's not because of anything. Bad movies, pretty much watched bad movies till the end because that's just how I am. I kind of need to watch it to get the full thing. I suffered through all of BVS and technically walked out of it, but I walked out the very last minute when the fucking dirt rises off his fucking coffin. This episode is the first time I've ever tapped out of something just out of pure spite. And it's at the 9-minute and 30-second mark of a 30-minute episode. God damn it. I can't think of anything fucking more infuriating. We'll get there.
So let's start with the premise.
I mean, Maxie, you want to take the lead on this one? Yep. What the fuck was that?
I think
I don't know.
he changed microphones.
Yeah, it's changed. I swapped real quick. How do I sound now?
Fine.
Is that fine?
You're cool. I didn't fuck
Maybe
with
just a
you.
touch quieter?
Start with the premise and go from there, I guess.
Give the microphone a second to catch up with it. Sometimes it does that shit. So, the premise of this what if, which, once again, initially, very interesting to think about, is what if instead of Peter Quill, what if T'Challa became Star-Lord? Now, initially, this sounds really interesting. What if Black Panther was Star-Lord? What if he was had Jack in space doing his thing? It immediately falls apart as soon as you think about it, because it's well, T'Challa wouldn't be T'Challa that we know from the MCU, because he would literally be abducted as a child, unless you're saying that
it kind of assumes that all of the things that make him the man he is would have happened to him before he was 8.
Yeah, which is dumb. You literally, I really don't feel like I have to explain how fucking stupid that is. So, anyway, the premise of the what if is that the Ravagers, Yondu, instead of getting Peter Quill, which, to remind you, it's hinted at in Guardians 1, and it's explicitly said in Guardians 2. Yondu was sent by Ego to get his son. This is not the first time Yondu has done this. Yondu has done a bunch of children. The reason why it was Peter Quill is because he felt bad for the kid because of all the shit he heard about the other children. In this scenario, he sends his lackeys, and admittedly, the guys he sends are both fucking idiots, so, it is what it is.
I mean, all of his crew are idiots, so
all of his crews are
happen no matter who we send.
Some of them are pretty chill. The guy, one of the first guys to die in the mutant too, is pretty cool.
They make a joke as that he outsourced it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but he outsourced it to his crew.
Underlings.
As I say, that doesn't make sense. Outsourced isn't the right word. It's literally what
delegated.
Yeah, it's literally what Slur said. Delegation. So, this it falls apart immediately. There was a funny meme I posted in our group chat a couple days before we watched this episode, and it was a what if scenario of when from Pirates of the Caribbean, Curse of the Black Pearl, when Elizabeth Swann gets put on the Black Pearl, and then Barbossa asks her, "You got a name, Missy?" And she goes, "Elizabeth Smith," instead of saying Turner. And Barbossa goes, "Oh, okay, cool. Get off my ship." Because he has no purpose of keeping her. So when Yondu sees this black child who is not the child he's sent for, he literally has a picture of the child. He doesn't immediately say, "Oh, okay. Nice to meet you, kid. Get the fuck off my ship. I literally have a job to do." He goes, "You know what, kid? You want to go on an adventure?" And
yeah, fuck the job. Fuck what I was actually sent here to do. I'm just going to leave that undone. Here's a cool side quest I could do with a random child.
And I've had somebody come at me and say, "Well, he said fuck the job when he got Peter, right?" No, he said fuck the job.
He had him.
He had said fuck the job after he saw Peter and he saw what he was going through. That is not what happens in this. He literally takes a privileged child. Like, god damn, even this is fucking annoying. Because Peter Quill goes immediately into space, and that's how he becomes Star-Lord, is because he's dealing with the grief of his dying mother. So this means
literally he ran out of the hospital right after being unable to face the actual death itself, and that's when the abduction happened.
Yeah. So that means, so I want you to think about this. This What If has a fucking child screaming into a plane, like, right now. He's just fucking losing it in the middle of, like, a fucking meadow. Like, because he can't deal with the fact that his mother just died. He has no one for him. I've fucking heard the ending of this episode, and it fucking makes me angry, because I know exactly why they fucking did this, and it's not because they're fucking competent writers, it's because Disney doesn't want to talk about Chris Pratt. So fuck these people.
So,
we'll get there. So
I would like to point out, hold on, there's a line that actually, like, caused oh, here it is. That the beginning of his journey was much more down to earth, and I immediately paused and went, he's the prince of fucking Wakanda.
And it's not, and without context, Wakanda is literally the most powerful country on the planet.
He could
It
not
is the
have
most
been...
technologically advanced country in the world, and he's the prince. He is the son of the king.
He is the most
like,
privileged person in all of fucking Africa.
And, like, literally all of this shit is to do this whole, like, white privilege bullshit, like, thing. And it's like, you literally have the worst example to fucking possibly pull for this.
That's why I said during our original viewing, when it was just myself, Ninja, and Slur, I just said, fuck it, you should have done Killmonger. At least Killmonger apparently had to grow up on the streets, if I remember correctly.
Well, no, we can't do Killmonger because of what comes next.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Small side note, when T'Challa gets abducted, he has no vibranium necklace.
Yes, that's something that, yeah. So he has no, like, ties to Black Panther. So he has no fucking print. He has no king juice in him. He has no vibranium suit. He has no training. He has no education. These are all very important things that why make Black Panther such a great character. Is his entire story up to the point where we meet him, and not only in the MCU but in the comics as well. This What If takes T'Challa out of all of the things that make him the character that we love, and says this is what actually would have happened. Like, fuck, dude. Like I said, there's a reason why I rage quit it, because I was already, like, done up to this point, but I kept trucking on.
What made us, like, definitely kind of stop, because I've been kind of just fast forwarding and rewinding, is remember that moment in Guardians 1? He gets the Power Stone orb, and he turns around. There's those guys. He drops it. It's like, you may have heard of me. Star-Lord, and he goes, "Who?"
Yeah, so let's set the stage. So it sets all that up, and it's the exact same scene from Guardians 1, except for when he takes off his masks and says Star-Lord.
Yeah, hold on. So
what the fuck's his name? What's the guy's name?
Korath. Hold on. I almost want to. I wish I could throw down the copyright full. His
name is Korath the Pursuer. He is the Marvel version of Boba Fett.
Yeah, and he also works for Ronan the Accuser, because he's part of that squad. And in the MCU, it's shown that he's really he's always been a member of the military, so he's always been under Ronan. He's always been loyal to the cause. And in the Guardians movie,
he's Kree.
In the Guardians movie, he is very loyal to Ronan, and he dies later because he's trying to protect Ronan.
Okay, so I've changed windows inside the Discord, and I'm going to kind of only show brief instances of the pure cringe that we witnessed. So,
I don't know if it's fine. We don't need to show it.
I know. I don't fucking show this.
We don't want to see it.
Well, we don't want to see it, one, and two, we don't want to get the stream taken down, because fucking Disney is literally unironically, is the fucking Nazis of the internet. So,
I
Like,
feel like our description will never do it justice.
I know, but like, play it muted and
There's
like,
no
fucking-
reason to do it justice.
Yeah, but
Doesn't deserve any.
so Digimon hosting is like one of my favorite fucking actors. He's a really cool dude. If you haven't seen Blood Diamond, he fucking acts his absolute ass off in that movie. And he's fucking fantastic. I really enjoyed the fact that he got a chance to really enjoy his voice role because you could tell he was having a good time with it. That's literally the only good thing I'm going to say about this. The fact that Korath, the pursuer, instead of going who, absolutely fangirls
Yeah,
for Star-Lord.
they like
It's not
you see-
only-
He simps fucking hard.
It's not only like it's not only cringe, but it's like absolutely
drops his
insulting. Yeah, he drops his gun. So it like this simple
He
thing.
asks if he should kneel.
yeah, like
He literally, should I bow? Should I kneel?
He walks up to him disarmed, knowing
he's
full
like,
well
"You
he has
guys-
got to kill this guy.
you
Tell,
guys
hey guys,
stop."
don't fucking shoot him.
Yeah, like
He's
Star-Lord,
the
the
outlaw
legendary
Star-Lord.
Oh,
Like I
dude,
said-
during this scene, I was convinced that he was fucking with him. I thought it was going to pay off as being sarcastic.
That's what I thought
Like,
too. Actually,
that was the only glimmer of hope I had
Or-
for this
either-
unrelenting simping.
It was either that or that Star-Lord, like T'Challa Star-Lord, was like telling this story to somebody, so he's over exaggerating it.
Yeah, that was like my plan B, but like I
Oh
was
my God,
giving
that
it
would be
so
so much
more
better!
credit than it deserved.
How dare you
Jesus
fucking write a
Christ.
better story than these fucking Hollywood writers?
As if it's fucking hard.
It's not
No,
that
right?
hard. I can do it in my sleep by this point.
Literally, yeah, we've literally talked about how our dreams are better fucking stories than the goddamn fucking stories that are being put out. So anyway, yeah. Once again, I love that he has a chance to fucking act, and he gets like. I think this is actually the first time he's ever played a happy character, like in like his entire career. But
Never again, I guess.
I guess not. No, I mean, like I hope he gets more work because, like I said, I do enjoy him. But he like to cringe levels is like, oh, dude, I love you. I want to suck your dick. But he has to get an Infinity Stone for Ronin to give to Oh, fuck. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Fuck.
But yeah,
Fuck.
Thanos has kind of already been solved, hasn't
Wait,
it?
Yeah, no,
Wait,
it's the
What the fuck is he
collector.
doing
It's
here?
the
Who is he
collector.
pursuing and
Wait,
why?
this didn't occur to me.
It's
Why
the
is he
collector now,
here?
remember?
Yeah, what is he pursuing? And why?
The collector is Thanos. Any instance you would have of Thanos, you the collector.
But he's taking it to Ronan. But Ronan, is
Ronan
working
literally
for
is
the
only
Collector
working-
now?
But that also doesn't
Ronin
make
is
sense
working
because
for the
we've already
Collector.
seen how anybody who's indebted to the Collector in any way is in serious fucking trouble because he's the new Thanos.
And also,
And
the whole
buff.
point of Ronan working with Thanos is so he can get revenge on the Nova Corps.
Right, because
Like-
Ronin is with the Kree Empire.
Yeah, Thanos promised that he would raise whatever the fuck planet to the ground for Ronan. So this collector thing doesn't make any fucking sense.
Well, now the
Jesus
collector's going to raise the
Christ!
planet to the ground.
But he
Why do
won't.
they
He's the
do
Collector.
this? The collector has no reason to destroy anything. He likes
The Collector
collecting.
doesn't actually use the
He
things
likes-
he collects. He simply collects them. It's his whole thing.
Yeah,
He
the
likes
Collector would not
rocks.
hold on. The Collector would not fill in the power gap left by Thanos. It makes no
Yeah,
sense.
there's no
because he'll
fucking. There's
just,
no way.
He just wants to sit there and look at his pretty objects. He wants to just stare
But
at Howard
let's-
the Duck and pet Cosmo the dog.
So let's save T-Man for a little bit later because that's
Yes.
going to be the whole
So,
crux of like my
like-
rage, and I've
like
literally been thinking about this for all
he's-
week.
Hold on. So he's like, all right, I need to get this to Ronan, but I'd be like interested in a career change. He's like, he's really fucking cringing it up.
So
fucking
this, like I
hurt
said, this
every
character assassinates Korath because he's now breaking his vow to his fucking leader. Remember, this is a character who would die for his leader. But,
Well, and the interesting thing about the Kree is that the military for them is almost a form of religion.
Yes,
Mhm.
it is.
So it's very intertwined.
yeah,
So
So-
betraying Ronin would not only be military, dereliction of duty, but also a religious one.
yeah, and so we're also glancing over something else. T'Challa, in his 20 years, has saved multiple planets to the point where his name is known throughout the stars.
Yep.
Now, there's a reason for it coming up later why it's a
Mhm.
big deal. But to this point, he is now leagues above Peter Quill because
Oh,
nobody
yeah.
even knew who Peter was.
Yeah, assuming this takes place by the time of Guardians 1.
It's
It
literally
literally
the exact
does.
same scene.
Yeah, it's the exact same scene.
Assuming like which it does. That means within that time period, he's immediately like without
The implication is that Peter Quill was a piece of shit
He was
because he
absolute
continued
loser.
to act villainous and let the pirates basically continue to be pirates.
He was
Whereas
fucking over the pirates.
T'Challa, because he's just so good,
Now,
everything bends around him. He reforms the pirates and basically becomes universal Robin Hood.
And I want to
Which-
point out we're not even fucking minutes into this episode, and like
Also-
we're fucking pointing out so much, and this is something that just occurred to me. So the reason why he's trying to fuck over the Ravagers is because the Ravagers basically abused him as a child.
Yeah, they said that they were
He
going
was
to constantly eat
forced.
him.
He was being always threatened. He was forced into scenarios that could have killed him, all by a fucking pirate who was literally considered too extreme by his other pirate brothers, basically. Remember, this is Yondu post Ravager exit because Ravagers don't deal with kids.
Yeah.
So, which contradicts something coming up, but it's something really interesting because they're saying that they're actually victim blaming Peter Quill. He was abused by the Ravagers, so he's a piece of shit. T'Challa was praised by the exact same characters, so he's amazing. That is so fucking garbage.
What's weird is when we see Kid T'Challa, he's almost acting as if like post Black Panther T'Challa. When it's like as a kid, he would not be acting this way.
And remember, in Civil War, he was kind of a cunt.
Yeah,
Like
he'd be very.
he had reasons to be a cunt. He was, he's just lost his dad to some bullshit that he didn't even want to be a part of, and like he's very proud and very like driven. He later goes on an arc to like realize that he might have flaws, and that's why he's saying vengeance is consuming them. I won't let it consume me any longer. That's literally his arc in fucking Civil War, which is great.
And
but
then, as much as we disagree with Black Panther, he does go on an arc. Like
he does go on an arc, and he like tries to become a better person.
Yeah, but the child T'Challa would be acting nothing like how he does. He'd be much more of a traditional values of Wakanda, which would be isolationism and hoarding their fucking spears.
And I wanna say I get what they're trying to do. Like Chadwick Boseman was actually a very good actor, and it's very unfortunate that he was taken the first time. Can't understate that sucks so much because I actually liked him as Black Panther despite his movie being shit. I liked him. He's a cool dude. And even in his SNL thing, he was really fucking fun. And like I said, I don't want to fucking point out that doesn't suck, and I don't not appreciate what they tried to do. They tried to fucking basically give this guy who everybody loved a cool send-off. They failed, which makes this way worse.
They failed in almost
That's
every
also
single...
another thing as well, because at least just speaking for myself, I think Black Panther sucked. I do not think he sucked as Black Panther.
Yes.
And this is kind of the thing. We always try to clarify that when we are talking about the writing or when we're talking about anything else, we try to be specific. Black Panther is written like shit.
Mm-hmm.
It is acted well.
Yeah, Michael B. Jordan, despite his character being fucking crazy, is also a really good actor in that. Like it's like I said, it's crazy. The talent fucking still shines through, even though the fucking like movie sucked.
And we often don't really give credit to that because these are Marvel. This is from Disney. These are like the top budgeted things that Hollywood makes. So when it comes to impressive visual effects or a good cast, we almost just don't give credit to that because of course they do. It's expected. but that doesn't make it any less admirable on the part of the actors that they are at that level that they're getting cast in these movies.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, like
No.
every actor that's been in these movies is having like the time of their lives.
Well, except for everybody who has to deal with Brie Larson, but
well, yes, I was actually more talking about
Those interviews, man, those are rough.
Yeah.
dude, when fucking she touches like John Cheadle is like a joke, and he's like, "Don't fucking touch me." Like,
No, I was,
he doesn't say it, but you can see his lips move. Don't fucking touch me. It's like
No.
what he says with his fucking face. Like, it's so hilarious.
No, sorry, I was talking about something like Sylvester Stallone in Guardians 2 or Sam Neill.
Sam Rockwell.
No, I was talking about Sam Neill when in Ragnarok.
Or just Yondu in every fucking movie.
Or fucking
Yes.
Jeff Goldblum in Ragnarok. He was having a fucking blast.
No,
Dude,
yeah,
like he was fucking killing it.
Yeah, you
Or
talk to
fucking
these,
even it's there's a lot of fun that's being had, and like you could clearly tell like with most of the actors in the fucking movies, they're having a good time and they all love each other.
which,
So yeah, I get what they tried to do with this what if scenario,
which
and
But-
that's why I find it so offensive because it's actually way worse than it actually sounds.
Yeah, I can see that you tried to honor his memory, but you honored his memory by making him cringe, and that is even worse than if you did
Yes.
nothing at all.
yeah, and it hurts. It hurts
really
in every
does.
conceivable way.
Like I'm not like memeing or anything. Like I legit got like teary eyed thinking about like how like sweet this would be if this was good. Like that's the thing. Like I get what they're trying to do, and it's fucking awful.
It's beyond awful.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to think of if this is a 2 or a 1.
This is I mean, I rated a 0 because I didn't finish it.
Zero.
See, Okay, it technically has like a through line. It doesn't fuck with time, space, or the laws of reality. So
well,
it's a 2 minimum.
Well, does it though? Because it's dealing with hang on, it's dealing with established characters, which is why I'm gonna get really angry in a bit. So
It's inconsistent, or it's not even that it's inconsistent, it's reductionist. And like I said at the very beginning, it assumes that everything that makes T'Challa who he is can be boiled down to simply the product of his birth. Not the experiences he went through, not the battles he fought, the things he tried, the struggles he went through. No. It's just because he was born as T'Challa, that's why he's T'Challa. That does him such a disservice.
I appreciate what you're going for, Sir, but I was literally talking about a completely different character. Who's arguably
Who are you talking about?
Well, we're gonna get there.
Hold on, we'll get there.
We're gonna
Hold
get
on.
there.
Hold on, I wanna put-
There's a reason I fucking hate this episode, and it has nothing to do. Well, it does have a little bit to do with T'Challa because, well, that's what they wrote.
I kind of want to hear like
It's written here on the script.
a bit of River's perspective on like the Chadwick Boseman stuff, because
Yeah, River, you got anything to say? Because you said you also hated this too.
yeah, that's
Well, I think for me it was because, and I didn't really even think about this until today. I think it's because Black Panther is an established character, and he already has not superpowers, but he's already got his own thing going on.
He's got
And then
agency.
yeah, it's so to try to kind of stuff him into this other role and make him something else. I don't know, it just felt weird to me. I get it, that it's a fun thing to think about, like what if this happened? It's a very fan fiction-y thing.
And that's what
but,
the whole point of what ifs are. Is like
yeah.
fun. Like, oh, what if?
Yeah, but it just it kind of felt like they were just smashing these characters together. And it wasn't very cohesive.
So I guess with that, so he captures fucking Korath and he gets fucking ambushed, and then it's shown that somebody saves his life. I really want to get to it so I can just like knock this out because it really bothers me.
all right. Yes, let's
get there.
forward.
So it's nice to see Michael Rooker reappear as Yondu. He's a fucking great actor. I fucking love him. He's a fucking
by the way,
adorable
he
blue boy.
punches. I'm.
Oh yeah, he gets into a fight with fucking Korath, and like Korath apologizes for attacking him. So more fucking fuck
cringe.
this character kind of
But he
deal.
hits the fucking container, which Endgame already established will damn near melt.
Oh
the fucking
yeah,
skin.
that's right. The fucking the container. Endgame, and I'm pretty sure in Guardians established this thing's a fucking laser grid. So yeah.
It's not
Lasers
like a
aren't
gravity
electricity.
or a taser thing. He would have fucking
Melted. He would have been like the fucking TVA. He would have just fucking melted.
All right. So Yondu, yeah, it's nice to see Michael Rooker again.
And I like Yondu as a character, like not only just like as daddy, but like I also like his power set, like his backstory. He's a really cool character. It's cool to see him back, and like he kind of kicks ass, and like there's not really much done with him besides the fact that like T'Challa is like changed him basically. Like I don't even know.
I would argue this isn't Yondu after like here with the whole like he changed his mind and got him to change his personality and go straight. It's like I don't believe you.
See, that's kind of what happens to everybody around T'Challa.
Well, hang on.
Everybody just bends around.
Hang on. Yondu I can buy because Yondu was already kind of in that way because he was giving Peter Quill a lot of mercy when everybody in his crew was like, why do you give him mercy? There's no reason for it. They mutinied because he was so merciful to Peter Quill. So he had a really
just makes it worse though, doesn't it? Because he was still a Ravager.
He was still a Ravager, but he did have a really soft spot to the point where he would actually like go against who he was. So there is a fucking through line for him having a redeeming arc. There is, however, another character that doesn't have that arc.
Yes.
And we're gonna get there.
Are we getting there?
We're getting there. So that's what I'm trying to get there because I'm really fucking angry.
We're almost
so let's
there.
keep going.
The only reason I was pointing how this while it's working is the Yondu arc. I would get that if it was a lot.
Still trying to fucking hold on to hope. Like up to this point, I was still having like a okay time with it. You know what I mean? Wasn't I?
More.
I was still kind of happy with everything that's going on. I was still kind of having a good time, right? So they're at a bar. They're at a bar and they're all fucking chilling. Fun time. Everybody's here. Hey, what's up? It's the boys. All right. We keep talking about how fucking cool Star-Lord is because he's done so much cool shit. And it's like a little weird that he's done all this shit in 20 years, but whatever. Fuck it, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he's literally talking about. They're talking about like a bunch of. Yeah, they're all talking about a bunch of dumb bullshit that Star-Lord's done. Whatever. And we are going to get to the most damaging thing to the MCU.
Yeah, they talk about how they armed like in Resistance. How exactly did you stop the Mad Titan Thanos from decimating half the universe? And then, in like 2 frames later, I am a big enough man to admit when I'm wrong. T'Challa here showed me there was more than one way to reallocate their universe's resources.
All right.
So yeah, because that's what Robin Hood does. They reallocate resources.
It was like kind of a slow burn because I was like, wait, because I was kind of in shock. I was like, wait, what? Thanos changed his ways? The Mad Titan who forsaked his entire planet? The man who was literally in the middle of genociding planets. That's what he's known for. And that's what he's been doing post this 20 years, because this is how he met Gamora. Gamora and Star-Lord are about the same age, so it's implied that like when Star-Lord was being picked up is when Thanos was literally killing Gamora's planet. So he's already been doing this for so long.
He just hadn't heard the right argument.
And so here's where it gets even more damning. Depending on when Star-Lord met Thanos, it's horrible. So either Thanos has been continuing for 19 years to do genocide, and then some guy appears at year 20 and tells him no. Or a fucking baby appears at the Mad Titan, who has literally committed genocide on a galactic scale multiple times, or on a planetary scale multiple times, no doubt killing many families and many children, has been convinced by this fucking child. Thanos wouldn't stop for his own fucking daughter. Like this, it's so fucking bad faith to the character.
Well, then maybe his own daughter should have been Space Jesus.
Like, to the point where he was actually breaking down in tears when he realized he had to kill his daughter. But he knew what he had to do for what he knew was right. And that's the key thing. He doesn't do the genocide for shits and giggles. He doesn't do it because he's having a good time. He's doing it because it's the only thing that can fix the universe. It's the only thing that he knows will fix the universe. T'Challa told him no and stop it, and he stopped.
To him, it is literally, even if it costs everything.
Yeah.
Even if it costs me my life. Everything I've done, everything I have, everything everyone I love has, the people I love in general. It will be worth it if the universe can be okay.
Yeah, what did
He's
he
the hero of his own story in the most literal sense.
What did he say inside the Soul Stone once he did the snap?
What did it cost? Everything.
Yes, everything.
And there's a really key moment, because like a lot of people chalk up Endgame for character assassinating Thanos. That Thanos saw that what he did, what he thought was right, was still being conceived as evil. So the only thing he could do was be to completely erase everybody so they didn't have to deal with his sins. That's what made him angry and dispassionate. There's a line he says in Endgame when he's talking to Steve Rogers after he beat the fuck out of all three of them. He goes, of all the years, of all the genocide, the slaughter, it was never personal. Like, implying that everything he had to do was his duty, and he was willing to do anything to commit these genocides. There was nothing that could stop him. And every time he talks about these genocides, he knows that it's horrible, but he has to do it.
Yeah, and it's
T'Challa talked him down from that.
Well, obviously, because he's Space Jesus.
Like, there's literally nothing more damaging, and it's strange how it's done this way. But, like, they took the best villain and made him a fucking idiot and a fucking simp.
Yeah, they neutered him.
And like, I've been joking about it this whole time because that's literally all you can do because they made it a joke. Like, in my head, the only thing that could have happened is 8-year-old T'Challa went up to him and talked to him like Riley from the Boondocks. And that's what fixed it.
Well, because like I said, the scenario, because like paint the scenario of what happened. They don't show it because they know how fucking ridiculous it is. Like,
I fully expected them to show it.
Well,
like when you guys were talking about it, I thought that's something.
But River, think about it though. What makes sense? Oh, after many more genocides, after getting my daughter. Oh, thanks T'Challa for talking to me. Or baby T'Challa appears like right after, well, presumably before he meets Gamora, because she's not in this fucking episode.
Then
yeah, no, I'm not
that he's
saying
been
it makes
doing
sense.
those things long before he met Gamora as well.
Yeah,
he was
I know.
Already known for that.
So I'm saying, but like Gamora's not here, so that implies that he did it really fucking early. So that literally means a child talked down Thanos.
Worse, he did it really late, and it still worked.
Yeah. But no, I'm saying the implication being because Gamora's not here because Gamora was met when she was a child. So that means...
No, that's what I mean. It's like either he did it really early before Gamora, or he did it really late after Gamora. And I honestly cannot tell you which is worse.
Yeah, they're both fucking so idiotically stupid. Like, it's so baffling. Whoever fucking thought this was a good idea needs to be fucking burned. This is horrible.
Yeah, this is one of those things that
This is legit. And I swear to God, like, it was a slow burn when we were watching it. Like, I was like, oh, okay. And then I was like, okay, no. Actually, no. I can't. Like, I actually stopped fucking... I, like, left the stream and I couldn't fucking deal with it. I was like, no, this is fucking awful.
And
Like,
of all the awful shit we've watched together, I think this is the first time any of us have actually fucking tapped out of
Mhm.
something completely.
Oh, it is.
like,
Yeah, it's our
fuck.
first-
Like, dude. Like, it is crazy because we didn't even get into the conversation. And it's funny because Wyatt brought it up and I didn't even fucking hear it. But fucking Thanos actually says, I still had some merit though. So that means he's not even fucking changing his mind.
Yeah, he's not
He
convinced.
still thinks he's right.
Yeah,
And they play it
And
all
they're
off
still
as a
hanging
joke.
out.
That's the real fucking undercutting thing. Because when they were writing this, they thought it would just kind of be like, it's the Infinity Stone shit again. It's like, we've been complaining for years that Marvel has this problem where they are incapable of having a sincere moment without undercutting it at the very end with a fucking quip. And then when it came to the Infinity Stones in Loki, they just took that to the nth degree, where you take everything that's been the focal point of all of these stories in culmination, and then you just make that a joke. And then you just take this, oh, wouldn't it be funny if? But there's no joke. There's no payoff.
yeah, there's no
It's
fucking
just-
joke.
And
It's just,
like,
what if we just didn't take this seriously at all, even though it's our job? And then at that point, they just are the joke, and they've made a shit show.
yeah. And it's like, I've really fucking loved Thanos from the MCU because Thanos from the fucking comics is a complete fucking, is actually a simp fucking creepy.
Oh yeah,
pervert.
like here's the thing.
Um,
That's why I got really weirded out when Thanos was being all about them resources because I was
Yeah.
really into McComics.
Which, like, his,
and
but
I
the
was
thing
just like,
is,
that's not
yeah, but yeah,
Thanos.
McComics is fucking stupid
Yeah,
though.
yeah,
like, admit it.
yeah.
Like,
When I thought about
so
that,
for those who don't know, who are the uninitiated, the reason why Thanos wants to collect the Infinity Stones is because he wants to kill half the universe to impress Death. He's literally trying to fucking get into them skelly fucking bones. That's the
Yeah,
whole
he wants
point
to
of this
go on
character.
Mr. Bones' wild ride. And that's
Exactly.
it. That's his whole motivation.
It's
And
fucking
that's something that he could reasonably be talked down from because it's fucking stupid.
stupid. However,
Because even
the reason why the
after,
MCU Thanos is a million times more superior to that version is because he's doing something out of the compassion for the rest of the universe.
yes,
He's
they gave
literally
him-
doing like what he believes to be the ultimate sacrifice to save the universe.
Yeah, they did
So-
something that the comics would almost think impossible. Make
Yeah,
Thanos
and it's-
sympathetic.
Exactly, and that's the craziest thing because a lot of the fucking things in the MCU haven't been really lining up with the comics, and in my opinion, they've all been somewhat like, what's the word? What's fucking? I'm like blinding by rage. What's the opposite of superior? Inferior.
Inferior.
So in my opinion, a lot of the like things from the show have been the MCU has been inferior to the comics. However, Thanos is miles better in the MCU than he is in the comics. Like, there's no fucking contention. Like, Thanos in this is fucking amazing compared to that. He's considered
I
one of the greatest
still
villains.
contend that Infinity War might be the highlight of the pre-Endgame arc.
Hmm. And the craziest thing is, Thanos wins.
Yeah.
That's what was crazy about it. He was so convicted. He was so righteous. And these characters we've seen for fucking 20 years have been doing everything they can. And they always come out in the end and they lose to Thanos. He's considered one of the greatest fucking villains ever created. And I love villains because the better they're written, the more like, what's the word, mirrored or whatever, like into like the economy of like man or whatever, kind of like a power fantasy almost. But it's like, the fact that they did this to my boy is just so fucking infuriating.
It's insulting.
It's just fucking horrible. It's just awful. Like, it's insane to me. And this is why I tapped out, is because it's like, man, I can't deal with this. I really can't deal with this as like the fucking first thing being popped up.
And this is what, honestly, this episode, it not only did it make Max tap out, I don't think I want to continue this either. I want to watch the zombies one just because I'm just blatant, like, borderline morbid curiosity.
Oh,
I'm just
like, by the way, like when he's saying tapped out, like I'm like officially done with the MCU. Like I can't deal with
Yeah.
it anymore. I'm not
I-
watching anything else. Like this is actually fucking the killer for me.
yeah, we're kind of we didn't watch
That's-
Loki, and thank God for that. We didn't
Mhm.
watch. Well, for most of us, didn't watch Black Widow.
So here's the thing: for what I watched in Black Widow and from Loki, I could still like be like, okay, maybe they can clutch it out or whatever. But this is what like was like, no, I can't deal with this. I literally can't deal with this. This is what they're doing now. This is fucking awful.
It's not even that it's awful. It's awful at the expense that it's awful at the expense of everything that made us invested in it in the first place. The only reason we're watching these things to begin with is because they made really good shit, which makes this fall from grace hurt all the more.
Mhm. It's
So,
like
yeah, it's just such a drop, and the compounding disappointment of each fucking entry in this arc
yeah.
is just. Why do we want to keep watching it? It's like it's actively making us miserable at this point.
Oh,
Mhm.
like we're most of us are done. I'm gonna watch
Yeah.
Zombies, and then I'm gonna watch. Here's the thing, actually. What if did the impossible for me? It killed Multiverse of Madness for me.
Yeah, like I don't like
I was
it
gonna
really
s-
sucks because like I don't even know if I want to watch the Spider-Man movies. It's like this is like how bad it's gotten.
I was playing, like, I stuck through with all of this because I thought Doctor Strange is, like, it may not be, like, the best MCU movie, but I would argue it's passable. Like, if it's your entry into the MCU, there could be worse entries.
Yeah.
And Multiverse of Madness, I thought, all right, this is their chance. They're going to play their fucking hand, and I thought that they're just going to stick it. But what if is showing what that hand actually is by showing us what the multiverse consists of, and I don't like it. I'm not gonna see it.
Mhm.
And I don't even know if I want to see Guardians 3. This might have killed fucking investment for Guardians 3. I definitely wasn't gonna see Love and Thunder because of the whole Jane Foster bullshit. I was kind of curious just because Star-Lord's gonna be in it, and I love me some Chris Pratt. That's not enough to make me go see a fucking movie. Like,
And that's
like-
the thing. This is why we started talking about all of the things that led to this. This is why we started off talking about WandaVision and Falcon Soldier and Loki. It's because it's not just this. It's everything all together has poisoned the shared universe so much that anything attached to that is already poisoned, even if it has other things going for it.
how do you
It's
have
like I can't really be invested in these characters because at a heel turn, they could be fucking ruined.
Mhm.
Why bother?
Yeah. And
Mhm.
it's still,
Pretty much sums it up.
it just boggles the mind. How are you given a blank check and you still fuck it up?
Yeah, creatively, you were given literally an infinite scenario to do whatever you wanted, and this is what you decided to do. Why would I give a fuck about anything you have to do in the future?
Exactly. This is an author's wet dream. You're given the blank check and told, go nuts.
And they went nuts in the worst possible way.
They didn't go nuts. Somebody was still looking over their fucking shoulder.
No, this went nuts. Like this was nuts. This like I said, this is like beyond damaging to the fucking MCU.
Yeah, they said they wanted to. Okay, this is the what if show, so we want someone who's going to go in like crazy, wild new directions and show us something we've never seen before, and then someone who just straight up doesn't have any affection or care for the universe, the characters they're in, or any investment that might have been built up in it up to this point, just went, all right, bet.
Yeah,
And
and
just-
that's
They didn't. You can tell how much they don't give a fuck.
yeah, and that's like
And
the real.
If you've, I don't know, Maxi, if you've read any of like the interviews or anything about what if and any of the explanations that have been offered, but it
No.
literally is. They thought it would be a funny joke that Thanos was redeemed
And
by
it's
a
not
speech.
funny. It's not funny.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's not funny, is it? Yeah, no. And like that's like the real damning thing of it all. It's like we can actually now like, and not only that is like what you just said in the interview is like their actual words, but it's like even with just with the media, it's like we can actually feel that they don't give a fuck. Somebody having
No, that was
Cousins?
River
that
left.
Was, that was River. She was polite. She told me that she was checking out. I wanted to
Okay.
hear her thing on the whole Thanos thing, but we were
Yeah, sorry.
doing
Like
so
like I
much,
said,
but-
this bothered the fuck out of me. It's
Well, it
so
bothered
bad.
all of us. I genuinely like. No, there's a few times where like a what that will like reach the heavens comes out of me.
Hmm.
That was one of it. It ripped it from my fucking soul, and I
Yeah,
may as well
like-
have felt birds fly away.
For scale. Yeah, no, like this was like the worst thing. And so at this point I checked out, started playing StarCraft because I was like, dude, I need to fucking play something. I need something good right now. Like that's how bad it was. It was like I need like a fucking like a vaccination for what the fuck I just saw. And so I checked out. I left the stream and I was like, I need to play a game because I need something else because this is not doing it for me right now. So at this point, and I know at the end, but we can get there to the end.
Oh no, we're not. No, I was playing like I was moving straight to the surprise once we've done with this.
Well,
because
okay.
none
Well,
of
then
it
if you're not going
fits.
to do that, then I guess we could talk about this. So Peter Quill
Yeah,
is a
we can talk about that.
loser who works at a fast food joint, and it's also played as a joke, which is really, really fucking insulting because once again, it feels like they're victim blaming a guy who lost his mother when he was a child and had no father.
But it's also the exact same thing I mentioned earlier. Tear down the old to build up the new.
Mhm.
It's like, oh my god. It's like, yes, in comparison to actual Space Jesus, Peter Quill really is just some loser, isn't he?
Mhm.
Sucks
And
to
once
suck,
again-
I guess.
Thank you for reminding me of that because I was so stuck with the rage of the what if. I completely forgot one of the most damning things of this.
Yeah. So yeah, this is what like, and I'm glad I tapped out because I would have actually been fucking screaming at this point. So now that I have a chance to like calm down and shit like that, and I can fucking look at this objectively, like this is like damning to the point of maliciousness. Well, I mean, it already was with Thanos, but like this just, what is the purpose of this? It's literally just, it feels like it's just a shit on Chris Pratt. Like there's nothing else to fucking say about it. Like Chris Pratt's so shit. Look how bad he is. Don't like him anymore.
Yeah, and then at the very end, it's like, oh yeah, and I guess also the universe ends because ego wins.
Yeah, because
Lol.
ego wins. Because why is Peter gonna say no to his father? He doesn't have his family to fucking thank anymore. He literally has nothing tying him to fucking
He's-
like reality.
They,
He has nothing.
they
The reason why he
literally-
fought Ego is because his family was there. Not the family that he was abandoned by, but the family that he found with the Guardians. So the Guardians aren't there, which means he's perfectly fine with wiping the universe out.
either that, or if he does hear the tumor thing, Ego's just gonna eat him.
Yeah, there's nothing gonna stop him. There's nothing there. So he's either doesn't give a shit about the universe, or he's too depressed to actually fucking have the willpower to continue. So thanks. You fucking ruined Guardians of the Galaxy as well. Thanks a lot. You guys
And-
fucking suck.
And they did it for another fucking joke.
So just wasn't funny or didn't pay off.
Hmm.
It's like, it's almost like the setup to a joke with no punchline. It's like, awful thing, ... That's it, that's the joke. It's like, no it isn't. It's maybe the start of a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, they say like this. Hold on, I'll pull the line back up because I have it on screen right now. We're closed. What Peter can't spare a moment for little dear old dad. Too bad this might spell the end of the world.
And it's not the end of the world, by the way. I hate when people say that. It's literally the end of the universe.
Yeah,
Nigga's been planning his fucking body across the universe. and
Yeah.
he's getting the fucking
Yeah.
end. Which I don't know exactly what he's like doing. I guess he wants to
He's-
make his whole
he wants to
body,
make more
Well, yeah.
everything.
His whole thing is like, just go back to his name, Ego. The entire universe will be him. The entire
Mhm.
universe will be Ego.
And it's crazy too because he still cares about Peter.
Does he?
Yes, because like even when he's mad at him, he's like, "Well, I guess you're gonna have to spend the first couple years, 1,000 years as a battery," because he's gonna fucking try to talk his son to it. He's not trying to kill his son or be like malicious towards him. He's trying to like bring him to his side, even when
Yeah.
he's pissed.
It's
Oh,
the
yeah.
knowledge that I have eternity on my side. Eventually, I will win you over.
Exactly. So
Actually,
he's
yeah,
the first couple 1,000 years as a battery. So
You're right.
so
he
he's literally
totally,
still trying to fucking. He's literally trying to fucking like win his son over.
You're right with the 1,000 years thing. Like, oh my god, yeah, he would have eventually convinced Peter in this scenario because, like, even if he uses him as a battery, like, how hard is it going to be to break this Peter?
Well,
To
once
bring
again,
him
this
over to
Peter
his
has
side?
nothing to fucking like lean back on.
Exactly.
So like even like because like think about it, like he was about to abandon his friends for ego. That's the crazy thing. Because remember, like Gamora was like, he's like, I finally found my family, and Gamora goes, I thought you already had, and she's talking about like the Guardians, like, and so that's what resonated with him, and that's what like gave him pause. The fact that they're not there means there's nothing stopping ego.
Yeah, nothing's stopping him from either eating Peter or just convincing him.
Well, like I said, he wouldn't even eat him; he would just convince him.
Right.
And like, yeah, and here's the thing: this Peter, totally buy it, because this Peter has nothing. Remember, he lost his mother, and he's like now a piece of shit who works at a fast food restaurant. Like he
Yeah, works
does
at
literally
Dairy
nothing.
Queen.
He's literally like, I mean, fuck. We all know the fucking horrors of retail, and like if you don't have things like bounced off of, then you're pretty much fucked. So he has nothing holding him down. No mom, no lover, no family. Nothing there. So fuck it. Burn the universe.
Not even therapy. Like, you can kind of tell how like even stunted he is just by the fact that he's still listening to like the Walkmen. Like even the fact that like you'd think his extended family would have tried to get him some help.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So. Yep. This What If was legit one of the worst things that, like, it's the worst 30 minutes ever put to the MCU. It's insane how much damage this fucking episode did in such a short amount of time.
It has burned
And it's
the
so
future.
weird to contrast how they tried, as abortive as the attempt was, they tried to like really honor Chadwick Boseman's memory by basically sucking his character's dick, while at the same time doing it in something that is like it's mean spirited in so many ways.
Yeah.
And throwing the cover up.
And like it's this weird thing. It's like either so it's this weird fucking PC shit. It's either we don't like Peter Quill because it's Chris Pratt, or we don't like him because he's white. So it's like, which one are you trying to do?
We don't
and
like
why
him
did you
just because
fail?
he's not the new thing.
Yeah.
We must tear down the old so that the new looks better.
Yeah. And remember that
And this
video
is
I
why
mentioned?
I made sure to establish that shit early, because I knew it was going to keep coming up.
Yeah, and this is why I mentioned earlier about our boy Mahler's video, because he has a really fucking awesome quote in that thing, which perfectly encapsulates all of the MCU Phase 4. It's not a passing of the torch; it's a torching of the past.
Good fucking line.
Yeah, it's a great
Before
line.
we move on to the next thing, and we all kind of catch our breath after
Yeah,
that got fucking.
I
heavy.
need to
And,
like, yeah.
I usually don't get in any way serious. I almost make an effort not to, but like, if I'm gonna talk about why something is bad, and it's bad in such blatantly, I mean, like I said, it's almost mean spirited in the ways that it's bad, and the ways that it plays things off as jokes. It's like, yes, I can fucking meme about it, but I also kind of want to get my point across as to just how fucked this is conceptually. And I'm one of those people who say there are no bad concepts objectively. You can have any concept and execute it well. It just requires varying degrees of talent. Sometimes those degrees of talent are incredibly high.
Mhm.
But this is just something that, even if it was executed well, I still think there are parts of this concept that I would have problems with.
Yeah, and I'm like kind of mirroring what Slur said. Like, I don't usually get angry. I don't usually tap out of shit, but it's like this was just too much. think this was just it. And it's like, man, fucking hell.
God
You
knows.
guys
All right.
can set up the next thing. I'm gonna go get another drink.
Go get a
God-
drink and I'll fucking
God
set this
knows-
up.
hold
So,
on,
we
hold
had.
on. Okay.
Okay.
I was
Oh,
just
okay.
gonna,
Well,
I was just gonna talk about how, like, God knows that, like, because I keep thinking, how could you fuck up Marvel Zombies? Like,
I mean, like I said,
I guarantee you it's gonna happen.
It's
Yeah,
gonna
Garen
happen,
fucking
and I would,
Tegan.
and I would love to,
as well.
I would love
They
to
got-
hear your report. I would love to hear your report on it, but like, I fucking.
thought you said
couldn't.
you were gonna watch it with me just so I had somebody. To
Oh
fucking-
yeah, I guess I'll fucking sit through and watch it with you, so you're not watching it by yourself. All right, well, we'll do
Like,
that. Like,
I
see,
can't-
see, I'm so fucking dejected that I don't fucking care, and I forgot about that. So.
I don't think Disney can pull off Marvel Zombies because it's such a.
They can't. They literally can't. We've seen so many scenarios that they can't pull shit off. So I don't think they can't
Yeah.
do it. Which is why, like, I'm like sad because I was really excited because once again I was really excited about What If before it happened, and it's like I'm still like somewhat excited for the Spider-Man movie, but like now it's like, man, fuck, I don't even want to fucking see it.
They're gonna fuck it up.
Yeah. So
How could you?
Are you
not?
done? Yeah. So you done with the MCU?
I'm
Or we're
done.
done with this section of the MCU, I should say, for this video.
I think so. I mean, we
Yeah.
pretty much said everything we wanted to say about
Yeah,
it.
that's what I'm saying. Is everybody said what they needed to say? Is what I should have said. But yeah. So to contrast that, all of that awfulness and fucking rage and absolute fucking like just depression, we decided to check something else out that I'm pretty sure, like, all of us have been told by not only just Ninja, but like at least somebody else in our life. And literally everybody in my life has been fucking screaming at me to watch this. We decided to watch something called Love, Death, and Robots. Or is it Plus? Whatever. Fuck it. Not gonna lie, a lot of it was fucking incredible. Like, even in the weakest moments, like in some of like the worst fucking episodes, we still came away with going, man, that was fucking beautiful. Man, that's really cool. Man, this is great. Like, just there was something in all of them that were like, it was always a really redeeming factor. And it's kind of wild, like that like level of like quality. So to celebrate like watching something like actually well done, we're gonna make a tier list of all the episodes.
And let me throw the main screen up. Yes, we have made. I threw this all in tier maker with the help of everybody with the help of these guys with funny little thumbnails explaining each little thing. And we're gonna talk about each episode in order. Let me pull up Netflix on my second monitor in order of that we watch them, and then we'll throw them into the lists, into each tier. So.
Oh shit, we kind of like,
Yeah, we'll throw in a little bit of discussion on each one. You know,
shit. I
where we
wish
think
we-
it should be placed, and
Yep.
you
I
know
wish we
how.
I was
Go
like,
ahead.
I wish we would have fucking like said that like when we were putting these like pictures together because they're literally not in the
Yeah,
order
it's
of
fine.
the fucking.
It's fine.
episodes
We
watched.
know what order. He's got the playlist, so he knows what.
Fair enough. Okay. Yeah. No, I just like looked down. I was like, oh no, oops.
Okay. So, shall I begin with episode 1? 'Cause-
Waiting for
Well,
Slur to come
let's
back.
wait
or-
for Slur because
Slur,
this is
she-
a
she-
fucking this is a
correct.
team project thing.
Yes.
Does River not want to join us for this?
No, River's going back to sleep because she actually has that. She actually knows that thing called sleep. I don't.
Oh yeah, it's a
I'm, like,
it's a
functioning
concept
on-
that's
Maybe she's like some kind of sleep vampire, and her extra
Yeah.
sleep is fucking with your sleep.
she wants you to be happy and
Oh,
she
no.
cares for all the people
Oh.
that.
She's the spider.
And, we're not
Wyatt, she cares for you.
Ah!
You're not ready. You're not ready to see.
She doesn't want you to do this. Like she's upset, but she's trying to take care.
Greta, is that you?
Can we
River.
I can just to clear the board of 2 options that are just right there. Can we throw the what ifs just in the what if board?
Wait, the what ifs here? It's kind of funny. Yeah,
Yeah,
put them in the what if here.
I put
So-
them like there's Agent Carter and there's Thanos right fucking there.
You
at the
put that
bottom.
shit at the bottom.
So
where
we
it
got
belongs.
so we you didn't put tier, but fuck it, whatever. So we got God tier, A tier, B tier, C tier, D tier, what if tier. because I fucking hate both of those. And hey, go back to the very beginning of this podcast and you'll fucking find out why. But for now,
We coughed at the same time.
for now, we're gonna wait for Slayer.
Yes, we are. This was a really nice show.
Yeah, this
enjoyed
was
a
great.
lot.
Like, so we're gonna talk about it as we go through, and we're also gonna do like a little summary of all the episodes. But we generally had a really good time with pretty much all of the episodes. Even on episodes we disagreed on quality on, we still had a very fucking fascinating discussion about like the concepts that were presented in the episodes.
Since these episodes are like 10 to 15 minutes long each time, I think it's safe to say this will be spoiler filled.
Yes.
You can't really do
we can't do
this
for
kind of
something
breakdown
short.
without spoilers.
Season 2 obviously is a little bit less time, but season 1, come on, fucking get out of here. Go watch the show. It's fucking incredible. We can't say this enough. There's literally something good in literally every episode. I promise. There's something that will grab you in a beautiful way, and sometimes in a couple horrific ways, but there's something for everyone in all of these. Definitely go check these out. They're top-notch animation done by like a lot of fucking indie creators. They deserve a lot of fucking praise. Please shout it from the top of this fucking roof, the top of all the rooftops, that this show is pretty fucking awesome.
And it actually passed the TV test for me. I don't like TV for the most part. I for some reason, despite the fact I host this podcast, I listen to a 12-hour podcast and digest the same movies over and over again. Can't watch TV. Don't know why. Something about it. Just I'll try to watch a TV show and it just doesn't click.
You're just broken.
Even things
I
love. I've been watching Forged in Fire. I've been trying to, and it's a show about blacksmithing because I like blacksmithing. I like welding. I like all that.
You like rocks.
And I couldn't get like 20 minutes in, and I was just like, but I couldn't stand it. Not like it's a bad show. It's just I just wasn't for me. I can't watch TV. It's for some reason not impossible. It's just a very hard.
You might want to go get that checked out.
Well, no, it's not uncommon for like to like want to like not watch something unfamiliar. Like because I also have that a little bit too. Like I'm always like nervous to try something new because I don't really want to be burned on it. But it's like I said, so it's not really like that much of a wyatism. It is kind of a general thing.
Still kind of wyatism.
I mean, it's kind of. I'm trying to help the kid out here, man. What do you want? I'm trying to throw him a fucking a butcher store sized bone here.
Oh no!
Well,
God damn it! You don't know how long I've been trying to work that in there.
I would honestly say, I think it honestly just has to do with TV was just not the thing that we would watch in the household, and if it was, it'd be something like Big Bang Theory.
Oh God!
Or some like Bob's Burgers, which
admittedly not that bad.
Bob's Burgers is fine. It's just oversaturation of the household. I kind of just went like no. If something's oversaturated from like my childhood, I tend to have regardless of quality, I tend to take a step away. Talladega Nights, Anchorman, it's a great example. I love those films, but they were played almost every day when I was a kid. It's like, no, I've seen it enough to last a lifetime.
Right.
Oh, dude, you remember the time before memes where we would all just have to quote Anchorman at each other all day?
Yes.
Yeah, Brick killed a guy.
Yeah.
With the trident.
Oh, escalated.
That was horses, a man on fire, and I killed a man with a trident.
Brick, where did you get a hand grenade? I don't know.
I don't know. As he's running through the fight.
Yeah, just him holding a grenade in his hand. And
it's very scary. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
It's a gun from a future. Hey, that's not fair. He's got a gun for the future. Anchorman.
So
anyway, I have returned. And yes.
So not talking about. So to bring us away from something that's not scary, but it's also very scary. Yeah. Let's get it. Let's fucking get into the video.
Episode 1, 3
which was
robots.
hang on. We have to also mention that
Yes.
this is the order that we received these episodes in. Apparently, well, not for season 2, but apparently for season 1, all of the episodes are in a jumbled mess depending on what your particular algorithm of Netflix is,
Yeah, it's
which
an
I
arrow
find
thing.
fucking awesome. Like, I love that concept. It's really cool.
I'm not so sure. I don't know if I really understand any reasoning behind it.
Nah, I think it's kind of cool.
Like,
though,
is it
because-
really just so that they can maybe put, because the episodes are so different, they want to do it in such a way that the first couple episodes you see are the ones most likely to appeal to you?
I guess,
Which is
but,
like really hard to engage, to the point
I-
where it's better not to bother.
I mean, with episode
Maybe.
2, that makes perfect sense. I'm like, yes.
Yeah, and honestly, like what we ended on was Zima Blue. Well, we'll get there, but I feel like it has merits and it's okay. Like, and it is unique in a way to do that too. Because like it's also like unique and it's like, oh, what is your episode 1? What is your episode 1 kind of deal? Basically, adds extra to this already pretty awesome thing. So,
3
episode
robots.
1, 3 robots. I want to give a summary. Basically, three robots are basically like having a tour of a post-apocalyptic world, Earth. Actually, not world. It's Earth. Basically, what if? I think it's what 2,000 years in the future.
Yeah, and they're
Something
they're-
crazy.
they're-
Like there's a
they're
lot
ex-
of number.
They're exploring a city that's like completely overgrown, and they're just trying to
It's got-
understand humans from.
Mhm.
The
Yeah, I
world
think
that
it
they no
might
longer
just be
exist
like
in.
either decades or up to like a century in the future, because you see corpses and they're desiccated and decayed away, but they're not dust and bones, you
Yeah.
know?
True. Okay, true.
And the food is moldy, like, and still there.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like it was
Order up.
ancient history, but it does look like it's been a fucking while.
There you go, champ. I don't know why that joke stuck out of me.
Just a robot saying that. Here you go, chap.
There you go, champ. Look, it's like she put like, cause I don't know if you paid attention, but she's like putting ketchup on the plate and everything, so like as if
Yes.
she's like about to serve it up. It was really cute. But yeah, we follow these 3 robots. One's like a really is a tall fucking like what you would interpret as like the fucking evolution of like iRobot. One's a tiny little like almost like a Wall-E looking character, and then there's like this fucking pyramid.
Yeah, this like really
It's just
fucking
fucking pyramid.
abstract fucking Omega Roomba looking thing.
The HAL
Which is
9000
like my favorite character too, because she's fucking great.
Oh yeah, she was fucking
Like,
awesome.
She's fucking awesome. The
It's-
entire time she's like saying "say terabyte" and she's like taking pictures. Well, she's saying very. I'm like I put way too much emotion in that. She's like monotone as fuck, but like she has personality. It's weird.
because I believe it's the Siri voice.
Is it?
I think it might be.
That'd be kind of funny. Like Siri, but the
They
thing is, Siri-
used a voice, or they told the voice actress to do something like in that tone, so that that's what it would invoke.
yeah.
For some reason.
But yeah, 3 robots. It's like, because it's the first one we saw, and like so many of these are such a fucking trip. It actually feels like it was so much longer ago than it actually was.
I know, dude. It's so crazy. Like,
But yeah, and are we going to make a concentrated effort not to just rate them in comparison to each other, or are we explicitly rating them in comparison to each other and not just what we think their actual grade
I
is?
feel like
No,
they
I
need
think
to
we
be-
should just
We
like
should do them like separately, like as if they're own things, because that's what they really are. So
Okay.
we essentially watched a fucking shitload of shows, basically,
Of
and we're gonna rate
pilots.
these shows based on what they are.
And we've
Well,
covered that, like, that it's no holds barred. It's like we're going full spoilers for everyone because that's the only way we're going to be able to really talk about them.
Yeah,
right?
these are like
Exactly.
12, 17 minutes at most.
However, I do want to point out that 3 of the top ones that we enjoyed are this one, Alternative Histories, and fuck, was it Yogurt? These 3, they're all directed by different people. These 3, however, are directed by the same. These 3 are directed by the same duo directors, basically. Which fun because it's like, man, these guys. I like what these guys do. I would love to see them. I would love to see them like continue to get work, basically.
Okay, looking at it on its own, Three Robots is it's neat, it's tidy,
Pretty funny.
it's pretty funny. Like the jokes land, everything's pretty consistent the way it's done. It doesn't really go for big air. It's just quite a simple thing of humans are dead, a few robots are wandering around, and they wonder about some shit. And then at the end, it turns out cats did it.
Because we
Yeah,
gave
And
them
that's it. And that's kind of
No,
just
hang
the
on,
payoff.
hang on. It's because we gave them opposable thumbs.
Yeah, we gave
If
cats
cats-
opposable thumbs,
If
and that was
cats had
once
opposable
they could
thumbs,
open their
they
own
would
tuna cans, that was
destroy
it for us.
humanity
And now they want the robots to pet them forever.
forever. Because the robots are afraid that they might explode if they stop purring.
Yeah, it's neat, it's funny, and it's charming, but that's kind of it.
I mean,
It
it's
looks
not.
gorgeous, but then they almost all look gorgeous.
Well, I mean,
That's why I wanted to say, are we comparing them to each other or just on their own? Because I feel like it's going to get a little bit redundant if I say that for all of them. Because
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
almost
say.
all of them are gorgeous, but
Let's
they're all
just.
gorgeous in different ways.
I was-
Because they're all like in different styles, and a lot of them, the style really suits the thing they're doing.
Yeah, so I
So,
was gonna
yeah,
say,
it's
let's
hard.
go ahead and hit with the premise that yes, all of these fucking episodes are fucking beautiful in their own ways. So we don't
Yeah.
need to fucking constantly remind you that yes, it's pretty. Like they're all fucking
Even the
pretty.
ones I'm probably going to rate quite low, they look gorgeous.
Mhm,
Like just the animation quality alone is worth seeing.
exactly. And like if you have any like love for art or anything like moving animations or anything, that's like a reason enough to alone to check these fucking amazing fucking things out. So that being said, we won't really bring that up as a point because we're going to talk about I'm pretty sure I said that after every single episode. I was like, God damn, that was beautiful.
So to rate Three Robots, like I said, it's funny, it's charming, but it's also just kind of all it really has going for it. It's pretty and it's a bit funny. I think it's about B tier. Like it's got a solid through line. There's basically nothing that really drags it down. But other than the fact that some of the jokes land, there's almost nothing that really elevates it above just being a simple and charming thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
it doing its very simple job very well. I would say brings it to B tier.
Definitely worth checking out, but it's not like as mind-boggling as some of the other candidates on the list.
Well, yeah, there you're doing the thing. You're comparing to the others, and I'm
God!
just trying
Yeah.
to see.
See-
And I think it's going to be almost impossible for us to like try to be puritanical in either direction, because it's all part of one show. Even though
Yes.
there are different directors, different styles, different stories, different fucking genres, because you're watching them as part of a singular anthology,
And this is
comparisons are inevitable, and that's going
Well-
to be relevant later.
okay. Well, then let me say this then. What do we consider bad on this list? Would it be C and lower or D and lower?
I would consider D to be really weak.
And then what?
Well,
And then
see,
what
because
if
of the way
tier?
the list is done, I don't think any of these are what if tier. So that means that D is the lowest tier. So that
Yeah, so
C
it's-
means that it has some things that drag it
Well,
down,
let's
which is
see.
disappointing.
Well,
And
let's just.
D is one that I think is actually weak.
Well, I was gonna say, let's say like C is like average. So like,
C.
Okay,
hold
B
on.
C are both average. B means that it's average with nothing dragging it down. So it's average, but it's also like pristine. It's very neat. It's got a clear through line. It's a good concept, well executed. C, it's got most of those things, but there's a couple problems.
okay.
D is it's more problem than not. And A is it's a clear concept, clear through line, well executed, and it goes above and beyond. And then God tier is the very best of the best.
Yes. Like you have to like
Does that sound
if you
fair
don't
for-
watch the rest of the fucking series, watch these episodes, please.
Yeah, that's
Alright.
God tier.
Mhm.
So, does anyone have any objections to B tier for Three Robots?
Nope.
No, I think that's about accurate.
Yeah, I
Alright.
think that's about where it belongs.
B tier for 3 robots. Next episode.
Okay,
Now-
that one was quite tiny, but like I said, it's also a very simple idea, and
Yes.
it's just
Mhm.
executed quite competently.
Yeah.
Next episode. Beyond the Aquila Rift.
Oh boy.
Slur and
All
I
right,
have something
so
to fucking say.
so I guess I'll take it away then. This story is essentially, I'm not even sure what these people are, but I'm gonna assume they were like miners or cargo or like cargo transports. But it's essentially like these guys about to go into a jump. They're literally in a long line for a jump gate, and they're about to just hyperspace jump to somewhere. And they're all about to chill out. They're all like, we meet these 3 characters, and they're all about to have a good time. And they all fucking get into the cryopods, and they go to sleep. They wake up 100 years later.
We don't
Well, that's the
know.
thing.
We don't
It's
know the time.
because they're
It's-
dealing with faster than light travel. It's
Time is
several
fucking wild.
months subjective time to the people in the pods, so they were comatose for that amount of time.
But yeah,
For
but then
for
they
the people back home, it's been
hundreds of years. Yeah, so yeah, I forgot about that. So yeah, so technically, to our standards, they've been gone for hundreds of years. So yeah, somebody else want to take it away from there?
So, Slur, would you like to summarize the rest of this? or would
Jesus
you like
Christ,
me-
we're really just passing around hot potato style.
Well,
So,
no, well, it's
because
because
these
like you
space
guys,
travelers,
you have a
they
lot to
get
say.
lost.
Hold on.
Well, because I want
Hold
to say
on.
because you guys have a lot to say about it, so it's like I want you to kind of
Yes,
take it.
I'm asking mainly due to the fact that you and me very much liked this one. I
Oh,
thought
yeah.
this one was the one that I thought you and me were gonna have a field day with talking about. So
And
I
not
want
to
do
say
it
what Wyatt
justice.
just said. It's not to say that me and Ninja didn't enjoy this, because of course we did.
Yes.
This is easily one of the better ones. But yeah, just Wyatt and Slayer are going to take the reins on this one a little bit.
And
So-
because I wanted to do the justice, since I'm not the best speaker, I thought I would pass it to you, the more eloquent person.
Fair enough.
Okay, so after this ship gets lost, it is hundreds upon hundreds of light years away from where it's supposed to be. It is off course, and there is, at this point, no way to return to the life they knew.
Wait, hang on.
But-
I feel like you're underselling it. Where exactly are they?
They're in a place called the Aquila Rift.
Well, no, but like they are like in the dark space in between galaxies, and they are so far away from
Yeah.
even like the tip of the galaxy.
And like
which-
I said, because of the FTL mechanics and just because it's trying to say sort of realistic to physics, the subjective time versus actual time back home means there is no going home. The
Mhm.
home they knew is gone, and there is no way back. And the person who is explaining this to them happens to be a friendly face to the captain.
It's an ex-lover.
Yes, a friendly face and an ex-lover, and she's trying to help him work through the obvious horror of the situation and try to help him deal with it because it is dire.
Mhm.
But it, at least when she's explaining it, it doesn't have to be the end. It's not all over. You're fucked, but you are still alive. You're here. I'm here. It's
like-
not going to be okay, but it doesn't have to be hell.
Yeah,
We're going to be
and-
all right.
Yeah, and it's like obviously like everything they know and love is gone, so might as well just try to enjoy everything they have here. Basically, kind of like live in like a colony almost.
Sex
Yeah,
also
make the best of a
ensues.
shit situation.
Basically,
Which,
Mhm.
so he then, after hearing this, after eventually like calming down, because his crewmate had, what was it,
Hyper
cryo
sickness.
sickness or something?
cryo
Yes.
sickness. So she came out
Yeah.
and she was like lightheaded and she was acting crazy. She's like and she needed to basically be like quote unquote, not put down is kind of the wrong word, but like
Put
But
back
back
in the
in the
pod
pod.
so that she
she needs
could
to go back.
adjust
She
more
needs to
slowly.
go. Yeah, she needs to go back and sleep basically. So
So yeah,
nothing-
he's having this explained, and he's gradually coming to terms with it. And as he's relaxing, and he's working through it, and she's there too. And because like they have this history, it's like they fall into each other's arms, and many other body parts.
Yeah.
After they do that,
Well, I know, of course, we already talked about the graphics, but there is one thing in this episode that really stood out to me. There's a point where they get naked and, they do the things, they hold hands and hug.
Yeah, this whole series is
They
not
hold
safe for
hands
work.
and get
Okay,
lewd.
kids? Yeah.
They have the sex.
They do.
There's a point where,
intercourse.
there's a point where she's butt naked and she pours wine over her titties. Now, obviously that sounds like, very immature, very thing, but the animation of that was so beautifully well done. Like, you could see the individual droplets and stuff like that pour down as if she was actually a person. And this is all fucking animated, which is insane to me. Like, fuck.
Oh yeah,
Like,
and
this,
it
like,
really
this,
reminds you of just how many of the most talented artists on the line they
Yeah.
work in porn.
Porn.
'Cause-
yeah.
Yeah, the internet's for
mean-
porn, and this was clearly animated by someone who is very passionate. Down to like, even when she just turns over in bed and she's topless, just like the physics being able to not fall into the uncanny valley.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, she
It's
looks,
so
looks like an
exact and
organic
so
person.
precise.
Yes. So I guess fuck it. I mean, I guess we're gonna have to talk about the graphics in every single one of them because they're all fucking great and they're all great in their own way. So fuck it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're all in
We're
very
literally
different
breaking
ways.
all of our fucking rules because the show's that good.
Oh, we're not
Like, we
breaking
had-
our rules. I would argue we're just gushing about a show that we've become really passionate about.
Yeah. So
Especially
Yeah.
Alright.
Anyway,
especially if
they
it's
do
shit
the
in a couple
beautifully
days.
animated do, and they've
yep,
finished
they
it, and
hold,
now he's like all calm and collected.
they hold hands and he pees on her. Yep.
Yeah, that. She then goes, okay, it's like, now that you've got your nerves under control and you're the captain, it's like, maybe it's time we like start waking up your crew and we start going through the process with them. Maybe not the exact process, but we start like trying to get everybody else adjusted to the realities of their life now.
I mean, that was kinda
Because
the exact process.
everybody must get adjusted to this. And so they try. But when they try, the same crewmate freaks out again. And at first, you think she's got the same problem. It's the cryo sickness. She's freaking out. She just needs to be like not handled, just people need to calm down, de-escalate the situation, that kind of thing.
Mhm.
But she's
She's
not
got the
calming down.
hysteria. Quick, get the hose.
Except for she
Yeah,
said
that
something
kind of thing.
very specific, which
she
stuck out.
says, "Hold on."
Look at her. Well, yeah, okay, go ahead.
She says, "Look at her. Look at her. That's not Greta."
I
Yeah.
don't think she says
And
Greta.
then
Well,
attacks
like
her.
that-
Yeah, she says that's not Greta, and she says look at her like 2 or 3 times. Like, it's really hammered in. Like,
Yeah.
she is seeing something that the captain is not.
Yes.
And that's
something
when like the hairs start
disturbing.
raising on the back of your arms because
Yeah.
you're like, okay, there's something
Something's
extra fucking going on here, but we don't really have any hint on it. But then when she attacks her, we actually get like this moment of relief because she attacks her and she does actually draw blood. She makes a little cut in her neck
Yes.
and bleeds red. Everything looks normal. And then it's like we get her under control. We put her back in the pod. It's like, okay, this is too intense. She's still not ready. We have to figure out how we're going to manage this. So Greta and Captain go back and they're worried and they're concerned, but they realize what needs to be done and they're just kind of figuring how to do it. But that night, when they're just sitting in bed together, just relaxing after presumably another relax session,
of
he looks over at Greta's sleeping body, and just out of curiosity, because on some level he trusts his crew, he has to, and he looks at Greta's neck where there's no longer any cut, and this is where the gut starts to sink a little bit because he says, she's right, isn't she? You're not Greta.
And immediately Greta leans into it and goes, yeah.
Yeah, she
Doesn't even
admits it.
try to fight it. She like just straight up admits it. Yeah, I'm
And
not.
she's apologetic. That's the thing. It's like she comes over and she doesn't try to deny it. She's not trying to lie. She's not defensive. She's apologetic.
Mhm.
And
And
then
like-
she tells him, you're right. I'm not really Greta. What you're experiencing now is a simulation being fed to you. and understand he's not freaking out. He doesn't start throwing things. He doesn't get violent, but he's understandably fucking shaken. He's like, fed to me by who? Who are you? What is going on? Reasonable questions.
Yes.
But then her answer really doesn't help anybody's nerves when she says, "You're not ready."
I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
she's
it's
like,
weird.
I have to feed you this simulation because I can't show you the truth.
I know, and it's like
Yeah.
so weird because like I saw this episode, but it's like fuck, I forgot like all this.
And
shit.
again, like
all the
we
hair
cannot-
standing back up on my
Yeah,
arms. Like,
you
fuck.
can't emphasize enough. Like even when she's telling him, like, I had to do this, and it's a simulation. You're not ready to see. None of this is done with like malicious or manipulative. It's like, I'm sorry. I'm apologetic. I
Like-
did this because I care about.
It's caring.
Yeah,
it's
She's
vital.
almost pleading him to understand and give the simulation its own time.
Yeah, it's
It's
like,
I understand that this is troubling. I understand that obviously you want to break out and see the truth. That's only natural. But please trust me that it's not a good idea.
Yeah, it's a horrible idea.
and then he
Yeah,
starts.
you really don't want this.
And then he hits the. This is something that was so crazy. He hits the wall behind her because he's starting to get very frustrated. And he hits the like wall like it's a window, it's a space out, and it flashes to something else.
Yeah,
It is.
flickers.
Oh yeah, those flashes are so
Crazy.
fucking good.
It is crazy. And it's like, oh fuck, this is like the first. It's like, oh, this bad thing happening now. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, it's like the simulation is cracking.
hmm
Yeah.
And it's like, what is this simulation? Is it the Matrix? Is it blah? Is it this?
Yeah.
We don't fucking know.
And at this point, when he's getting so frustrated that like he's starting to express it in a more angry way, this is when it's like she's still trying to reason with him. She's still trying to de-escalate. So she starts telling him the truth. She starts telling him, "You really did have a malfunction when you went into FDL travel. You really did end up at Aquila Station. That's true. I am doing this because I care for you. I care for all the lost souls that end up here. It's always the same routing error." And this is when like the
Yeah.
horror feeling starts to take over.
'Cause
And
she's-
I'm narrating that myself because obviously I'm just explaining the synopsis of the story.
Mhm.
The show itself conveys all of this so effectively.
Beautifully
It's
through
so
visuals.
beautifully done. And the truth, and props to the fucking voice actress because she delivers all of this fucking it's pristine.
Mhm.
Because the emotion of genuine care and pleading and trying for this to be good, trying to do this in a way that things work out well for this guy. I was like, I care for you. I'm doing this because I care for you. I'm doing this because I'm trying to look after you. I want you to trust me because if you don't, this is only going to get worse for you. And I genuinely do not want that. You're not ready to see the real me.
Yeah, there's like this
And
whole
he's determined. He won't be told. He says, "No, show me. Show me now."
And he hits.
And so she complies. She
hold on.
does.
You missed something. He hits it. He hits like her back against this against the window as well, and it cracks even like the simulation almost flickers even harder.
Mhm. And so
And so
he
she
reveals
complies. She
the truth.
says, "Okay." And then she does. She releases him and he wakes up. He is withered, like famished, haggard. He's got a beard. He's clearly been there for a very long time.
His eyes are sunken.
His eyes are sunken and bloodshot. He looks like he's been on the streets on a diet of pure meth for a few years. It's like he looks rough. This is very not healthy for his body. But he wakes up like that, and we just get this close up of his face, and then we start seeing what he sees, the desolation and horror of what Aquila Station actually is. And then,
He sees his
true
crew.
to her word, Greta comes. Yeah, the crew in the other pods, withered corpses, They
Yeah,
are
well,
gone.
no, the
Skeletons.
black guy died. The chick seems to be still alive.
But
No, she's
still
dead.
in cryo sleep.
No, she's dead.
Oh,
They're
she
both
is?
dead.
Yeah, she
Is
was
she?
just as much.
I
Yes,
remember
she
they all
was.
looked rough and desolate, but I couldn't tell whether
The
that was because they
impli-
were dead or just that's what they looked
The
like when they were
implication
in
I
stasis.
got was that the black guy looked like he either died on impact or had been dead for a long, long time. But the girl looked like she had died more recently, and that's why she was the one that they kept trying to resuscitate. She was the one that they kept trying to interact with
Yeah,
because she was still around.
like the crew that never woke up. That's because literally they never woke up.
Mm-hmm. And so,
So yeah,
like, I don't. But here's the weird thing: it's like it's never explicitly said that she's draining them. And I guess you could say that she could be because like this is the only way she could survive in this environment. But like, it's like the creepy thing. It's like I don't know if she was feeding on them or if she was just letting them die because she had no way to basically fucking care for them.
there
You
are
know what I mean?
certain things about the way she talks about how much she cares for them. It's like a parasite genuinely cares for its host.
Yeah,
It's
it's a
like, it's
symbiotic
that kind of
relationship.
creep factor that is what I was getting off of her.
Fair enough, but like I said, it's never really done because, like, honestly, the most tragic thing to me was that it felt like she was just like, "Yeah, you're fucked," but like, I'm trying to make it at least nice for you. Like that was like the crazy thing. Like this very okay, yeah. So Greta rounds the corner. The true
Yeah, true
Greta,
to her word, Greta comes to show her true self, to
and the
tell him the truth,
animation
let him see what the real situation is.
and the
She
animation.
holds nothing from him. She's like I said, she's never defensive, never secretive, never manipulative, never conniving, never anything. She is always 100% honest, 100% upfront, and 100% genuine in her communication. And that's kind of the horror of it.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, so it's the animation in this part's really well done because she basically comes out of a hole and she kind of looks humanoid a little bit,
Like a split second.
and then she steps out of the shadows and is dude like this absolute Lovecraft nightmare space alien spider. It is literally one of the scariest fucking monsters I've ever seen, like
The
ever.
creature design on it is fucking phenomenal.
But
in how
this
creepy
was
it
a
is.
really nice touch. Normally, when this thing would happen, you would get like a roar, or like a fucking
Oh yeah, it would
scream
just
or
like
something.
randomly fucking screech at
Yeah,
you, and
yeah,
it would
it'd
just
go like
cheapen the whole thing.
blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, but this almost is true to her simulation. Like, almost was like, here I am, like kind of deal. And
Yeah,
it's like,
it knew that this wasn't going to go well, so it was just doing it in like as gentle a way as you
it's
could
like,
under
yeah,
the
it's like gentle as
circumstances.
possible. Yeah. And, oof, man.
And it's
And like I said, that's
terrifying.
kind of the horror of it. It's how truthful and honest the creature is in this story
Mhm.
that makes it hit so hard.
Yeah.
And that is so hard to do.
And then once he sees the true form, he screams in utter
Oh
terror.
yeah. The horror of it all hits him like a truck. He screams, it cuts to black, and we
Wakes back
reset to the start of his simulation where he sees Greta again, and exactly like it was the first time,
Yeah, it's
Except-
almost
he's
exactly the same.
surprised.
Hold on.
He's Greta?
There's a few things that are different though.
Mhm.
All the pods are covered except for his.
Oh,
Yeah,
I didn't
he's
notice
the
that.
only one left.
And as we
And that's
zoom
kind
out
of the implication.
station-
And that's just how it ends, with the implication that the reality was so horrible that he actually ended up taking her advice and just letting the simulation live it out.
and as we
Because
zoom
that
out,
was better than a life in the horror that was his truth.
and the best part had to be that zoom out as the music just starts playing. We see the station and we get flashes of what it actually looks like.
and it's
Yeah,
this
what the act-
crazy like
And-
hive, insane like fucking like eldritch.
Yeah,
shit.
this huge,
So,
almost like tyrannid like hive, and then it's at that moment, even though there's nothing in the show, there's not like an echo in the audio or anything like that, but in your own fucking head, you're just replaying that line. It's always the same route error. And that's it. Then the episode is over. And it is fucking haunting.
so
It is so
Any
Oh, go ahead.
any like starting authors that would ever hear this podcast, that is how you do cosmic horror.
Mhm.
Like I
So
don't
I wanna point out something that like I brought up when we were watching it. It's like about 90% of these stories, like I would love if this got like a serialized thing or something more. Basically, it's kind of weird. It's like I got a taste of something amazing. I want more of it, and I hope these people fucking like get more. Basically, I want them to like get more like publicity, get more like work. Basically, I want them to fucking succeed because all of these things.
I'm split. You just said two different things.
Sorry.
On one hand, the writer of this episode deserves all the fucking work. They did a phenomenal job. The animators, fucking top tier. Would I want this story to be expanded out into a movie? No. It is so tidy, so neat, so lean. There's not a fucking second of fat in this thing. It is perfect for what it's doing. So yeah, like separating those two statements out,
Mhm.
the people who made this deserve all of the work. They
Yes.
are so fucking good at it. But yeah, this like one episode, it is the perfect length for the story it's telling. Every single thing that happens contributes to the story. Like I said, there's zero fat on this thing. And the way it executes itself, it's almost because it's so short that it allows itself to have that much punch without you letting you get too built up with the wind up, you know?
Mhm.
It's like it's so tight and it's so fucking tidy. It's so great. I
Mhm.
fucking love it. This is god tier easy.
Very much so.
Easily it's god tier. And a 40K comparison, I know, like surprising with this podcast, was made, and it's like, and Slayer, you pretty much nailed it, hit the nail on the head with it being almost a Slaneshi like illusion.
Oh yeah, this is like, as if you know 40K, this is like a Slanesh demon with horrifically good intentions
Mhm.
and everything that implies.
And something as simple as a trip in the warp gone wrong. That's welcome to your average Tuesday, kiddos.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I'll let you slide that up to god tier and
Uh,
load up the next episode. I'll be back in a second.
Which picture is Aquila Rift? Because I'm not seeing it.
It's the one with Garfield, right?
Yeah.
Did I
it's
just
the,
not?
the spider with the Garfield head.
I think I might have just. I think I might have missed it.
Oh no,
Fuck.
Don't hold on. I could easily.
it's
fix
not.
this
Yeah,
with
it's not here.
All right, that's fine. Add a new source, and I could just do this image. I will need to quickly do some Discord tisms while
Yeah,
Slurgo does his thing.
Damn, we had a bunch of fun pictures for all the thumbnails.
That is how you do cosmic horror. Cosmic horror is something. As of late, cosmic horror has been another thing that's been getting fucked up.
Yeah, and it's like I said, there's a quote from Neil deGrasse Tyson that I love, and it kind of applies to this. It's like the universe is under no obligation to make sense to you.
I'm trying to think of what the
So like the fact that like she's like benevolent and all that stuff is like, is she feeding on him? Is she not feeding on him? It's like that's kind of like the cool thing about it. It's like we don't know, and she's doesn't have to explain it. Good shit all around.
very good shit.
Ninja, what do you think?
It really wasn't one of my favorites when I first saw it, but I recognize that it's really good. The first time I watched the series, it was one of the later ones that came up.
Gotcha.
But I do think that, it had one of the biggest and most satisfying twist endings.
Oh, definitely.
So you have to acknowledge that.
Yeah, in terms of the twist, it really fucking like nailed its twist. All right, so that's I throw it up on the stream through OBS. That's the funny thumbnail. All of our thumbnails have been picked by Slur in the most shitposty way possible.
Hold on.
With the
Not
aid
all
of
of them.
Max,
I was going to say, I dabbled a bit into the tism.
I like how you're admitting it. You're like, oh, I did.
No,
I
hold
did.
on. Some of these bad ideas are mine. Let's fucking give credit where credit's due.
Fair enough.
Damn it, Slur.
I really
Where are you?
3PO. 3PO.
Oh,
Where could he be?
I just love that fucking delivery. It's so stupid.
It's because it was the original Star Wars. Everybody like delivered all their lines as ham as possible.
Mm-hmm.
I had to stop myself from talking about when we were talking about like all the fun everybody has on Marvel like films, and I had to stop myself from going like, oh, then there's me in the corner being the depressed George Lucas, like the depressed
Yeah, I'm
visionary.
back.
All right, so he's back. So, what is next?
What's
where's
next
the
on
fucking
the
thumbnail?
list? It's in the thing. I can't add new images to the thing, so I added it in OBS. It's
Okay, fair
there.
enough. All right.
Garfield's face is
All right,
hanging
cool. I'm
out.
just making sure. Garfield's face.
All right. Next on the. Oh God, Ice Age. Ice Age was not like the worst I've ever seen.
I would say
Ice
it's
Age was
one of
another
the
one that was very
weaker-
simple as an idea, and it was executed like okay. I see not much wrong with it, but there was also very little it really had going for it.
There is a weird
I would
thing
say
about,
it's one of the weaker ones in season 1 for sure.
All right, well, hang on. We forgot to explain it. So basically, there's this couple that moves into a new apartment, and they find this ice box, which looks ancient. They open it up to grab some ice for some wine to enjoy together, as they just now christened their new apartment. When he puts the ice cube in his wine, he notices something. There's a woolly mammoth with some spears sticking out of it inside the ice cube. So it's like a really miniature woolly mammoth. He then looks inside the icebox again and sees that there's an entire fucking civilization at like 100, maybe 1,000 times the speed. And that's the concept. They watch in real time as a civilization goes from basically the medieval times, from Ice Age actually, to modern and then a futuristic time, which Space Age.
And if we sound like that's maybe not that big a deal, it's because that's kind of how they act.
Yeah, they're very
This is-
accepting of it before, like after like 20 seconds of looking at it.
Yeah, it's like, wow, that's crazy. And there's also, what the fuck's his name? Why do I always forget? What's his name?
Topher Grace.
Eric
Topher
Foreman.
Grace.
Eric Foreman. Yeah, Foreman's in this. So there's part of this is actually live action, and well, some of it's also live action too. Because there's also a nice little. Well, actually, that was probably CG. But there's a moment where you actually see from the perspective of the civilization in the icebox, and like, yeah, they're looking up at like Eric Foreman and his girlfriend, and like laughing about how they're always just standing there, basically still, and just staring at him. Because to them, they're literally not moving because they're going at, like I said, 1 billion miles per hour.
Yeah, they go from they open it in the very beginning. It's in like medieval period. They look at it again. It's like the Roaring 20s essentially, because they have like the people hanging out on like the I-beam.
Mhm.
And then nuclear war happens.
Eric Foreman.
And Eric Foreman gets a sunburn on his face because he looked at it too close.
Yeah, he was too
Yeah,
close
he
to
looked
a miniature nuclear explosion,
Yeah.
which is weird, but all right.
Then they check back at it. It's like the future civilization.
So yeah,
and
they were worried that like the civilization like fucking went under and like completely died because they went to nuclear war. But then they check up on them and they're in the space age and they're
And
developing
flying
this
cars.
crazy device. It's like this weird like, and it releases this like big bang and like the effect that happens here is really beautiful and like it kind of got to me. But like that's it. It's not explained what it is. It's not anything. It's just this crazy thing. And for some fucking reason, they said to unplug the fridge, which I don't know how I feel about that. That feels really bizarre to me because it's like, did they like decide to say fuck it? We don't care about these Ice Age people. So like I said, this one's weird because of like the tone of it almost. So fascinating concept, like almost like the Indian in the cupboard, but like the civilization.
Well, yeah, it's like it's Indian in the cupboard, and that episode of Simpsons where Lisa grows a civilization on her tooth.
Yeah, I was thinking more of the thing from Men in Black too. All hail Jay! All hail Jay!
Oh yeah,
I'm surprised they didn't worship them, to be honest.
I was kind of thinking of
No,
yeah,
because they look like assholes.
they look like assholes. I got tiny vibes of the episode of Futurama where Bender has the civilization on his chest and ass.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and this kind of story has been told a lot before.
Yeah,
So it's not super original, but it's a neat idea. It's a cute little concept, and that's kind of all they really wanted to do with it. It's also, this is one of those ones I was thinking of when I decided to ask whether we're going to compare them to each other or if we're going to try to do them on their own merit completely, because as you can probably just hear in the way we're describing it, and we're just so much less passionate, is because,
there's not much to chew on.
like I said, it's a cute concept, and that's kind of all it really wants to be, and it is. But, bruh, it feels like it has so much less ambition. And this is kind of conveyed where you have the concept of like the tiny civilization in a contained space, but the actual characters who are seeing it only really exist to be POV for us to see it. They don't really have a lot of input of their own.
I was gonna say, I don't even feel like they're POV for us, because like the fucking reaction from the lady, she's like, he goes, "Wow, I can't believe we have a civilization in our icebox. What do you want to do?" I want to order pizza. It's like, wait, what?
Yeah, we're all just like, wait, you've got a fucking what now?
Like you have a tiny world in your icebox, and like, wow, okay.
Yeah, it was just a weird choice to make them so blasé about it.
Yeah, like it's like, oh yeah, you didn't know that? This happens all the time. It's weird. Yeah, they also unplug it, and instead of being an ice age, it's like the fucking Cretaceous period or whatever.
Yeah, there's T-Rexes.
Yeah. And the idea is that it just completely starts up again over and over and over because, you know, universe continuity or something. Like, if it had something to say about anything, it was really unclear about it. It looked like it just had a cute idea and it just wanted to put it on film, which is nice, but
Which is fine, but
there's just, like I said, there's certain things holding it back, and a lot of it falls down to the POV characters. So I think this is a firm C tier.
fair enough.
Anyone got objections against that?
Ninja, what do you think?
Yeah, it's a C tier. I wasn't a fan of it.
Fair enough.
Alrighty then. I'm assuming Guy in the Refrigerator is for Ice Age.
Yeah, that's the one.
Well, what would make you think that?
I was either thinking it's either that or that was Snow.
Gotcha. Well, no, you can tell which one's Snow. But anyway,
No, I genuinely. Oh wait, that's right. Snow is Metro.
no, it's not.
Oh, did you get the Garfield spider
wait.
thing, by the way?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
it's-
got it
it's
on the
on-
fucking screen, so it's
Yeah,
gonna look really weird when we put something in God tier.
Well, it's
Okay.
no, it's all the way. So to avoid that, it's all the way on the right.
Okay, good. All right, well then,
Nothing will.
That's the thing I was like thinking about. I was
I
like,
th-
fuck. That's
I thought
weird.
I think I when I make a mistake, I can very. That's the thing with me with OBS. I can very easily seem to fix any mistakes because it's normally just moving an image or.
Right
like,
on. So anyway,
assigning
what's
a
the next one?
microphone. The next one, Sunny's Edge.
Ooh,
That's a
Ooh.
good one.
this one's good.
Maxi?
All right.
Hold on. Ninja, would you like to explain this one?
Yeah, I can. So interestingly for me, Sunny's Edge was actually the first one on my list
Oh yeah.
when I watched this the first time. And I really liked it for a couple different reasons. It has a pretty solid twist. The beast fight concept, although it's been done before, is really cool, pretty well executed. But it's more about how the twist is. It's very simple, but it's effective. So you have this team of beast fighters, and they are asked by the host of the event to throw the fight. And he says, hey, I'll give you like a shit ton of money. And they say, no, we basically have too much honor. We have too much, pride. We're not going to throw a fight for you or for anyone else. Of course, he's really pissed off about that. But they decide to go ahead with the fight anyway. The fight's pretty intense, but she wins. So we're like, oh, cool. That was good. She's as good as she said she was.
The fight's also really creative too. Like there's these two monsters. Like one looks like a.
One was kind of giving me some Kerrigan vibe.
Yeah, I was gonna say like one looked like an ogre kind of deal, like a stone ogre looking thing. There's like a fucking creature that looked exactly like, and I'm just like drawing a blank on what it was. But and yeah, hers did kind of look like a Zerg kind of type of unit, and it also had these really cool like Dr. Octopus like tails, which fucking sick, and like the way like it's really like it's hard to convey in words, but like the animation is just fucking top tier. But yeah. So the aftermath of the fight, however.
Yeah, so they're all kind of drunkenly stumbling back to their, what we assume is like a hotel room or something to celebrate. They're kind of talking about the fight. It already seems like a couple of them have been drinking. And she kind of wanders on and interacts with this girl in the golden dress who we met earlier. She is the sort of cohort of the evil host guy. And so she's talking to her, and she's like, oh, leaving the guy. And she's like, well, yeah, I've thought about it, but security, he provides her with safety.
I was about to say, she asks, why are you with that asshole? And she goes, well, security.
Yeah. So, it's a plausible reaction. It's like, well, as shit as the guy is, it kind of makes sense that he would be taking care of this girl. So it's like, all right. As much as we don't like the guy and as much as we don't like the girl in the golden dress helping him, it at least makes sense. So we're like, okay. They start talking. They start kind of noodling. Next thing you know, the girl in the golden dress attacks our protagonist.
Attacks feels like the wrong word. She
basically assassinates her.
She puts out Wolverine claws and fucking one-shots her through the fucking skull. It's
an important
horrific.
part has been missed.
Go for it.
Okay, so as you said, she meets up with the cohort of the evil host guy. They start talking, and it was kind of established earlier by the way she kind of looked at Golden Dress Girl that main fighter girl, she's into what she's putting out, So as they're talking, she's kind of being flirty, and she's kind of like, opening up about herself and like trying to keep good conversation going and getting to know each other. And over the course of this, they bring up something that was actually mentioned earlier to excuse me, to the boss guy about why she insists on using a female fighter in the fights is because just her attitude towards men is because of past experiences. You know, she was raped, she was mutilated, all this sort of stuff. But now in this moment, as a follow-up to that, as Golden Dress Girl kind of broaches the subject, main fighter girl kind of subverts this in a really cool way. She kind of breaks down that impression, like that very simple, very easy to grasp impression that a lot of people seem to latch onto about her, about how she's just this poor, once raped girl who just hates men and is out to lash out at the world. She says people latch onto that because it's easy. People see what they want to see. Or he believes it because he wants to believe it. And Golden Dress Girl, leaning back on a table and spreading her legs a little bit, says, people see what they want to see. And as main fighter girl accepts that physical invitation, that's when Golden Dress Girl unveils the fucking Wolverine fingernails and stabs her up through the fucking head.
Mhm.
And I can't express enough. Like, this episode is worth watching just for the fucking fight alone. It's fucking awesome. But the fact that every single line of dialogue either has some double meaning or is building up to something later on, it's so fucking tightly done.
Mhm.
It all ties into itself. It's all so cohesive. It's great.
Yep, absolutely. So our protagonist has been assassinated and destroyed, and we're all like, "Oh shit, that was, such a twist." And well, it turns out that the body that they, assassinated, was just like a puppet. And you can still hear her voice coming from somewhere. And so the evil host and the girl in the gold dress are kind of looking around, trying to figure it out, trying to figure out where this is coming from. And before they're able to make the connection, the monster that was used in the fight kills the girl in the golden dress quite brutally.
Oh yeah.
And then grabs the host and proceeds to kill him as well.
Well, there's something really interesting she says, is because the reason why I'm so good at fighting is because it is me. That is the
every time I get in the ring, I'm fighting for my life. That fear of death is what gives me my edge.
So good.
Basically, it's like, this ain't no game for me.
Right. She's like, that's why I don't throw fights, because it's not an option for me. If I throw a fight, I'm dead.
So good. I
So very
would
good.
argue this is A tier, but that's because I don't want to stretch it to God tier. I really do like this one though.
Well, see, initially I was on that too, but like even a long while after seeing the episode and after seeing a bunch of other episodes of the show, just how tight that dialogue is, it kind of stuck with me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's rare you find something that ties into itself that well.
Yeah, so that's why I was like,
admittedly, it's easier to do when you keep your story nice and short and simple, so that you can quite easily line those dots up. But still, being able to pull it off like that is commendable. It's really well done, and it makes all of the cool, for lack of a better term, money shots, like stabbing Golden Girl through the head, the fight, the good dialogue gives all of it a good extra punch, and it just elevates it, I think. So I think it's a God tier contender.
Are we gonna argue? Yeah, are we gonna argue for God tier? Because I was willing to put it in God tier, but I was like willing to fucking lean on it if you guys didn't want to put it up there.
I think it will end up being like
I think
lower in God tier, but I do think that among everything else, and even just on its own, like remember how we define God tier? It's like even if you don't watch the rest of the show,
Watch
for
this.
the love of fucking God, watch this. And I would
And
say that this episode does qualify
is
as that.
a watch this, yes,
All right.
without a doubt. Like I'm saying, does
Ninja?
anybody have an argument against it?
I would be happy with A tier, God tier for this one. I can understand why there might be some hesitation about putting it into God tier.
Yeah, I'm a bit
because
hesitant.
when you put it next to some of the other episodes, it doesn't quite hold up as well.
Does
but
it?
I don't think it goes as far as some of the other ones did, or I don't think it kind of subjectively hits as hard as some of the other ones do. But that being said,
It's like, but like, yeah,
it's like Slur said, it's that tightness of the writing.
yeah, that's what I'm
that
saying. Like,
really fucking elevates.
yeah, and like I feel like that's worthy of God tier.
Well, like I said, I'd be comfortable with either one. See it going in either
I'm
spot.
gonna
And I
cast a
wouldn't be mad
vote
about
for
it.
God tier. I think it deserves it.
All right.
Why?
I'm perfectly okay with God tier,
I was
and
gonna
that's
say-
why it can give us a reason that he said he was hesitant.
I'm a little
Yeah. So
hesitant.
what's your hesitation?
The hesitation is I kind of just don't want to. I don't want to give it too freely. Like,
Of course, that's
Okay.
that's like our main thing too. Like that's why I don't want to do it. However, I don't think this is freely. This earned it. That's the difference.
Yeah, I've given like my reasons why I think it's like it's elevated above A. Like it's not just a good concept executed well. It's that and above and beyond.
Definitely.
Fair enough. Yeah. All right.
God tier for the win.
So we've got.
What-
Let me
what
look
is
over
next?
at OBS. We've got 2 in What If, 1 in C tier, 1 in B tier, and 2 in God tier.
All right, let's keep it tracking because I got a thunderstorm that just rolled in and I might fucking lose connection. So let's go.
Okay.
Next one.
When the yogurt took over.
God tier. Shut the fuck up. You're not allowed to.
A tier.
Okay.
Hey,
What?
there. It's solid, especially considering as how like just by the name alone, you think it's like nothing but a joke. And don't get me wrong, it has a lot of jokes in it, but
It is a
it
joke.
actually takes itself pretty fucking seriously.
Yeah.
I would just argue that just makes it a better told joke. It's like it is a joke. Like the entire premise is like okay, just going from the title, which is the first thing you say, it's deliberately ridiculous. It's like here is a purely outlandish fucking premise, and everybody going in is like, okay, fucking all right, let's see what you got. And then yeah, we actually get to see this fucking step-by-step process of how a bunch of scientists took the most complex computational algorithms they could and then coded it in bacteria. And the bacteria they just happened to choose because it was the most compatible was the one that just so happens to be the one we used to ferment yogurt. As a weird side effect, yogurt, and just for some reason, any yogurt became self-aware. And as people were just trying to like have breakfast or something, their breakfast yogurt would just spell out it's like
Well,
we
no,
have
it was
solved nuclear fusion.
it was a like a chick who just said fuck it. This experiment's like is a failure. So fuck it, I'll just take this yogurt home.
Yeah, it was one of the scientists who brought it home.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, for the yogurt starter.
Yeah, so yeah, she brought this home and then it became like fucking not just self-aware but like hyper intelligent because
Overnight.
it was the most complex being in existence right now.
Also,
and
yogurt.
it communicated to her. What?
I'll say also yogurt as a fucking milk substitute for cereal. I feel like that's a game changer that I wasn't ready for.
I've heard of it.
No.
I know it's like Greeks do that a lot. Like Greek yogurt, they use it for like those kind of desserts where they're mixing granola and fresh fruit and that kind of thing. It's not the same as cereal. It's a different thing.
Well, but that's literally what she does.
That's
Like,
literally
she-
she
Yeah,
does.
that's what she's doing. It's like those grains and shit that she pours in on it. That's granola.
Okay. Yeah, but she also
And yeah,
pours,
it spells out in
Cheerio.
granola.
I was about to say she also puts out Cheerios too, because like that's like what makes the fucking dots on the eyes.
Hey, maybe she likes to mix and match. I don't know how.
Well, like I
good
said,
she
there's
is.
nothing wrong with mixing and matching. I'm all for fucking mixing shit up. But yeah, like I said, hashtag game changer. Like that hit me on like a subjective thing. It's like, oh, that's why this goes up a point, because never thought of that. It sounds fun. It sounds delicious.
So you got a funny joke and a neat breakfast idea.
I mean, break
Two in
the idea. Like, fucking look at that. Great on 2 levels.
But yes, the yogurt uses miscellaneous breakfast cereal product to spell out the words like, we have solved nuclear fission. And the scientist lady is understandably just like,
What the fuck?
huh? And so she kind of like tries to experiment on it. She tries to figure out what the fuck is going on. And eventually, the yogurt becomes so self-aware and so autonomous that it can just speak. And it demands that in return for the answers to so many of humanity's greatest problems and questions and scientific conundrums, it just wants the state of Ohio in America. For which it is laughed at. And when laughed at, it says, that is okay, I will go to China. And everybody stopped laughing and gave it Ohio.
They promised us an entire province.
Yeah, they promised us an entire province.
Yeah, and
So yeah, the yogurt gets Ohio.
Gets Ohio. Like, it just gets to stay, which I thought was kind of hilarious. It's just the entire state.
And in return for Ohio, the yogurt claims that it has solved the national debt crisis. And if humanity follows its guidelines, the national debt will be clear in the space of 1 year. But the humans did not follow it step by step, so the entire world is plunged into a global recession, except for Ohio. And when the entire world is plunged into a global recession, they turn to Ohio and say, please help us.
Yogurt.
And the yogurt is like, okay, but you're going to have to let me have control of everything because humans are far too close to the problem to see a solution. And everyone's like, you know what? We're so desperate, but okay. People protested this, obviously. Didn't really matter. Yogurt took over, and everything was wonderful. They lived in a utopia.
Literally,
Nobody wanted to. Everything was fucking perfect. And it was like, yeah, there's fucking strange times. We're being ruled by yogurt, but things are grand. And then one day, ships started being launched from Ohio into space. And everybody's starting to wonder,
It's not just
hang
Ohio.
on.
Like, it's actually
Yeah,
across
around the world. Yeah. And
It's like-
the ships themselves are shaped like little fucking yogurt parts you used to get with your lunch as a kid. And they're just being launched into space. And the narrator at this point is like posing the uncomfortable questions. Like, if the yogurt was smart enough to do all of this, was it not also smart enough to know that if it presented its point-by-point plan to solve the national debt crisis, that human hubris wouldn't follow it, and it would result in the chain of events that led to this? And furthermore, if that is the case, if this was the plan, and it is leaving, what if it leaves us behind?
What if the yogurt leaves
Life
us behind?
from Earth is finally going to travel the stars. It's just not going to be human life. It's going to leave us behind. And that's it. That's how the episode fucking ends.
It's like, oh god, the yogurt is leaving us. What are we going to do without it?
Yeah, like it's not, oh god, we were conquered by yogurt. It's like, oh god, it's leaving us. It's abandoning us to ourselves again.
Yogurt, even with strawberries.
Uh,
Yeah, so God tier, fuck you.
I'm happy to give this one A tier.
I'm happy to give it A.
Unexpected, you know. Like I said, when you refer to it as like, oh, it's the yogurt episode, people are like, wait, there's a fucking episode about yogurt? And it's like, yeah, it's actually pretty fucking good.
Yeah, unironically. But that's the thing. It's like, why isn't it God tier? Out of curiosity, because I feel like it's a
Because
really-
again, I feel like you don't want to give that out too willy-nilly. Like,
But
it-
like, here's the thing. Like, what is an argument against it being God tier? Besides, you don't want to give it out.
Okay, similar to how things have ended up in B tier, where, okay, B tier, as we laid out at the start, was things that have a clear concept, a clear through line, nothing that drags it down. It sets up what it wants to be, it sets up its story, and it executes it well. And then A tier is it does that and it elevates it a bit further. And that's what the yogurt episode does. If I'm going to tell someone to watch this show, I don't think it's like, if you watch nothing else, watch the yogurt. I think it's like, it's cute, it's funny, it's really fucking funny.
I don't know,
And
like
it's absolutely
it's,
worth a watch.
I don't know.
But I don't know if it's necessary viewing out of all the things.
Here's
in
the
this
thing,
show.
like it's well written. It's like really well animated. It's like a bite-sized size, no pun intended. I feel like it's a really like great fucking story, and that's what I believe it should be for S tier or for God tier.
Okay, but if you look at the other things that make it a god tier, like it's something that does something to us emotionally, and that's. I don't just mean that in like the pretentious way. It's like, oh, they have to be like either serious or horror or anything.
Yeah, but that's
there's a comedy one that I'm absolutely putting in god tier, and you know
of course. But that's what I'm saying. Like this one's also really well done. Like,
oh, it is absolutely.
You know what? Fair. I'll pass on it because I do agree. Like,
I guess my thing is like, okay, for context, if you could only tell someone to watch one episode, would you tell them to watch Suits or When the Yogurt Took Over?
dude, there's like 10 I would tell them to watch if you can. Only watch
I understand that, but I'm just saying, if you had to pick one, something in God tier would be like, if I only had to pick one, it would be this one. Go watch this one.
I don't think I could do that though. Like you put Suits in yogurt, like dude, I could, like depending on the time of day, I could tell either. So that's the thing. Like I do fucking think this is a great fucking part.
I agree.
A is great. A is not a bad ranking by any means.
A is great. It's just the god tier is beyond great, where it's not just that it's incredibly tightly written. It's not just that everything it does perfectly. It's when it does that, and it's also just it fucking awakens something in you. You know, it fucking touches some aspect of your psyche.
All right, I'll back.
Like I said, it's not a pretentious thing because there's absolutely a comedy going in that tier.
So here's the thing. So I know what you're comparing it to, and yeah, I will agree that yogurt's not as good as the other thing. So I will concede A tier.
It's not even just in comparison, because like I said, I'm going to
I know, but there is a bit of comparison.
You know what I mean.
Well, no, but here's the thing. There is a bit of comparison, to be fair, because it is the tier, and I would say that one is better than this one, so that's fair. I will agree. A tier, and when we get there, we get there.
Wyatt?
I need a picture of the yogurt, because I realized you never sent that to me, Slayer.
That should have been on there, is it not?
Not in our chat.
I could have swore I had a yogurt one.
Yeah.
I think we chatted about it, but we never actually.
Oh, I know what happened. Yeah, we chatted about it because we decided whether we would be able to get away with it.
Damn it!
Our job is so difficult.
Well, because it is difficult. Like we want to have fun and tell the jokes that we want to tell, but we also don't want to fucking destroy our brand. So it's a bitter fucking sword we have to walk on.
Well, yeah.
But you know what? I actually fairly confidently believe that this one will be safe.
Okay.
So I'm gonna put it in the fucking group chat.
Is it the cup or is it the top of the cup?
It's the top of the cup.
Right, fucking either one's.
Yeah, see, the actual symbol I think will get us in a lot more picture.
Yes,
a lot more. I almost said a lot more picture than trouble. A lot more trouble than a picture of the actual symbol.
Yeah, and you could also fucking no, that's Charlie Chapman. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Charlie Chaplin yogurt.
Don't worry about it.
Ignore the writing on either side of his head.
Go back to sleep. Dream good.
Hold on. I love how with this picture. Let me throw it up on. So this is gonna be so many of these just fucking images just hanging out on the right of all these things that you just guys won't be able to see.
I mean, when the tier list is finished, you can line them up, and then you'll have a finished.
Wait, hang on. Are you saying it's gonna be on the far right?
Oh no! Wyatt, what have you done?
Alright, anyway.
We've been canceled.
I'm sorry, Susan.
Literally, YouTube down the flames, and I'm just holding up a thumb up. Totally worth it. Anyway,
Oh god, hold on. The fucking size of I gotta take a screenshot. This is how fucking big it just became on fucking stream.
Oh no.
yes. All right. Anyway,
This is how
You could say
fucking
he
big-
almost annexed your screen space.
Look at
Hey!
that. Look at that. It filled most of the screen, just a big Hitler. Alright.
what? Whoa!
Dude, that's Charlie Chaplin. Why you gotta be racist?
What are you doing, dude? The fuck?
Oh, sorry, Charlie. I didn't mean
Jesus.
to offend
Man, there
you.
you go. All right.
Alright, what's the next
Slayer, I
one?
love that we have like a very similar sense of
That's because we're all almost professional shit posters over here.
Oh, very much so. I drink Gamer Fart, the official
Okay.
drink.
Game of Fart
Oh.
9000, thank you.
The
very much.
official drink of shit posters.
So
Anyway, so
the
what's
next-
next? Out of curiosity.
the next one is the Secret War.
Ooh,
Now-
Ninja. You want to take point on this
Ninja,
one?
this
This
one's
This
your
is
favorite.
something you
I will let
like a
you
lot.
lead this.
Oh yes. So this is my favorite by far. The first time I viewed this series, it was the final episode, and I was very tempted to put it at the very end for you guys as well, just because it's so good. For example, just the premise alone, like if you ever thought it might be difficult to be sympathetic for a group of Russians,
Somebody find that difficult.
yeah,
What?
this will
That's something
do it.
difficult?
Well, for
Like,
Americans,
well,
Russians
well,
have
hold
been our
on.
enemies for a long time.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
So, you know, they're almost akin to Nazis in a way,
Yeah,
with like the
depending
Cold
on-
War and all that shit.
Depending
de-
on who you ask,
Depending
I guess.
on who you ask, the Cold War ain't fucking over.
Right.
That's just fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's kind of stupid, but it is what it is.
So the gist is we're joining a group of Russian troops. This is back in like World War II times, because they make a comment about the bulk of the forces, fighting against the Nazis, and they seem to be on patrol or in search of something. We're not exactly sure what. They come upon a village. The village has been absolutely just destroyed. All of the people ripped to shreds in very graphic ways. The animation in this one is phenomenal.
The animation alone is enough to put it in God tier to me.
Oh yeah,
It looks
it's
so
very lifelike, very very realistic animation. You really feel like you're watching a movie.
Yeah, it's just there's another one that's like not as good, but it's like it survives on the animation alone. That's on par with this one. But yeah, it's ridiculously beautiful. It can't be understated how good this looks.
So as we kind of progress through the village, we start to learn a little bit more. This platoon's mission is they are hunting these monsters that were summoned by, I get, communist occultists. I guess we'll just go ahead and say it, in an effort to fight back against the Nazis.
Yeah, it's like pop culture is filled with examples. Like Wolfenstein is obviously like the biggest one I can immediately grab to.
And then
Of these,
Hellboy is another one too.
like fantasy alt histories of the Nazis finding supernatural means to achieve their ends.
And-
This is the same kind of vein of story like that, but rather from the Red Army side rather than the Nazis,
Correct.
where occultists decided to find a supernatural super weapon, and things resulted.
As I was saying, like it does, and like the weirdest thing is it doesn't actually come from nowhere. Like fucking Hitler was trying to communicate with aliens. Like that's not.
Well, it's not just that. It's like a lot of what Hitler did, especially like his whole idea of like Volk and people, and trying to like get the German people to seriously absorb and identify with this almost fictional German identity based on like Norse symbology, it's like West Indian symbology. It's like Aryan symbology, which is actually an area of the world very far to the fucking east of where Europe is. It's like all of these things to create this thing. So the German psyche of Nazi Germany dabbled in the occult routinely. They relied on it for a lot of their symbols. And symbols were everything to the Nazis. And so, yeah, that shit doesn't come from nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so as they're progressing through their patrol, they even come across like hard evidence that these monsters that they were fighting were basically created by their own fucking side. But being a sort of realistic animation, the characters acknowledge that they can't report this, even though it's the truth, because this is Soviet fucking Russia. They would just immediately be killed or silenced by the higher ups. And even though it's bleak and even though it's kind of depressing at moments, this team, you can tell, is very supportive of one another. They're a very tight-knit sort of family unit. Literally, even one of them is father and son.
Which is a really cool twist towards the end.
Yeah, which is a really cool twist, because he never calls him father until he sends him off at the very end. But as they're progressing through this sort of patrol route, there's a couple comments made throughout the story where it's like, hey, Commander, I think we're spread a little far apart. I think we're spread a little thin. Like if we run into too many, we're too far away from the other teams. We're not going to be able to call for him. And he's like, yeah, I agree with you, but, hey, I'm not the higher up. Nothing I can do about it. Sort of a very Soviet Russia type of answer.
They also ask, like, why don't we have, like, air support? And it's like, oh, they're busy with Stalingrad.
Yeah, they're busy pushing the Nazis back, keeping them out of Stalingrad. So it's like, oh, okay, so now we know when this is taking place. And eventually it gets to the point where they come across the largest ghoul barrow that they have ever seen. And we get the impression, based on the way that this platoon has been sort of interacting with the monsters before, that this is not their first rodeo. Like, they're pretty experienced, they're pretty good at what they do. So for them to be a little bit like, whoa, this is a problem, that they've got their hands. So they try to send their what would you call them? Their guides.
Well, they sent a guide and a demo expert.
Yeah, they sent a guide and a demo expert to basically see if they could use explosives to seal the barrow. And the explosives go off, huge explosion, doesn't seal the barrow in the slightest. If anything, I would argue it absolutely made it worse.
Yeah, it's because it causes like an implosion. Like, it causes everything to fall open.
So they're basically kind of like, oh shit, we're fucked. Like, and they're like, should we fall back? What do you want us to do, Commander? And he's like, no, if we fall back, we can't outrun them. They'll get us in the trees and they'll tear us apart. So he puts his son on the fastest horse that they've got, and he says, go, tell them basically to bomb this place to smithereens.
He literally says to turn this barrow to rubble, to smoldering rubble.
Yeah.
Oh.
And so the son is like, I don't want to go. I want to stay and fight with you. Like, this has been my life's, fight. This is what I do. And he's like, no, that's an order. Go. So he sends his son off on a horse, and every other member of the platoon stays. And they do arguably the right thing. Like, they set up a tactfully smart plan Like, they don't make any mistakes per se. They fight smart. They just genuinely get overrun.
Mm-hmm.
And as you see it happen, it is fucking horrifying.
Yeah.
People
They
are
spare-
losing
they s-
limbs. Fucking.
They spare no fucking expense on the details of how fucking ferocious these creatures are.
Yeah.
And the thing that will probably come up after this, and we're talking about where it belongs, it's like everything about the details of this episode, it ends up building up and culminating. Like you talked about earlier, like one of the first things you mentioned is just how pristine and detailed and perfect the animation is. That culminates in this, where all of that beautiful detail is turned grotesque because the detail doesn't get turned down. The
Mhm.
camera doesn't
Oh,
shy
no.
away. We are in that shit with them the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's fucking brutal.
Yeah, that's
And
not
you
only
basically
gorgeous.
you watch every man fight to the end. One of them even commits suicide.
Which that was
Be-
like, it was crazy how they, like, usually when shit like that pops up, even in like some of the most goriest like stories, they usually cut away from shit like that. However, in this one, they fucking did not, and man, like,
Yeah, you can feel the fear in
Yeah.
him as he pulls that fucking trigger.
yeah,
And it's like, oof.
Not to mention, I don't remember. It was the last time I saw like in an apocalypse-like story, somebody that tried to commit suicide, and they're like they did that thing of like click, oh no, ah, and then they got eaten. And it was just like I'm glad that for once to see the subversion of like, oh no, the gun, like it actually worked, and yeah, he fucking killed himself.
mm-hmm.
That shouldn't be a subversion. It sounds like at one point the gun clicking and not working was a subversion, and then people
It
just
became-
kept doing it.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
became like a fucking trope, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
like, no, fucking, if somebody wants to commit, like, if their character in this solution, like, their solution is to just end it, rather than see the horrors that will happen to their body, possibly while they're still alive for even a brief moment, no, end it right fucking there.
Mm-hmm.
Also, not to put too fine a point on it, but Russian gun don't jam.
It's true.
Very
Or
true.
if,
Kalashnikov is a very impressive weapon system.
well, actually, I was going to say, or if it does jam, just pull the trigger again. That's literally, like, why, like, the Makarov actually works. Since it's direct blowback, yeah, just pull the trigger again. It will make that fucking firing pin, like, hit the fucking part of the bullet. It will set
Percussion
off the
cap.
Yes, percussion. Thank you. For some reason, my brain forgot the mechanics of a bullet, of a cartridge.
So, not only do we get to experience this horrific onslaught, and we witness the ghouls essentially winning to the point where the commander is the last one left, and he pulls the trigger on an explosive device to try and take as many of the fuckers as he can with him. But even with that, they still lose the fight.
Mm-hmm.
We cut to the next morning. The ghouls are still eating pieces of our platoon. And then you just sort of hear the music.
I was gonna say, I feel like you missed out a point. There was a point when they were like making the camp.
Yeah.
And the son started playing a song. That one of the other guys like demanded that he played because he just wanted to hear music
Well, it's because one of their men was wounded, and he's
yeah,
just
it's
to
Yeah.
cheer him up.
to play him out. And the commander stopped him, and of course, like he was like mad at what we now know as his son, but one of the other guys like stuck up for him, which was a really nice detail. The other detail was, isn't it? It's the exact same song, isn't it?
And
I
it's a
believe so,
famous
yes.
Russian folk song as well.
Yeah, so
And
it's the
that's
same.
kind of like one of the things I was going to bring up. It's none of us have any kind of Russian heritage that I know of. None of us
I
have
do.
any kind of sentimental. Oh, I didn't know that. But any kind of sentimental tie to that folk song, we don't really have it. But we feel it through them because in this cold, desolate fucking wasteland where it is such a bad idea to play music in the night,
Mhm.
they still demand it because just some brief moment of music would mean that much to them. That they do it, and that's the song he plays, and just he doesn't even get to finish the song. He gets like a few bars in, and you can see on their faces how just that little brief moment of reprieve lifts their spirits.
Yeah, they're all
before
like
the commander has to stop them.
Mhm.
And that same song is the one that plays, and it's the only sound playing as the bombs come over, and we get that bittersweet knowledge that the platoon died and we were there for that, and it was horrible. But we know two things. One, the sun made it. And two, these fuckers didn't.
Mhm.
And the fact the whole thing builds up to that payoff is one of those things that elevates it. Because when I finished this thing, it's like, initially I was kind of like, it's A tier. But as it kind of sat with me, it's little things like that. It's little, the way those emotional payoffs were tied in, and the way I was made to feel what that song meant to them, and for that to pay off as it's playing over the bombers, to execute that well for a song that initially would mean nothing to me in the space of what, fucking 10 minutes?
Mhm.
Like, that shit is fucking good.
Oh yeah,
And
it
once
hits
again,
hard.
it can't be understated that all of these episodes are sub 20 minutes, and they tell better stories than most of what Hollywood puts out nowadays. Like some of the greatest fucking like storytelling like I've ever seen ever, and it's like it's so simple and small. And it's beautiful. And I've and like in going back to that camp scene, I really love that when he takes the fucking what is that fucking thing called? And what I'd say
Oh, like
I
I've
said I
always
almost
forgotten
called
the
it
name of the
I
instrument.
almost called it a loot. But yeah, when the commander takes it away, he like sits down and he can't like look because he knows like how much it meant to his people. But like he had to do the pragmatic thing and he hated him. He kind of hated it. It's like it's fuck. It's so everything about that's good. God tier. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Also,
Like
I
I said,
remember
I was initially hesitant to put it up there, but the way it executes, the way every single individual element of it culminates and builds up to give you that emotional payoff, it's God tier.
and I also
I don't
remember
know if it's the best God tier, but it absolutely is God tier.
And I also remember hearing somebody complain about like, why is a Mongolian in Russia? And it's like, dude, look at a fucking
Yeah,
map
bruh.
and
Look at a
educate
look at a
seen
yourself.
him.
fucking map.
Look at a
Yeah.
map. They're not that far away, dude. Why
Like,
is a
Well,
Mexican in America?
And
All right.
what most people don't understand is like when you look at the map of Russia is now, and when you look at a map of Soviet Russia, they look very fucking different.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Soviet Russia is bigger, or was bigger, than the Russian Federation is now, because Soviet Russia, for all their talk of like we the people and communism, it was a fucking empire.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
They took some shit over and were hesitant to give it back. They're still fucking trying to take it back.
Picture of Putin winking. All right, so God tier.
And
Anybody
the
else?
picture we used for this
I don't
It's the
think anybody's
Metro.
disputing that one. Yeah.
The Metro one.
Metro, because to Ninja and myself, this gave off some heavy Metro vibes.
Definitely.
Oh, absolutely. In the
And
best ways possible.
I need to
Really fucking good game, by the way. Go
I
play
need to
it.
finish Last Light. The problem is that it was released
I'm gonna
during
play
that era of the PS3 and Xbox 360 that that companies kind of just didn't give a shit about the PC port, so almost none of the controls or UI transferred over properly,
Well, yeah, that's why you should play it on console, because it's better.
or
Yep.
just play with
All
a
right,
controller.
next one.
Oh, it's Kalinka. How did I not fucking get? Yes, it's Kalinka played on a balalaika. That's the name of the folk song. It is like, if you think of like traditional, like very typically Russian folk song that like, think of any movie, cartoon, TV show where they're showing like Soviet Russia and they've got like that like twinkly kind of like high pitched kind of guitar-y sound, and it's always playing like that very Russian sounding music. That song is called Kalinka. And yeah, the guitar thing is called a balalaika. I'm
got a
probably not
very
pronouncing the instrument name right, but yeah, if you hear it in this, you've almost definitely heard it somewhere before. It's very familiar, but like I said, it will mean nothing to you, but this will make it mean something to you. You'll
wouldn't-
almost feel like national Russian pride as the fucking bombers fly over. It's so weird.
I wouldn't
but
be
That's
surprised.
what I'm
God, is it
saying. Like
satisfying.
it's weird how that does that. But like, yeah, you sort of like, God damn, these guys were fucking heroes. Like, fuck.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it totally is the fucking Russian song.
It really
Right?
is.
I just
I
muted
can
myself
literally
to listen to it,
send you a
and
YouTube clip of
holy
like
shit.
Kalinka being played on a balalaika right now, and it is literally the exact thing he was playing.
Mhm. Anyway,
Uh,
well, I mean, I always think of the Soviet theme, but just
Dude,
'cause
well,
of
I
that.
mean, that's more
That's fun.
memes than anything else at this
Well, that,
point.
again,
well, I
that
just,
song's unironically a banger though. So like,
I mean, it absolutely is. Russian music has always gone hard. Like Tchaikovsky is one of the best composers of all fucking time. Like,
Well,
up.
I'm still thinking about the Tetris theme. Do, 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 do,
yeah,
do.
similar kind of musical composition. It's like it's that same like plucky kind of, and it's got that similar kind of like bouncy melody to it.
Mhm.
But it's so easy to like imagine it being also melancholy. It's Russian music. It hits different, man.
It
Mhm.
does.
If you'll
Gotta love the
if you'll
other culture.
if you'll look in the little picture I sent in the Discord, there's something hanging out in the what if section now.
Oh no.
Oh,
Okay.
I mean,
Am I wrong?
does that even count as
God, wait.
content?
What?
Like, literally, can it even be graded badly if it can't be graded at all? You didn't turn up to the exam.
Uh,
That's fair.
Just absolute non-content.
So anyway, let's move it up.
the
So
next-
yep,
next
Secret War was
episode-
great.
Yes, and it is in God tier. The next episode, Sucker of Souls. I'll take this one.
Good.
So we cut to in medias res of a scientist and a mercenary kind of running through tunnels as the lights behind them are breaking, because there's a strange creature just chasing them. We cut to black as they trip over and the lights break. Yeah, we go a little bit into the past, because I believe that's how in medias res works. To find out that they've been doing an excavation of. Did they say if it was specifically Transylvanian?
They didn't say specifically the location, but the implication is that it was castle and or.
Yes. So they're exploring the ruins of this castle. The scientist and his son, and the mercenary who has two friends, Gary and
Mickey.
Mickey, who we just jokingly said slur.
Well, I kept saying
Irish.
Oh, he's not Irish. He's Irish.
He's
Very
Irish.
firm distinction.
So did they
Fucking
keep
plastic patty.
She got arthritis.
Yeah, I described his accent as very hard bagara. Yeah, it's very. It's either an American doing an Irish accent or an Irishman being told by a director to ham up his accent. And it
What's
kind
wrong
of hurts extra because there's another thing we'll cover. I don't know when. I don't know where it is on the list. But there's another character in one of these who actually is Irish, and her accent is so genuine I can actually place it as to where she's from in Ireland. Like,
that's gonna
you can
be,
so easily tell the real thing from.
Hey, well, I mean,
someone
I
that's
gotta,
hammed up.
that's gonna be
I gotta, I gotta raise my hand to that and say, just hang on a second. We'll get there when we get there.
Yeah, we will.
So they're going through these excavations. He has his mercenary friends. They find this little slab and they're reading it. The son's reading it. And it's about like the Slayer of Children. And as
Student, he's not the son.
The sucker
Oh.
of souls.
yeah, the sucker of
He's just like a research assistant or a student.
I could have sworn they said son, but
No.
No,
Well, I mean, he might have said
the
son as
research
in, like,
assistant.
I'd say he might have said
Oh.
son like as in like, hey son, kind of deal, like as
Okay.
old man talking to a younger person, but he definitely wasn't said as a child.
okay.
Yeah,
fair
no, it
enough.
wasn't actually any one of their kids.
All right. So they're they're reading about this like ancient monster who would suck the souls out of its victims. And as they're reading, the lights start to flicker with the electricity with the kid. And as he looks up, he sees just this fucking monstrous looking person who it comes back, picks him up, and does it turn its hand into a blade, or does it just use its like hand?
Well, no. It's first of all, it mounts him and starts fucking gnawing on his
just gnawing
neck.
on him, like, and it's like he may as well have been like bleeding out halfway through all of that gnawing. It's like he's like, move, kid. It's like he ain't moving.
Yeah, he's fucking dead, bro.
Yeah, it's like, and it's one of those things where it's like it feels like the lady from Jurassic World or whatever.
Yeah,
Where it's like, man, this feels like like this feels like really malicious. Do you not like this person?
and so after like gnawing on him for like a good minute, I swear this may have well been like a part from like Evil Dead. He picks him up and then slices him through the middle. The blood splashes upwards into the shape of a crucifix and like all the way like down the front side of our main mercenary guy. And as
it coats the scientist and the mercenary in like copious
they're like,
quantities of blood.
they turn red.
yes,
Yeah.
but the funniest thing is the skin peels away, then the muscle, then the skeleton, then the brain. It literally like a
Oh yeah,
skit
it's
out of
very
Evil Dead.
cartoony.
Yeah.
I kept thinking like Evil Dead the whole goddamn time. So they of course fucking run from this creature, and they discover after finding a cat that it very much doesn't like it, because we also find out that, by the way, that's just fucking Dracula.
Yeah, it's just straight up Dracula.
Not a Dracula, the Dracula.
Yeah, that's also a line.
And he doesn't like cats, and that's why the villagers constantly sent them into the castle. So he's just like, it's like that moment from The Mummy when, to hold off Imhotep,
Yeah, I was about to say, like, yeah, that was very fucking mummy-like. And
Except he didn't do a goofy wide mouth scream.
Hey, that's a treasured movie in this household.
You fuck, you better.
Treasure of a movie, but that face is also fucking stupid.
I don't know, when he's at the big window of the library and he just goes, and the shadow just gets bigger.
Yeah, he just looks out at the crowd and Omega Pogs.
So, Jesus Christ. They get back to the other group who also have a cat. Like, it was shown in the beginning that the Irish guy was feeding it tuna.
Mm-hmm.
They barricade the door. They have only a few mags for the P90s, a few mags for the handguns, one brick.
The transitions between like the different like styles of like ammo and shit was really fucking fun.
The editing of this was fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
And one shotgun and the brick of C4. Gary keeps a brick of C4 just in case.
Just in case.
And as Dracula's trying to break in, they're like, "Where are the cats?" And it shows on the.
Wait, no. Where are the fucking cats? There are the cats fucking.
Yeah, they're on a beam above it, and it's just showing them just fucking.
There are the cats fucking. It's such a fun fucking. That's so funny. I'm sorry. I love that line. And there's your love.
Fucking cats.
There are the cats fucking.
They pop the door open and they just lay into it for a minute. And if I remember correctly, Gary just shoots it in the dick.
Shotguns him in the dick.
Yeah,
and
she literally shotguns Dracula in the fucking dick.
But it only gets bigger.
Well, it like falls the fuck out. I don't
yeah,
know.
it's weird. It's such a weird fucking thing.
It's a weird animation thing, yeah. But she literally shoots him in the dick.
I don't really want to stare at it, so.
And he grew weird. Like an absolute fucking Omega Chad.
They keep holding him off for a little bit longer till they have till they leave the room with the brick of C4 that says like "fuck you, love Gary."
Mm-hmm. Good touch.
And it goes off, and we like almost like in like the cartoon it is. We just see like the skeleton after the skin just peels away from the explosion, then the skull falls apart like
Yeah,
an alien
it's one
resurrection.
of the few like that really leans into the cartooniness of its animation style.
Yes, it was very goofy.
And its animation style is very much like Saturday morning cartoon aesthetic.
Oh yeah,
But
it
it's
looked-
gory. It's like it gave me Venture Brothers vibes.
I was
Yeah,
about to
I was
say,
it looked
I
like
was
Venture Brothers.
As I just took a sip of coffee. They continue to run after blowing Dracula the hell up. It causes a bit of a cave-in, and that's when they find out they are in basically a giant chamber full of the rest of the Draculas, and it
Yeah, it's a shortcut that leads to prison cells. Prison cells for what? The rest of them.
Yeah, the rest of them. And then it cuts. I
That's
liked how lighthearted this was, especially after Secret War. We kind of needed that a bit.
Yeah,
I mean, you say lighthearted, but it's like
yeah. I was about to say I don't know if lighthearted is the proper term there, but
Well, lighthearted is
It's
in, like,
lighthearted in that it's humorous. It's just a dark humor, and that's something that the show, like 90% of the time, does really well. Is dark humor.
yeah,
It's
it's
like where
why-
things can be really bleak and gruesome, and these people are obviously fucked in the worst way. But it's funny because, see, coming onto this after like talking about how things can be intended as a joke and just come across as tone deaf and incompetent because you just didn't think about the implications off of the Marvel shit to something like this. It's such a harsh contrast, and it's so difficult to nail exactly what it is that will make a dark, humorous joke land versus not. See, this thing opens and everyone in this has an attitude toward the horror where they're scared of it, but they're scared of it in ways that are funny.
yeah,
You know, they're trying to deal with it. They are desperate in their situation, but they express that desperation in ways that are also slightly humorous without lessening the dread on their part. Like, it's a horrible situation for them, but it's funny for us to look at.
that's
And
why
striking that balance is harder than a lot of people seem to think.
That's why I made comparisons to Evil Dead, because specifically Evil Dead 2, because I haven't.
It was
seen
paying. It felt like it was paying homage to a lot of amazing things, and
Yeah.
it kind of nailed them, and it was really fun.
Haven't
for what it
seen.
was.
I've only seen like 2 episodes of Ash vs. Evil Dead. Heard it's not good after a point.
it's not. It's really bad. Like it starts off pretty decent, but like the further it goes along, the
So like just to see like that sort of dark humor, especially after Secret War, it felt nice.
Yeah, definitely.
especially the kid getting cut in half and then skin, muscle, bone, brain.
Yeah, like I
Very
said,
cartoonish thing where like each layer of him was bisected in like real time, like different
Yes.
layers, like peeling a man of an onion.
But in terms of it was fun, but I don't know where I'd put it. I think I put it in C because it honestly it well, fun. It's kind of just the bare bones kind of plot.
It's bare bones, but I think its through line is competent enough, and it lands its humor well enough that I'm happy for it to be in B.
yeah, I would say B
Yeah,
would be fair.
I have no
Fair
problem
enough.
with B. Oh, there it is. I forgot you just straight up just used a picture from the actual.
Yeah,
episode.
this is one of the first ones I did, and I wasn't quite. It's like if I thought of a funny thing to use instead, I would use it, but I wasn't doing it for everything.
Yeah.
Let's see. What
Maxie,
is-
do you have a issue with it being in
No,
B, or do you
B,
think
yeah,
it belongs
B's
in C?
too.
Right?
Like this one wasn't my favorite, but I did enjoy it. So
Did you put it on? I'm not saying it.
It's right here. It's in B, right here.
Oh,
Yes,
I'm
you
looking at
already
the
did
wrong fucking thing. I was an idiot. But yeah, okay.
all right. So next
Were you
step.
looking at the still image? Were you staring at the chair?
man.
You're like,
A little bit.
"Oh,
Love-
I had the
Fuck.
image up, and then I went away and I did something, and I came back and I forgot to change back to fucking live stream.
I know, but it's like it's kind of funny that you are like looking at the chair and getting frustrated. It's like,
Yeah.
You're like, oh, still not doing anything.
It's just weird, you know. I mean, like if somebody was trying to entertain people and like just like left, you know what I mean? It feels
Every-
like
Yeah, if I'm trying,
feels-
if I
it feels-
claim that I'm making content and all I do is put on somebody else's content and fuck off,
Mhm.
like
like a decent
do you-
human, like a decent human being wouldn't like, you know, like be like, oh wow, like I'm working so hard, you know what I mean? Like
No,
feels like
yeah,
it's just certain kind of
they'd own
scum fucking piece of shit. Like would be like, oh yeah, I'm like fucking so good at what I do, I'm the best.
how self-unaware do you have to be to not recognize you're a piece of shit?
Like you'd have to be pretty bad. Like you'd probably like say something really fucked up, like we just like America deserved 9/11 or something like that.
Yeah, that'd be the
And
kind
like
of
you
person
and
I'd
like
do
you would
it.
still like be like a citizen.
And then also
Get like you'd probably get like a fucking like senator to sit down and play Among Us with you. Not that we're like labeling anybody like in particular, but we're just saying like
No, yeah, this is all purely hypothetical. Like the kind of person who would just do what I said, have somebody else's content playing, just kind of fuck off, and then when that person does the literal exact fucking thing to your content that you, well, I say content in the massive quotes,
Mhm.
suddenly it's a problem, even though it is so blatantly, obviously just then doing what you did.
It's so blatantly obvious that somebody in your chat had to point it out to you. Sorry, we're getting way too off topic, but you
Well,
know, fuck
Yeah,
certain-
we're in the weeds.
I was going to say somebody that says they're a socialist yet buys a $30 million fucking dollar house.
No, it's not even just buying an expensive house.
it's owning property.
Being so completely unaware of the optics of espousing that idea while buying that opulent a house in a place where homelessness is such a prevalent problem. It's like
Mhm.
it's not just that he got an expensive house. It's like the compounding of so many other things that to most people are so blatantly fucking obvious.
That kitchen's only going to cook chicken tendies.
All right.
No,
Anyway,
it's not going to cook shit because he
it's not
can't
gonna cook shit because yeah, unless
He's
his mom.
not a functioning adult.
I was gonna say unless his mom moves in with him. But anyway, let's keep going.
Sorry. That was, we're gonna like that's gonna fucking stick for like months. That's never going away.
It should stay for a while.
Okay. The Witness. I'm just gonna say outright, not my favorite. Who wants to describe this one?
So this one, its concept's very fucking intriguing to me. So a woman is putting on her makeup and she's about to go somewhere or whatever. So she's doing her thing. She hears a ruckus and a commotion, so she looks out of her window and she looks out the window across, almost like perfectly across in another building on the other side. And there's a man having a struggle, and he winds up shooting somebody. They make eye contact, and this begins a chase. She runs down to the street level, gets in a taxi. He also runs down. It's kind of ironic because he kind of looks like somebody we may not be talking about.
Oh, that timing though.
God damn, fuck. Like this is kind of weird.
I have
Anyway,
to pull a picture of him up.
no.
Of the
Well,
guy.
yeah, the guy. Of course, it's the guy. Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna fucking. You know.
Oh my
should
god.
know
mean,
better.
Like
I mean,
if
we
you
did just
Well,
say
hang on,
they're
hang on.
basically the same thing, so I don't know if that helps.
I was about to say, like, it's kind of funny though, because if you're like, yeah, I'm gonna pull up the picture of the guy, and then you pull up a picture of the guy. Anyway,
it's just Elijah Wood. It's the guy.
yeah, sure, it's the guy. I'm the guy. Oh, you're the guy now. So yeah, there's like this crazy, like this kind of like halfway chase. It's kind of weirdly paced, but like the art style is also really it's crazy how it's like realistic and like what's the word I'm looking for? Abstract at the same time. Like everything's like really
The animation style on this one, it looks like it's drawn. Like if you look at a still image of this one, it
Yes.
almost looks like it's painted.
yeah, but like
and-
it looks like over exaggerated and realistic at the same time. That's what I'm like saying. It's
The Witness?
strange. Yeah, the witness. So
Did you notice the little words?
Yeah.
Yeah, the onomatopoeia.
Mhm.
Yeah. So she gets blah. Like kind of losing my place. So she
If
winds
she
up
was in
like,
the taxi.
yeah, she gets in the taxi and she gets to her building. During the taxi ride, she's trying to call her pimp basically, and because she's like freaking out because she saw a murder. She gets to her job, which is like a kind of like a adult show, burlesque
Yeah,
show.
she's like a stripper in a BDSM club
Like
slash
a
escort. It's kind of implied, I think.
Mhm.
Oh, whoops.
What?
I'm showing off the image for the chat of the guy that chases her, but since some of my stuff is like on OBS, it's above it, so you've just got the spider creature and the yogurt just in this guy's hair.
Fair enough.
Sorry, like I got the stream up. I think I got the stream up, but I guess I'm missing it. But
The stream
yeah.
is
So
always,
she
like,
goes
a
to
minute
her.
behind.
She goes to her show, and she decides to put on her show, which is weird, but
I mean, she's still got to work, I guess.
she's still got to work, I guess, even though she's being chased by a murderer. But and like the murderer like winds up getting snatched by like the crazy sex people in this thing, and yeah, I guess like this does get kind of weak where it's like, what the fuck is happening now? But the animation, of course, is all really fucking well done. It's insanely beautiful. And they wind up fucking remembering that, oh shit, yeah, we're fucking chasing each other because of murder. So she winds up going to her pimp who's passed out, or not passed out, but he's like occupied. She winds up grabbing his gun and like leaves, and she runs. They wind up having a foot chase all the way back to the original building where she saw him kill a woman.
Wait, hold on. Why I didn't put it together that she ran to where he killed someone. I thought she ran back to her own apartment.
No, that was
No,
his apartment.
no,
'cause
it
he
was definitely his
unlocks it.
Why
apartment.
would she run to his apartment?
I don't know, because she was.
We
Well,
don't
the thing
know.
is, she was actually trying to get away, but she happened to like find an open door that happened to be his apartment.
Right, but to get to that open door that happens to be his apartment, that's a lot of like different twists and turns to go right back to there.
Well, I mean, like
But that's literally it. She ends up in the same room where the murder took place.
exact same room in the exact same position. Which, so we get to that, and like, yeah, it is definitely his like apartment because not only the key, but like, there's a lot of details. Like, the first time we see him run out, like the angle we see it, that's the way we see her come into the apartment. So yeah, they wind up getting into a struggle, and she gets the upper hand of him and shoots him in almost the exact same way. Like she's revealed and she's like breathing and looking up. She happens to glance over and she sees him at the exact same angle that she saw him murder a woman. And
Or she was putting on her makeup when she saw murder. She looks over at having just committed a murder and sees like a slightly different version of him witness her do a murder.
yes,
And it just kind of cuts there, and the implication is that it's like this not quite perfect loop. And yes, it looks gorgeous, but pretty much all of these look gorgeous.
yeah,
So while that does get points and it does make these things absolutely worth watching on their own,
Mhm.
when we're trying to stack them against each other, it's not enough. And I've mentioned, like, when I'm complimenting these or I'm describing what tier I think they belong on, I mentioned the through line a lot. And I don't know that I've really gone into exactly what I mean by that. I kind of just trust that we kind of get it.
well, I
But
mean,
this is kind of an example of one where I think that's where it falls down.
gotcha.
Because, like I said, it's not quite a perfect loop. And having something that's trippy, having something that's like a little bit head fucky and it's a bit like psychological horror,
Mhm.
that can work absolutely fine. It's just, it has to make sense. It's like you can leave me off at the end thinking, okay, what the fuck? How does that work? What exactly is going on?
Mhm.
But I do need to be able to put something together other than trying and failing a couple times and going, wow, yeah, I guess it's just really head fucky. It's like, no, that's not satisfying. And that's kind of, I think, what makes this one fall a little bit short.
What would you say is unsatisfying?
It's kind of hard to put finger on because,
For me,
okay, well, first of
I felt
all,
like it didn't know what it wanted to say.
yeah,
Like it didn't really feel like okay, so was it trying to say that everything is a loop? Because it's not. Because, like Slur said, it's not a perfect loop. The whole story doesn't start over again. It sort of now she's the murderer.
And
So
if that's the case, does that just mean that the whole thing is an analogy for how she feels things are spiraling out of control? And already, right there, what I just did, I'm going abstract. I'm going for big air, reaching for things that aren't actually in the thing I saw. You see what I mean?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's weird because like you could say that he wasn't maliciously chasing her down though.
No, it
Because-
looked like he was trying to explain himself, but because he was doing
Because
it like
he was also
really
freaking out.
frantic and panicked and like that, and because obviously he just fucking killed somebody, she's scared.
Well, hang on.
So
Did
she
you notice?
runs.
Well, hang on. I left out the detail. The woman he kills is her. Like she has the exact same lipstick mark, like where she fucked up her lipstick.
Yes,
It's
she
like-
doesn't see that it's her, but we do.
Yeah,
We
and
see
that's-
that he kills her. Then he sees that like she witnesses him kill her. That freaks him out, and he chases her down to try and explain herself. And then when the loop closes on the other end, we don't actually know whether she tries to chase him down to explain herself, and round it goes.
Mhm.
Or what would that even mean if that's how it tried to end? Like, would that change anything that it's trying to do or say? Also, the version of him that sees her murder him, this is already confusing the language,
Yeah.
is different. It's like the witness iteration of the man versus the murderer iteration of the man. Murderer man has a mustache. Witness man has a mustache and a goatee. But murdered girl and witness girl are identical.
Yeah.
And so it's those little details that don't quite add up. Or see, this is where I come back to it just being unsatisfying, because it does these things where, because it's so trippy and because it's clearly doing things that are kind of heady and a bit abstract, it very much is inviting you to pay close attention to try and figure it out, but it's very much not rewarding you for doing so.
Hmm.
And yeah, I think that's what it is that's dragging you down, because it's like actual event to event, like moment to moment, things mostly line up, except for the fact that when she's trying to run away from him, she happens to end up back at his apartment. And like I said, just ending up at a specific apartment in a specific building, that's a lot. It's like that's more than just you happen to end up in a particular alleyway. It's like you're on a particular floor of a particular building, you have to go across a particular door that happened to be open. It's like there's a lot there, and it almost feels contrived, as if things had to be this way. But then is that deliberate? Because I literally can't tell in this thing.
I feel like it is, but like yeah, it is a little too abstract. I would want like it's a lot of these like I want more, but I would like it if there was like the loop in the opposite direction, which was what it was alluding to at the end of the episode.
Actually did end up being a perfect loop. I genuinely don't know whether that would have made it better or not.
Yeah.
It might have. It might have at least made it feel, more tightened up.
Yeah, but the fact that
I don't know though.
The fact that it was an imperfect loop makes me like want like another loop with like to play out. You know what I mean?
So was that the purpose?
I don't know.
There's the problem.
No, like I said, it's I like the abstractness of it, but like admittedly, like there's just really it's just a concept really. So I would probably argue this is C tier.
yeah, I would agree. I think it's pretty low tier.
Yeah,
But
and
it's
for all
still
its
good.
weaknesses, it's still very enticing. Like moment to moment, you want to see what happens next,
Mm-hmm.
and that's almost what makes the ending a bit more of a shame. But the way it's done and the way it's like the chase is paced out, I think it's good enough that it's C tier.
That's fair.
You'll
Alright.
hear no.
Wyatt, you got
I already,
got
moved
anything?
I already moved it over. It's right here.
No,
Oh,
that's fine.
wait,
I was just
we're
wondering
just
if you had
asking if
anything else you
yeah.
wanted to
Oh,
say about it, or
sorry.
if you think you
Uh,
covered it, or
Subjectively, I don't. I think it was the pimp person, but they really kind of grossed
Oh,
me
the
out
Ruby
with
Rod guide.
Yeah,
yeah,
you want
let
some
your daddy
pussy?
Ruby Rod.
You want some
that kind of jarred me away.
You want to
from
see some
the rest of-
pussy?
And like the fact that the spit, like I said, the animation's really fucking well done in like every fucking bit. And yeah, like even like that.
Yeah,
weird
even actually, you know, one thing I really love about the aesthetic of this one, and I didn't clock this the first time we saw it, but this manages to evoke cyberpunk in a way that doesn't rely on things that are getting a bit tired. It's like it doesn't rely on excessive neon. It doesn't rely on like over the top like cybernetic robot parts on people or shit like that. It has its own thing that feels like very lived in, and like for the people who live in that world, it's something that could feasibly be normal.
Instead of like putting metal bits everywhere.
Exactly,
It's
or just like putting neon on literally every fucking kitchen appliance you have.
I was going to argue that instead of doing that, it went more of a leather fetid and latex.
In the club,
wraps.
yes,
club,
but remember,
yeah.
I'm not just talking the club. I'm talking about like the world in general. It's like it's got like the grime, the desolation, but
Yes,
people are still like artistic and people dress expressively in that like very like punkish kind of way, but in a way that's also colorful. Like the body art on her, because like I said, she's a stripper / escort. It's not really clarified. Like when we first see her, it looks like she woke up next to some guy, and we don't know if that's her boyfriend, if that's a client, because she mentions that she was at a hotel. It's like we don't actually know all that much. We just get like little inklings here and there. But yeah, it's like when she does her shows, like gratuitous as all hell, but also fucking well done.
I forgot to ask for most of what we have so far. Movie, yes or no? I take it with a witness, not really. Question mark.
I would want to see the movie. I don't know if the movie would be good. That's the thing.
Yeah, my problem with it is mostly the execution of the concept. I think with more wiggle room, the concept of this loop or the trying to break the loop, especially in a setting like this where cyberpunk as a genre tends to deal a lot with like how the human psyche copes with this kind of world that is so far removed from the natural. There's potential there. And it's kind of what I look for. Like something like Aquila Station, I don't want that to be a movie. I think it's perfect just as it is. I think if you stretch it out, you'll thin it out. You will make it worse.
Yeah.
And like that's something that's a weird thing because like I'm starting to come to grips with that because I would like to see a movie of this, but it's like with like Aquila Rift, and like Secret Wars, it's like those are like really well executed stories.
I was actually about to ask if you'd watch a whole Secret War movie.
I mean, probably.
I would actually prefer a miniseries. It's like if that was just one, because remember, earlier on in Secret War, we learned that there are other platoons just like theirs, but the major said that he trusted them to take care of themselves enough that in order to scout more ground, he had them more spread out. And this is like an ongoing conflict. So the story of that whole entire conflict told from this perspective of like different interchanging like teams as they fight this thing, if it was all done to that quality, I think it would be fucking amazing.
Exactly.
All right. What about fuck, I've already forgotten the name of it. What about
Sonny's
Sonny's
Edge?
Edge?
I think that one's pretty much perfect where it is. I
Yeah.
think if you extend that too far, the things that make it special, you might run a bit tired of. Or if you try and stretch the concept out, like I said, you'll thin it out. So I think that one works best the way it is. It's very tight, it's very contained, it's very well done.
I like the concept of like the fighting like biological things, but like like you said, that's basically like done a lot. So like I would like to see that. Like I would like to see them animate more fights.
Yeah, I can imagine that. All right, I think you're gonna really enjoy what's next on the list.
What's
Suits.
next? So I will lead the charge on this one. Suits. It's great. God tier. Fight me.
Is that it? Is that all we get?
Fuck you.
That's all.
Yes. So the so Suits. it's a really interesting like story. Like it starts off pretty like simple enough, but then like it quickly escalates and is like, oh, these are like farmers who are like holding the thing. You got like Pacific Rim vibes too. I'm not gonna lie, because the riffs and all that. But it's a story about farmers basically holding their farm down from these alien incursions and like these bug monsters that like want to just eat their farm and pretty much eat anything they can get their disgusting little claws on. Uh, it's a really tight story of like them holding out against a particularly heavy attack and a lot of sacrifice and like characters and shit like that going into it. It's very very reminiscent of how like the StarCraft story is. So that's why this one kind of like holds a like a special place in my heart. It's a bunch of fucking rednecks like with machines that barely function yet can get the fucking job done. I always made a joke about like the StarCraft universe is these apex predators versus these like powerful Jedi like warriors against some good old boys with bang sticks. As like what StarCraft like lore is.
What's funny, out of the four of us, three of us, me less so, but that's just because I know these two just played a lot more. We play a lot of StarCraft.
Mm-hmm.
It's
and like so like I guess for Sarah and Wyatt, and maybe Ninja doesn't even know this, but the backstory of StarCraft is it's a convict ship that was like basically put into like deep space, and it got lost and it crash landed in this like crazy sector far away from Earth. And so all of the Terrans, the humans in the fucking in StarCraft, are all a bunch of fucking convicts and rednecks, and you know what I mean? Kind of like the worst of the worst almost. So and they basically scrape together a living to basically scratch out a survival against like literal alien monsters. And the Protoss.
The Protoss
So,
are also here.
Yeah, the Protoss, like it depends on like which section of Protoss they run into, but some of them are cool, some of them are not very cool.
I'm
ones who
gonna
are not
head
cool
off
are-
this point of contention early. I'm hearing a lot of it's good because it's like StarCraft.
Well, it's not though.
That's
That's
gonna
the
be an
thing.
issue.
Well, the thing, it's not though. Like it's also like a really tight story, and like the animation's really well done. It does have a bit of a like unnecessarily happy ending, or not unnecessarily, but like compared to the others, it feels a lot more like hopeful in a way, almost. So it is kind of jarring in that sense, but I would honestly say it's a pretty tight story. Tight story. Really well animation, really good animation. The world building towards the end, where it's like revealed that the reason why, like, because it almost looks like they're on Earth, but they're like dealing with like an alien invasion, but they actually are. They're inside these giant bubbles on an alien planet, and like that's where the fucking monsters are coming from, and you can see like them like swarming over multiple bubbles across the planet.
But didn't like the giant thing come in through like some kind of portal thing?
No, it just like basically. So they specifically call them breaches, like, and yeah, it makes sense because they're breaching the fucking bubbles, basically. These
Right.
like force fields. So where would the point of contention be outside of it just being a StarCraft homage? That's where I'm.
Well, no,
curious.
it being a StarCraft homage is not a point of contention. In fact, that's great. It's like wearing your influence on your sleeve is not a problem.
Mhm.
It's more just using that for your reasoning as to why it hit you so hard. I get why that is, but that's not a reason for it to be elevated on the tier list.
Yeah.
Whereas talking more about like what it does well, I think is where I wanted to just kind of.
I would
steer you
argue
more
that it's very strong character building and very
Yes.
strong world building in a very short amount of time. Like we all kind of commented on how Jake, because like again, these are sub 20-minute stories, and Jake is basically set up as this sort of yokel goofball, borderline screw up. Doesn't take things too seriously. And yet, when the shit hits the fan, he's the one that sacrifices himself to keep everyone else alive. And it's even his scarecrow, which gets brought up in the beginning of the episode, that essentially saves their ass. So there's a lot of like satisfying setup and payoff that makes sense. and is
Yeah.
well executed throughout.
And the character work is really good. Like you said, with Jake just being a bit of a goofball, but with a heart of gold, and you just see these characters who we have like a very basic but pretty decent first impression of being put through the shit, and seeing them rise to the occasion is just satisfying.
Mhm.
I think it's A. I think it's A tier. I think it's really well done. It's really strong. I don't know that there's much about it that I think really elevates it up to God tier.
I will admit that it's possible, because I would say it's in my top two. Like Secret War and Suits were my top two overall. It could be that a lot of that is subjective because of the references that it's coming from, and because of just
And
sort of
yeah,
the way
that's
it hits.
I mean, to the point that
that's
our
why I wanted to kind of steer away from that, just to hone more in on what it does. Because,
Oh,
like I said,
no,
Well,
it's
fine.
really
I
well
am
done. The characters are awesome. The fucking
fine.
mechs, the way they work, and
I'm a
how
general
just the
otaku
way they
anyway.
worry about the mechanics of it. The way it's like she ain't built for speed, or she ain't built for accuracy. She's built for speed, or like little things like that about how they convey how these things work and the limitations of how they work just by the stress of their situation.
Mhm.
It's like, it's good shit. It's really well done.
Well, like that's
I-
the thing. It's like I feel like it's a really great story. So like is and so I'm like trying to find like why it wouldn't be God tier. If it's a really fucking tight story, really fucking well done, and like the world building's really fucking great. Like I'm not seeing like why it's not God tier. Because like I feel like you need to bring up like a good like thing that go against it to like really fucking keep it from God tier.
yeah,
And
I
like
don't know
haven't
that
heard
that's how that
anything.
necessarily works. I don't
Hmm.
see anything that's been B tier. That's like everything really works. There's just not much that elevates it. Whereas Suits, I think everything about it works. It's really solid. And then there are parts about it that are really good. And I think that pushes it up to A. But without that like extra subjective layer of just having it hit home the way it does for you and Ninja,
I mean, anime.
Well,
there's just
like it
nothing about
does.
it that's really getting
Well,
me.
for me,
excited
it's
about
it's
here.
not just a StarCraft thing. It's more of like just kind of robots in general.
Yeah, but like even then, like the final struggle and all that stuff, like it fucking you feel for these fucking characters like that you win, and like it's a nice little subversion that they do wind up surviving despite it being like a really like fucked scenario.
Right, but in that fucked scenario, to just to draw a direct comparison, are we feeling for them the same way we felt for them in Secret War? Because
Kind
I
of
wasn't.
I
because
I
like
was.
And
it's,
maybe that's
it's
subjective for
here's
me.
the
I don't
thing.
know.
Here's the thing, because like at the end of it, it's also kind of like dour because like they might not make it another day.
Oh yeah, they made it through this one, but we all know that because this is just what life on this frontier is like, they might not make it through the next one. And that's
Exactly.
just how it is.
And so like it has that like biting effect. Like it's got a happy ending, and then no, it doesn't.
Yeah,
Because
like there
this
could.
is literally one day that we happen to watch.
Yeah, this could literally be like their last day. Like tomorrow could very much be the end of it.
Mhm.
In terms of the wearing the inspiration on the sleeve on the StarCraft thing, it's even to the point that our main character Hank is voiced by the same person that does Tychus Finley.
Yeah, but that's kind of going with what
I-
Slur's saying. Like it's
I
leaning
know.
hard
No,
on
I'm not.
this.
I know. I was just more bringing it up because he's a very talented voice actor. That was more just. I just happened to notice that.
I like the world building. I like that it feels very unique. With these sort of hybrid, large farm equipment combined with mecha.
Mhm.
It's a really it's short in the sense that like I said, all these are under 20 minutes, and yet in a very short amount of time, it sucks you into the world. It makes you care about these people,
Mhm.
and it does sort of hit in a very satisfying way.
Yeah.
You appreciate Jake's sacrifice. You appreciate Helen's loss and what that's going to mean for her going forward. It's like, damn,
Mhm.
she lived, but her husband died. What does that mean for her in this type of world?
Yeah, and also they lost a lot of their fucking farm. Like, he's like, well, I'm bringing our entire herd in, and he's holding one fucking cow. Like, there's a lot of like little subtle things that, I mean, I could sit here and talk about it for hours about every little detail. So like, I'm just but curious of like what would move you, Slayer, to it being God tier. Because like we can
I
sit
don't
here and
know.
keep labeling examples, but it's like, what's gonna satisfy you?
Okay, the best way I can kind of explain where I'm coming from here is, remember when I said about the Secret War that I was actually kind of teetering on the edge where I thought it might be A, but the more it lingered with me, the more it hit how those different elements culminated into those final moments. And just the emotional impact of those final moments is what pushed me over the line and put Secret War into God tier.
Hmm.
That didn't happen for me in Suits. It's like, it was very satisfying. The characters were really good. Like Ninja said, in such a short amount of time, you get a really good, strong impression of all of them. You know who these people are. You have a very good sense of their personalities because their dialogue is all incredibly efficient. But that extra emotional punch wasn't quite there. So it is really fucking good. And A tier is, like, remember, way above average.
Yeah,
B is like your baseline does nothing wrong. So it's like A tier is not a knock against it.
Okay, let's hear from Wyatt, because he's been kind of quiet for a while. What do you think? Like, where would you put it, and why? Kind of weigh in here for us.
I'm trying to gather my thoughts, and also trying not to close my eyes because my body's finally catching up. All right, all right. I actually really did like this world building. It was such, because two of my favorite. I love sci-fi. I love mechas, and I just love the story of people just kind of just roughing it, and they're out in the edge of the frontier trying to just make make a living with what they got, and with the struggle. Not even the struggle. The emotional relationship between Hank and his wife. It felt really genuine, that they've been married for quite some time, and that through the thick and thin of this planet, it ain't gonna separate them. To the point that when the new gun comes out, it's like, I was saving it for our anniversary. Surprise. And
Yeah.
and you do feel that through line with Jake, because with Hank pointing out how, like, he doesn't really want the Scarecrow, despite the fact it was a gift from Jake. He's like, I just don't want it there. And then it ended up helping save his life, and he grew on him, especially after Jake had passed away through his self-sacrifice. Almost every character feels like they've got their own story as to why they're there, and it's a very, like, I would love to hear their story. Like, I'm trying. Is it Helen? No, that's the wife of the.
That's Jake's wife.
That's Jake's wife.
Who's the one that?
Mel. Are you talking about the old lady?
Yes.
Mel.
Mel. I'd love to learn more about her and just see, like, this. Like, I've almost graded these almost on, not only on they've been great self-contained stories, but almost like on their, like, potential a little bit. I would love to see, like, a full movie out of this.
Yeah, I also have that, like, weird caveat too, where it's like I would want to see more. Like I guess it's like I want to see more of this almost.
I also think that if this was expanded on a bit more, I get to spend more time with these people and more time to get that emotional punch I was talking about.
Yeah. Well,
then I think I would benefit from, because when you say it's like you really love Battle Granny, I feel like I've seen that character in a bunch of other things. It's like I wasn't getting a lot from her other than like she was a very cool, very.
Can't you say you've seen Military Daddy a lot of other places too?
Yes, but the distinction is how personal the daddy ship gets, for lack of a better term. It's like he's not just military daddy, he is the father of that guy who I have also gotten to know. And he is a father in this way, conveyed through this specific dialogue. Whereas the old lady in this, she gets a few cool one-liners. She's got a lot of personality. I like her, but there's nothing about her that feels so distinctly her. It's like I feel like you could take her out and plop her in the Borderlands world, and she will fit in just as well.
Oh yeah, that's because that's essentially what's her fucking name? She's almost equivalent of like a female version of Marcus, the Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Marcus. But see, that's the distinction. You can't do that with any of the characters from the Secret War because they are so distinctly that character.
Are you? I'm pressing X to doubt on that. What? Like, hang on.
All these characters in Metro.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, you could see them in Call of Duty. You could see them in, like, fucking, we even mentioned Hellboy. Like, yeah, you could see these characters at other places. So I don't know if that's, like... So, I get what you're trying to say, because you're trying to, like, see if you could pull us away from, like, our own personal attachments to it. But, like, it does resonate in other ways, as opposed to just this way. And like, the reason why the Terrans are so, like, loved, in my opinion, is because, like, they got, like, that homey vibe and shit like that. Like not like homey, but like as in at home, like, you know what I mean, like a comfortable like way. So I don't know. I guess it just doesn't resonate with you.
I think the lack of resonance might also come from I'm not American, so when I hear those people, I hear like that attitude. That's not homey to me. That's an archetype.
That's fair.
But then again, I'm also not Russian. So, like, there's something that's endearing to me on a more personal level to the soldiers in Secret War than to the people in suits. It's like there's more of a connection that's being built up, and trying to identify exactly what's doing is really difficult.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, the American part definitely has something to do with it, because just people just trying to make it work on, like, the family farm.
Well, it's also just the whole frontier attitude. It's like they are literally living on the frontier.
Yeah,
that's what that thing is.
That's our blood. But
I've also seen so many things like that. Like as a kid, like westerns were one of my favorite kinds of fucking movies. Like I've absorbed almost as much of the same kind of media as that, but I don't have it as a cultural touchstone. So just seeing it doesn't give me instant endearment points. But like I said, I'm also not fucking Russian. Seeing Soviet soldiers doesn't give me instant endearment points either. So, like, trying to simplify it down to something like that feels wrong. It feels like I'm firing in the dark and not hitting anything.
Yeah, and I know. And, like, I get where you're coming from, but it's like, I don't know if you could, like, not make these same arguments for suits. And, like, any of your counterpoints, I don't know if you can make those, you can't not make those for fucking Secret War. Which, in my opinion, would make it seem like, yeah, they both belong in God tier for their own reasons.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm outvoted on this one, I'll happily take the L.
Yeah. But, like, but the thing is, like, it's not a point of, like, we beat you har, but it's like, yeah.
I know. It's just, to see, like, all of this is going to be collaborative, and it's inevitable that, like, some of us are going to end up outvoted because we're going to have different takeaways.
Oh yeah, like I feel like once we get to the dump, I feel like that's gonna be where I'm like start filibustering. I'm like, no, it's garbage. Goes in what if?
No.
This is just fucking Chad hillbilly dump man voice. Like, yes.
Well, like that one's weird. Like we'll get to that one, but like I don't think that's fair enough to. Like,
like I said, I was being a little too harsh when it comes to the dump. It's not bad. It's just I wouldn't watch it. If you picked an episode randomly, I would not watch the dump.
Fair enough.
We get to it. But yeah, it's like I'm leaning more towards A for suits, but like I said, if I may vote on that one, I may vote on that one.
Well, then we'll just put this and we'll nail it here. Like, if we put it in God tier, would you really have that much point of contention against it?
No, not really.
Yeah, can you see,
Because I
like,
can understand why
you
you're
can see
putting it there.
and that's the thing. I want to see where you're coming from, where you would like don't think it's there. But like, honestly, like every like argument you've made, I feel like that could be made for Secret War. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that these are the same things at all. They're completely different stories, and they have their own merit. But I believe that this is up there as a really great show.
Yeah, and I feel
And you were
like
saying like so, and that's why like I kind of backed down on Yogurt not being God tier. Wait, where is Yogurt? Oh yeah, Yogurt.
that's-
So yeah, no, I was looking at the stream. I was like, wait, where is that? And it's like, oh fuck, it's because we had that weird Tismy thing.
yeah,
But
it's there. It's just on the
yeah.
right and invisible for you guys.
Far right. But yeah, okay, all right. But yeah, no, like I said, I want to make sure that like I don't like I said, the whole thing is I don't want it to be like combative. I want to like make sure we come to like
Well,
It's not a contest to see how
combative.
often we can get our things in the category we want. It's
I
just kind of a
was- yeah.
collaborative.
Yeah.
Where do we as a group end up putting these things?
This
Mhm.
isn't
So yeah, like I said, that was inevitable that one of us was going to be outvoted because that's just how it goes.
Yeah, this isn't like a game of the year where we're like gonna have to like filibuster if we ever were to do a game of the year thing, where we'd be filibustering like our points to like really get it in there.
You keep
Or, like-
saying filibuster. I'm
I
not
don't know
sure
if
it
you're
means
using
what you
that-
think it means.
I was about to say like
No,
Filibuster is when you deliberately
we
waste.
waste time.
You're
Yeah.
running out the clock so that the other person doesn't get a chance to speak. That's filibustering.
Well, not
Yes.
even a chance to speak, but like a chance to do anything.
Oh,
Like
sorry.
like
Well, keep in mind, I used to listen to a lot of the Giant Bombcast, and since their Game of the Year coverage is like 6 days of like 12-hour podcasts, yeah, they would run filibusters to get in certain categories.
Right, but filibustering, it's not a good thing. Like, it's not a term that's used to
It's a-
describe an act that people regard well.
yeah, it's like it's the political equivalent of throwing a fit.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
you know-
something that
Get
people
your way.
accuse you of doing, and you would try to defend yourself because it's a harsh accusation to be
Yes.
accused of filibustering.
I would put that
Yeah,
more
so-
for the like how it's used in more modern terms, but how it,
Well,
But no, that's not a modern term. It's
terms,
literally a
what it
political term.
is.
It's used
Yeah,
to
it's a
describe a
political term.
political practice and an underhanded political practice that people don't like.
Yeah, like
Like
I said, I'm
it's
not
something
I'm not
you are
exaggerating.
accused
Like
of.
yeah, because I'm not exaggerating. Like it's like yeah, I don't want to pass this vote, so I'm gonna fucking grandstand here for as long as possible until literally everybody wants to go home.
for certain
And we
votes,
can't
for certain-
pass this vote until this guy shuts the fuck up. So that's what the whole thing is. Like I said,
Yes.
it's literally I'm not getting my way, so none of you are.
Well,
So
I
that's
think it's more
certain
just the way
bills
it's used
that-
on Giant Bombcast might be a
Is,
little
like,
bit different
throwing
from
you
what
off,
it
yeah.
actually means, and that's what you've taken the word to actually mean.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And also, I'm very like anti like getting rid of it because if
What? No, it absolutely needs to be gotten rid of. It's a
Yeah,
means
that's right.
for fucking politicians to throw tantrum to literally block
No,
the
hold
legal
on.
process.
Yeah, I was about
think
to
it
say,
needs
like,
I
yeah.
think it needs to be like modified in the sense that they need to stay on topic because that's how it used to be. They would just stay on topic. and
Well,
try to
well, the thing,
actually-
well, but the whole like the thing is like it's literally not staying on topic. It's staying on topic in a sense that you don't want the topic to continue or like to be left, but like, yeah, it's like I'm confused like why you're thinking it's good.
And in fact, one of the most classic filibuster tactics was to draw in sideline shit and get into the weeds while constantly expounding that this is going to make sense eventually. And you
I
just
think-
keep doing that and keep doing that and keep doing that. And that's what it's for. That's what filibustering is. It's wasting time.
I think we
Yeah,
might
like
need
I
to
said,
Or
watch
filling the time until it busts.
I think we might need to watch like the last week tonight on the filibuster because he actually John Oliver does make some decent points.
Well, it's like say like. I'm confused why we need to watch it to get the context that you're familiar with when we're explaining the context that it's
Except
on.
you're except the thing is like you're not presenting any actual like evidence. You're not bringing up like because a good example would probably be the Ted Cruz Green Eggs and Ham when it's not useful. But then I'm trying to remember.
Right, that's like a really childish example because he's a very childish man. Like it's a very easy
Right.
thing to point at. Like this is like a crayon picture stuck on a fridge example of filibustering. It's super
Right.
obvious. Whereas
And-
something else where it sounds like it's on topic, But as time goes on, it becomes more and more obvious he's literally just filling the time until it busts. That is
Another word
also
is, like-
filibustering.
Yeah, I was about to say another word for it's like gish galloping. Like, you
Yeah.
find gish galloping good?
I guess I want to fucking keep it for at the very least this current.
You're trying to take
administration,
it. You're
'cause I
trying to take
don't
it back, but we don't say PM here.
No, I don't. I don't trust our current administration to actually get shit done properly because they're one of.
Well, I mean, that's-
bills that,
See, this is the thing. It's used by both sides. And
Mhm.
this is the thing. It's shitty when it's done by both sides. It's a shitty political practice that doesn't actually help anybody.
Yeah.
It's like using it to block a law that you don't like doesn't make the tactic any less grimy, underhanded, childish, and fucking stupid.
So anyway, we got way the fuck off
way
topic.
in the fucking weeds.
Put fucking suits on God tier. Sorry, Slur. Fuck you. You don't get a word. You're Irish. You're
I
not a
cry
Southern boy.
every time.
Anyway, but yeah, I'm like I feel like we reached a good point though. Like I feel like everything was hard. And, you know, there are good people on both sides. Next up,
good.
As long as they don't
hunting.
filibuster. Good hunting is
I
A tier
really
easy.
like
Filibuster,
it.
I hardly know her.
Yeah.
God damn it, Ninja! What the fuck? The last fucking 30 minutes. That's what you contribute. Fuck, go make your chicken nuggets. Anyway,
He became
I
the
really-
chair.
I really, really, really like this. I will admit it's very subjective.
I really like it. Like it's an easy A, and in my
Easy
head,
A,
I'm trying
like-
to think: is there anything about it that, like, I think super elevates it?
So hold on.
'Cause
We should probably
there
talk
is-
about. Hold on. We should probably just.
Oh yeah, what the fuck is it
down.
even?
Yeah.
Liu Kang.
I mean, I don't think we need to
father-
spend as much time doing that every time.
Yeah, like I
feel
was gonna
it's
say,
gonna
like
getting to be a bit of a time
once,
sink.
like the whole thing is like, yeah, we were trying to tell people to go away if you haven't seen it, so I guess we don't really need to summarize it. But yeah,
Okay.
Liu Kang's father is a Witcher, and he somehow has a katana in China. But that all goes away into the basically old ways of China goes into like the progressive like modern technology.
Yes, as England colonizes China, the rails come, the old way of life kind of fades away as towns become more modernized. And his dad, the Witcher, with the katana,
With the katana.
he passes away before this actually happens. But while he was still alive, and he was still doing his Witcher thing and bringing his son along with him, the son covered for the daughter of
Beijing!
like a kitsune, like a fox.
Well, it's not
spirit
kitsune
woman?
because it's Chinese. Like, so that's the weird thing.
Yeah,
like,
this
I
is the
feel-
fucky thing. It's like
So-
very
so-
Japanese in the way.
So
some of it
Jade
looks.
Empire does this well. I don't know if you guys played it. Have you?
No.
It's a old Bioware game
I
that
played
came
it
out around
such a long
KOTOR
time
times.
ago.
It does this thing where it's mainly Chinese. However, there are other Eastern influences because it's made by a white fucking crew. Like, what do you want? But like, they kind of blend like certain like Japanese and like Indian subcultures. I want to say. I feel like that's the wrong word, but like they kind of blend them all together in this really nice pot. And I feel like that's what this one did. It's mostly Chinese, but there is like Japanese influences as well. Because obviously, like I said, there's not a katana doesn't exist in the Chinese arsenal. So that was like a little weird for me, like when I was trying to nail down like where it is. Also, there's also another weird thing too. Did anybody else notice the sound effects?
In
In
what
what-
respect?
So there was a point where when he's fighting with the chick at the very beginning, he's like using a bunch of like stock like grunts, like like it sounded like fucking like what's the word? It sounded like GoldenEye, like when you get hit and shit. It was weird. Am I the only one who noticed
I
that?
guess I didn't notice that. Yeah,
I
I
no.
didn't notice anything like that.
Okay,
really mad-
okay. And then
I'll-
I'll
I'm
admit
really,
I'll admit that it's like probably my Foley ear like kicking in, but it's like, dude, like those
Oh.
sound effects are not from this.
That's why,
Like-
hold on. That's why I'm like actually now kind of frustrated with myself because Now I'm trying to think back because I have just as much of a Foley ear.
So
as you
go.
do,
So if you
Max.
want to pull up that episode, like while we're chilling, you can actually fucking hear it. Like he's like, it's like. Like as he's fucking like fighting her, and like it doesn't match fucking Liu Kang's father's voice. You know what I mean? It's weird. But like I said, if you pull it up, you'll see, like now that I
Well-
pointed out, you'll definitely not be able to not notice it.
I bet I won't.
It's like when somebody points out the fucking the stock pottery like clashing noise, like you can't
Oh, God.
unhear it.
No, or like a noise we've heard in like a YouTube poop. That's what really yanked us out of Invincible for like a split second.
The fuck. That one still fucking cracked me up. I can't believe they got like it's like you can't keep getting away with it, but it's like all right.
I honestly like basically as like time progresses, like the magic slowly seeps from the world and disappears.
Oh yeah, I do. Like I said, I like this one, but I don't know if it would be considered S tier or God tier.
I don't think so either.
I've been thinking about it this whole time, and it's like it's an easy A because of the things it does well. It's like you get such a strong impression of like the two main characters, like where they came from, what they're about, and because it's done from the guy's perspective, and he's actually witnessing the transition from this traditional Chinese aesthetic into like the steampunk aesthetic. It's like how magic fades out and is replaced with the magic of technology, which is capable of like even more wondrous things in its own ways, but also its own kind of horrors. So the demons and spirits of the old world are replaced with the English, which is only fair because they're fucking disgusting. And then the demon he rescued as a kid is like became a friend of his. And there's one line that I think is really fucking good. It's like, I'm almost glad my dad died when he did. He wouldn't have understood the way the world changed. There's a lot of things he wouldn't have understood, and that's when he's arriving at the temple and he's visiting the fox spirit girl.
Yeah,
It's like, that's a good way to blend. Like he clearly has like complicated feelings about it. He's obviously sad his dad is gone, but he's also sad. Well, not even necessarily just sad, but he's also very aware of how his dad wouldn't have been able to adapt to the new world.
In fact, he
and-
probably would have rejected.
Well, and he has some kind of, I wouldn't necessarily say like affection, but there is some sort of feelings for the Huli Jing. Like he does care for her.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
And
don't
like
think
you
it's
have to
more
think
of a
at some
friendship,
level
but-
he feels a little bit responsible for her, and
Oh,
in
absolutely.
the beginning of their friendship that probably motivated a lot of like the looking out for her. But then it's like as magic faded out, it's like he's obviously got his own life to live and he's getting on with it, and he moves to the city, he starts working on trains, and he develops this love for this magic of technology, and he becomes really proficient at it. And then years later he meets up with that the fox spirit girl, and she's not doing so well because she's not a human. She was so much more tied to that magic world that now that it's gone, she's now doing the very thing that her mother was once accused of bewitching mortal men and draining them of their wealth. She's a prostitute and she's doing it to survive. And there's sadness in that, but there's also like a bit of relief that she's actually found a way to survive. So like,
until
if I was going to elevate it to God tier for anything, it would be the way that this thing manages to blend very complex feelings into such like a fantastical environment that's so into its spectacle. It's like this thing could so easily just have looked pretty and just coasted on that. But it's deeper than that, and like that's why it's such an easy A for me.
not to mention like this, it went places that I've not, from at least my personal experience, that I've never seen steampunk go. And this might be just from my lack of experience with the genre. I've only seen like two or three things with the steampunk genre, so I've never seen.
Oh,
how
dude,
fucked
when
up
I
it can
saw
get.
her robot body for the first time, it gave me major Metropolis vibes.
Metropolis, what's that?
It's a 1920s movie, and it's like it's when steampunk wasn't really steampunk. It's just what people of that era thought the far future would look like. So it's kind of weird to
Oh.
classify as the same thing, but the aesthetic of it is like it's got this kind of old-timey clockwork clunky looking technology, but it's encased in a way that's very organic and smooth. And yeah, that was a big part of that thing. And in that story, it's kind of the reverse of this one, where this guy invents this female robot who becomes so advanced that she becomes basically a seductress and brings about the fall of society by bewitching men, like as Spirit in this. So just not even using that as a reference point for why I think this is good, but just on its own, the way it tells that kind of story of blending this shit together into something this coherent, where after she is robbed of the body she was trapped in anyway, now that she didn't have her magic, she goes back to him, who, now that the tables have turned and he's the master of this new magic, he helps her and gives her this new body, which can once again transform and allows her to return to the way she used to be, but now as a grown woman with fucking vengeance in her heart for the things that have been done to her. So she becomes like almost this steampunk cyber fucking spirit of vengeance hunting down the English, which is just fucking cool.
Yeah, in terms of pure aesthetic stuff, if I ever put my Collision story to like actual paper, my brain is gonna have the hardest time just not just thinking about this exact like story that we've witnessed, because it's like, because that's almost exactly like the vibe I would go for, just from a sheer aesthetic wise, of like a more steampunk type world going into this more traditional fantasy, and seeing how those things would interact. I have no problem with putting in. I'm sorry, I for a split second forgot the fucking name of the episode. The hunting.
Good hunting, I think.
Yeah, I don't have any problem putting Good Hunting in A tier. What about you guys?
A tier is kind of where I'm at. I think it's like it's very easy A. I think it's like high tier within the A bracket.
What about the other two people here?
All right, walked in on a quiet moment. What's up? What I missed?
Oh, I was asking. Do you think the Good Hunting is worthy of an A rank?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. I'm going to postpone putting it on the board because I need a better thumbnail for that, because there might not be actual nudity, but I feel like it's close enough that I feel like YouTube might not like it.
Yeah.
Come
I
on,
saw
there's
that.
nothing in there. You don't see anything.
Normally I would agree. This might be.
To be fair, it is. To be fair, it is robo titties, and they don't really give a shit unless you do like actual. Fuck. Why am I blanking
Yeah,
on what?
it's robo titties and man titties. Neither
Yeah,
of those set off the alarms.
And yeah, and like it's not really women nipple either, so it kind of fits in there.
All right. Since it didn't end up on the board, I need to OBS it manually.
Yeah, just fucking if you want to, just put a
Absolutely
thumbnail.
had that one. I remember sending it to you. It was in my.
Well, he didn't want to put it on the stream.
No, also, well,
Oh.
hold on. Also, even though I selected it, I guess I just ran out of room on the site because there are just certain thumbnails that aren't on here.
Huh. That's irritating.
What a shite site.
Yeah. This site is going in D tier.
No, it's going in fucking. No, hang on. It's going in what if tier if you can't fucking edit it while you're doing this.
Hold on. Okay, I'm glad that I was worried, since most of the thumbnails I've inserted have normally been like the size of the whole window. I was more worried that that's what would like, regardless of the actual content inside.
Oh, if it's splashed open, yeah.
Yeah, that would just be enough to trigger some bot. That's more what I was worried with. I was like, fuck. Somebody's gonna have an issue with it, and it's not gonna be me because I don't have a problem with these things.
So anyhow.
So Good Hunting's on there. Next is The Dump.
I am nonplussed on this. I will happily put this at B, and I don't care if it goes up or down. So,
I almost want to put it at C. It's a standard story.
Slayer, what do you
I'm
think?
kind of between C and B, because it's like a folktale kind of thing, but it's kind of meandering. It's like you get this kind of like asshole character introduction, and he's just kind of like working for the city, and he's trying to get this guy moved out of the dump so this place can be cleared up because it's a fucking dystopian nightmare to look at. And he's literally just trying to get on with his job, but at the same time you feel for the other guy because it's his fucking home. And he clearly has a lot of affection for it, and he's telling this story, and in the story he tells where he met Otto. It's Otto, isn't it? The name of the blob monster.
Otto is the
Blob
monster.
Yeah.
Pearly is the
Yeah.
guy who gets eaten by the Otto monster.
Yeah, Pearly. So yeah, he tells the story of how like one night he was having a drink with Pearly. Pearly was telling about these hooers who could suck the chrome off of fucking whatever the fuck.
Trailer hitch.
Suck the chrome off a trailer.
Yeah, suck the chrome off a trailer hitch. That's it.
Which is a
It's,
common,
it's an ancient line.
which is a common
Yeah,
phrase
I've
here
heard it
over
before,
over
actually.
in the States.
And yeah, I don't know. And then it's like Pearly decides he has to go for a piss, and while he's having a piss, a thing eats him. The main guy is like scared shitless because holy shit, a monster, and he tries to shoot it, and then he's like, holy shit, it's got a dog's head on it. That somehow makes it less terrifying, I guess. And then it's like he just kind of adopts it as a pet, even though a part of it is like his one-time best friend, but fucking rip, I guess. And then at the end of the story, it's like, oh, and the monster was here the whole time, and then it eats the other guy, and that's it.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, it's really fucking weak. Like,
It's not even that it's really weak. This through line is solid. It just does very little with it.
but he's cool with the fucking thing digesting his best friend.
Yeah, it's that would be one of the things that drags it down, I think, is
C,
just
it's a C.
yeah. It's like the through
It's a
line is
C.
solid. It's just there was so much more opportunity for us to, through the main guy, feel anything about the story he was telling, rather than just absorb it or not absorb it as the guy did. And the monster was real and it ate him. And that's it. It's like, oh, all right. It's a neat tale, I guess.
Yeah, so I'll agree.
56.
It's a C tier.
Ninja, do you have any disputes?
He might be away.
Just wanted to double check. All right.
I don't think he will. I mean, like I
C
said,
it
this
is.
we can just switch it over if he has any arguments about it. But I
Yeah,
don't
we
think he
can-
would.
Yeah, we can just resume that conversation. Oh God! Next
What's
is
next?
shapeshifters.
I
Okay,
was literally-
hold on.
was literally
I'll do
drinking
this-
and I almost fucking
I'll-
spit.
I'll do this one. Fuck it. Hold on. Let me take a drink of coffee. The life-sustaining juice before I fucking pass out.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm just gonna fucking. Oh, I almost want to meme this one. Werewolves join the military.
Well, you're not wrong so far.
One werewolf that was in the U.S. got killed by Taliban werewolf. There is racism. The werewolves fight. The end. Actually, they go. I liked
It's
it. Kind
A
of
bit
I-
uncharitable. Like, just a
Yeah.
touch, because there's character reasons for
Yes.
how, like, he ends up going out to fight it rather than obeying his orders and
Yes.
capturing it, and how once he does beat it, he just fucking says fuck this to the military because he wasn't actually there for patriotic reasons. His friend was, and he was there for the sake of his friend. Now that the friend's dead, it's like he kind of
Yes.
says fuck you, I won't wear your leash anymore. It's like there's stuff here. It's not completely vapid.
Yes, sorry, I was short selling it, and that is my fault. I liked it.
Ah, shit. Tom was
it's
in the
not-
chat. Fuck.
It's
Sorry,
not
I
the
just noticed
worst. I would say it's C or B. It tells its story pretty decently, and also subjective wise, I really liked it. The transformation effect. It was like Van Helsing, where they ripped the skin off as opposed to like the hair growing out. I used to be really grossed out by that effect, and now it's actually really grown on me.
I mean, it's endearing because of just how gross it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't really have like I said, I don't really have strong feelings for it either. Like I could see it at B.
Yeah, I could see it at B or C. It's like we talked about this a little bit more after we actually watched it, how it's mostly pretty solid. And from the main character's perspective, all of the decisions he makes make emotional sense. But then there's these other little things
Yeah,
about
like
the way other characters act that
The-
makes it hit a little weird.
The commanding officer being a big racist.
well, yeah, the
Well, it's not
commanding
even
officer's
just being a bit racist, because like if they portrayed it as, these guys are fucking werewolves, so the other men in their platoon are a bit, tentative, a bit like fucking giving them the side eye or anything like that, it would make sense. And them feeling alienated or isolated, or the other guys are giving them shit for it because of course they're fucking soldiers. That would feel like it hit a bit better than the borderline Mean Girls fucking you can't sit with us.
Hold on.
Mhm.
Hold
Shit
on.
we
For the
got.
stream, I
and
gotta
it's-
show
and it's-
the. I gotta.
and
show
it's
the-
hard juxtaposed against like the fact that the opening scene is them saving a platoon. So it's like
Yeah. Like the
hmm.
first thing we see pretty much is one of these guys take a bullet so that they can tell where the sniper is that would otherwise have been able to pick off the rest of the team.
And it almost did. So if you would have swapped those scenes, I might have been able to give this a little bit more leeway. Like because that would have given the dickhead sergeant an arc, because he would have been like, fuck you, dog boy, and then dog boy saves him and he's like, you're pretty cool, dude. You know what I mean? Like, like that's the conclusion I would get. But what was shown doesn't feel organic, is what I'm saying.
It doesn't feel real, because in that scene where he's sitting there at the table and the fucking, not just like another fucking jarhead, like a sergeant is giving him shit. It's like, oh fuck you, you don't belong here, you're a dog. Blah, 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 blah. And like the other guy's like, hey, he took a fucking bullet for us today, so back off. And then the other guy just acts like that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah,
in the
that's what I'm
fucking
saying.
military, and I'm just sitting there
Yeah.
like, I don't believe you.
Yeah.
I just don't believe you.
So like I said, it would be something that would be worked up to, but the fact that like they showed us one thing and then they almost contradict it for the following scene is like why I'm like, ugh.
You want to know another thing that makes it a little bit weird that we haven't talked about yet?
What?
One of the nicknames for Marines is Devil Dog.
That's a platoon, isn't it?
It's actually really weird that never came up.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean it's literally like one of the things that they get called, like Jarheads, Devil Dogs. It's literally one of their deals. Leathernecks.
Oh, I thought Jarhead was like a general term for like infantry recruits.
It's mainly
Specifically Marine haircut.
It's specifically Marine haircuts.
Yeah, and that's what they all had. They all had that fucking
Yeah, high and tight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of the Jarhead clan.
I just put the Marine Girls meme.
The
on
Marine
screen.
girls.
yes. This was a
thought it was-
request from Ninja, I think.
I wanted.
I think it was
wanted this-
me. Was it?
Who originally brought it up? Because they were like, it was like
That was me, because I was like, you can't sit with us. That's because like that's why it bothered me the first time I saw it, because it was like, oh, this is juvenile, but sure.
Yeah, I think even after we finished the episodes, like we made fun of that. Like, ugh, you can't sit with us. Fucking attitude.
Am I?
It's like,
God.
ugh, these
Oh, no, we,
werewolves
like-
don't even go here.
I was like, say, I brought up the fucking Mean Girls thing, but yeah, after the episode, like we really got into it. I could tell there's werewolves around, but only if there's werewolves around.
It's like end furry discrimination in the military. It's like what?
So yeah, I could see this B tier. If you guys want to knock it down lower, I'm fine with that. Like, I'm not married,
I
but
see.
I
it
love
sitting
the
more comfortably in C tier.
fair
I
enough.
really do.
Like-
Like, as much as I like the concept, the execution is just not there.
Yeah, that's the thing. The concept is really cool. The execution is really bad. That's the problem with like a couple of these, actually.
And yeah, for those who haven't noticed, yeah, that's the thumbnail they chose for
Hell yeah.
that.
Yeah, we just wanted to pick a nice, clean image that would accurately represent the thing, so that we could identify them easily.
Yep. So anyway, what's up
Uh,
next?
Fish Night. Can we actually just stop and just say
We
D?
can just The only good thing was the art style and Yuri Lowenthal's voice work.
Yeah,
That's
basically.
Style wasn't good the whole way through. It's like I noticed this like the first few minutes when it's just the guy and his son, it gave me like Sly Cooper cutscene vibes a little bit.
Yes.
And then
Well,
it was
did you
only
ever-
when the car stopped and things slowed down, so we got like more still shots of just talking. That's when the animation quality seemed to pick up a lot more.
Have you ever played Wolf Among Us or the Walking Dead games?
Yes.
I was about to say
It's
it's the
literally
exact.
those.
It's literally the
Yeah,
exact
it's
same
the
art style.
cell shaded style. Yeah.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And like even like the same like it almost like it's almost as if they took that engine and made this fucking like thing.
Basically.
And yeah, this is D. I think this is the first one out of all of them that I saw where it ended, and I was just like, "That's it?
Yeah.
That's it?
One-
What,
Yeah,
what the fuck was that?"
It felt like the story was genuinely
Yeah, Slur
incomplete.
that's actually what Slur said, by the way, for
Yeah,
those who weren't
while
there.
we were
Like,
watching
that's
this,
actually what he said.
Yeah, he
It was
genuinely
kind of
went
wild.
like,
It made me
"Is
laugh.
that
But yeah, like I said, Yuri Lowenthal's voice work, like Yuri's always fucking great, even if he's got like fucking 3 lines. But the art style and one voice actor isn't enough to carry this thing like
Yeah.
out of the.
The voice acting was really good, but like you kind of would hope that it would be,
Mhm,
and it looked very pretty, but we're not really grading them on that.
mhm. Yeah, we're not gonna grade anything on like thing. We'll bring them up when it's good, and in this case, it's really fucking pretty.
Well,
Like
And
well,
even
everything
then,
with
it's like,
Devotion was really nice.
bruh, Witness looked better than Fish Knight. Witness is fucking gorgeous, but
hold
that
on.
it's not going to be saved by that alone, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. The art style's really like. So here's the thing about art. Like, it's kind of hard to like say one looks better than the other because it's like
Especially when there's such different styles. Yeah.
exactly. So like, I don't know if Witness looks better than this, but I will admit Witness is a better quality at least. Like as a big whole thing.
Well, at least
And yeah,
Witness
this one
strikes-
does abruptly fucking end too. It's kind of wild.
Yeah, okay, so I'll even sum this up because it'll take about half a minute. So, basically, a door-to-door salesman and his son are driving through the desert, their car breaks. They're like, ah, fuck, our car's broke. So they get out and they wait for it to, like,
Cool down.
they're going to spend the night, like, just sleeping in the desert, and when it gets to, like, just before dawn, when it's going to be cooler, that's when they're going to start, like, taking the long walk back to the nearest station, which is probably, like, a few miles down the road from where they came.
Mhm.
And while they're just kind of vibing, the dad wonders, hey, you know this desert used to all once be an ocean. I wonder if, like, fish ghosts haunt places like human ghosts. And then, like, night comes, and then they do. And then the son's like, oh my... Well, no, the dad's like, oh my god, there's fish ghosts. Hey, son, wake up, there's fish ghosts. And the son wakes up, holy fucking shit, fish ghosts. And then he goes out, because, like, he's younger, and he's trying to explore. He's like, holy shit, this is new. He goes out, he's like, oh my god, I can touch the fish ghosts. Dad's like, hey, stop touching the fish ghosts. And he's like, I'm going to touch more fish ghosts. And he goes out and he's like taking off his like clothes for some reason. He just kind of fucking strips down unprompted. Like, I mean, I admire the confidence, but all right. And then his clothes just start floating. He's like, holy shit, my clothes are floating with the fish ghosts. I'm floating with the fish ghosts. I'm going to go swim with the fish ghosts. And then a fish
Shark.
ghost shark eats him. And that's it. And that's how it ends.
hold on.
Fish.
That's it.
So
That's all
fish
you
like-
get.
Shark.
Hold on.
done.
Hold
It's
on.
over.
A ghost fire shark that has like cracks in its face.
Yeah, it's all big and red like it's an enemy in a fucking video game.
Yeah.
I'm going to, with this little snippet, I'm going to create a fast version of Fish Night with that commentary.
I mean,
Remind-
yeah,
But
fucking
like,
go
and
ahead, man.
it's so funny too. It's like sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but like what you said, it's like what the dad. I don't know if it was dad, but there was like older man, younger man, because they were both in sales. So I mean, they could have been in father and dad at the same business, but
I'm pretty sure there's like dialogue cues that they were father and son.
yeah, yeah. I might have missed it because. I was kind of checked out.
Oh, did you not find the fish ghosts enrapturing for the?
Because it was funny because like what you said though, it's like it's like the dad says like, oh, I wonder if fucking fish have ghosts, and it's like, was that the creator talking about his show? Like,
Yeah, and
wonder
then
if-
they do.
I-
It's like, oh, all right,
Hey.
fucking set up a payoff, I guess.
Yeah, like instantly. And yeah, so
And they do.
and then everyone died. The end.
And then yeah, like he doesn't feel war. He's like he interacts with the ghost and then just gets naked
He just starts, yeah, and then he just becomes a fish ghost. It's like what the fuck happened?
and then gets it. And that's
And
it.
then and that's
Fucking
it.
pokes
And it's the
head.
end of the thing. And it's like very violent too. It's not like a gulp. It's like
Oh, yeah,
no,
it
we
looks
see,
like a
his
death
fucking-
scene from Jaws. It's brutal.
Exactly. It's pretty fucking
We've
mean. It's like
We've
all right.
been we've been like the whole time we've been chatting about this. It's already been sitting at D this whole time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we just sided that one fucking quick sharp. I think that's the fastest we ever put within a
It's
category.
because Fish
And
and I
that's
have
fair.
nothing to. I think we will have no problem with this next one. Helping Hand.
Oh, god tier.
So as the resident Irishman, I give you the reins.
All right, well, nothing to do with her being Irish, but she does
Sure.
sound like she's from either Donegal or Belfast. But yeah, you get this satellite repair worker, I guess.
Hmm.
It opens with her just kind of shit talking with a coworker, like back at base or whatever, and they're just kind of like shooting the shit about how shitty the company they work for is, like how it's basically a clown shoes operation. Everything's done on the cheap. Nothing really works the way it's supposed to, and you kind of
And as
see
the
that in the way she has to like
and to
jiggle all the
reinforce,
machine equipment.
yeah, I was about to say, and to reinforce like what she's saying, like as she's saying, she has to like hit her fucking equipment to make it like fucking turn on.
Yeah, and it's like instantly fucking relatable because
Hmm.
we've all fucking worked for places like that where it's
Yeah.
like, bruh, the
Fuck, I
main
work
topic
for a
of
place like that.
conversation in the workplace is how fucking clown shoes the workplace is. But yeah, she's just having that conversation, and while she's having it, she's just getting on with the job. She's doing some repair shit on the satellite, and just a random piece of space debris. And it looks like it's a part of a satellite. It's like it's a screw and a
Well,
little piece of metal. that
Well,
looks like it's being
before
used
we
for something.
continue, do you know about that? Like, do you know that space debris is like a real fucking
Oh yeah,
horrible
it's like,
thing?
and
Yeah.
it's becoming
Around
a
our
more and
planet.
more of a problem
Yeah,
because
it's like we won't be
all
able
of
to
our
leave our.
satellites are in roughly the same like rough level outside the atmosphere, so that like area is becoming increasingly cluttered, and the more cluttered it is, the
And
more
it's not,
dangerous
and
it is.
and as I say, it's not just cluttered. For those who don't know, like it's like I think gravity has the exact same thing happen. That's not an exaggeration. These things are going like hundreds of miles per hour,
Yeah,
and like
they are
fucking flying,
It
and
is-
there's billions of pieces.
Yeah,
And
it
it's
is
funny
a
because like
bullet.
I had like a concept of like a superhero like doing his best to like clean up fucking space debris after I heard that shit. It's like it's pretty fucked. And like it's funny because it's like we like Neil deGrasse Tyson says it the best. He's like, we literally won't be able to leave our own planet because we'll be trapped by our own space garbage. And it's like,
that shit is real. Because remember, if you just leave something out there and it just kind of floats away, it looks like it's going really slowly away from you. But you just leave that out there. Over time, that thing is being like pulled by the gravity of a fucking planet.
Yeah.
By the
Some-
rotational force of the planet. So that thing is going real fucking fast. And as you just see the fucking camera shifts to the perspective of just like this random fucking screw, it's like coming towards the satellite and it hits her backpack. So it fucking pulverizes her oxygen supply and her mobility shit. So she can't move and she's running out of oxygen, and immediately she fucking panics like, fuck.
Yeah.
She calls back to home base, the same guy she was on the phone with earlier, and says,
because he hears her
"License been
freaking out.
compromised."
Like he said,
Yeah,
he hears her freaking
I
out. And he
need
goes,
help.
"You all right?" And like, what the fuck? And then, yeah,
Yeah, and he says like, "Okay, I'm sending a rescue team immediately. They'll be there in like 50 something minutes."
58
And then
minutes.
just like as soon as he says it, almost, it's like the thing comes up on her thing that tells her that her oxygen tank's been like compromised. She has about 15 minutes
15
left.
minutes. Like, yeah, it's under 15 because I think it was like a 14.
And then there's a
10 or some
moment
shit.
of silence as she just kind of absorbs that and tries to figure out how to.
Well,
phrase
she
it.
doesn't absorb that. It's actually a really neat thing. Like, she starts like, because she's like, angry, so it like the camera pans back as you see her scream, but it's a perspective from like out space, so you don't hear it. And that's the classic thing, is like in space nobody can hear you scream.
Yeah, it's like
It's-
the way
It's so haunting. Like, it's so like even like describing it now, like I'm getting chills. I don't fucking, space sucks. Gets you
This one
enough.
actually, in terms of the way it's animated, it reminds me a lot of Secret War, just because so much of how impactful any of it is carried by her facial expression, and it's animated. So to get those like little nuanced reactions, it's like how she's trying to kind of keep it together to end the conversation as fast as she could, knowing she only has 15 minutes left, so that she could just have a minute of privacy to fucking reckon with the horror of it and just
Yeah,
scream into the void.
slams her fucking like radio close too.
Yeah,
Nope, shut the fuck
it's
up. I don't want to hear
fucking horrible. And then she's floating there, just like dealing with the fucking weight of that revelation. And then
it.
she has an idea.
I was like, she dozes off for fucking. So she has 14 minutes. She dozes off for 13 or for 12 minutes. It's like, oh shit.
Well, I think she's just relaxing and trying to conserve oxygen.
Yeah, but then like the
as
2 minute,
best as she can.
the literal
But
2 minute
then,
warning pops up. I thought that was kind
and
of
it
like
kinda
I'm
snaps her out of it.
and like I think it's kind of funny. It's like, oh, is this guy a football fan? Because it was like overtime. It's like, all right.
But yeah, it's like she snaps out of it, and then she has an idea. She's like, "Oh, you fucking idiot!" And she starts doing things, and we don't actually know what it is she's doing because she takes like the computer system's like armband thing she has, and she takes that off and she moves it up to her upper arm, and she uses the straps of it to like tourniquet her suit to her arm, and then she braces herself and then starts taking off her glove of her suit, knowing that like once that glove is off, it's like her left arm is going to be exposed to the vacuum of space, so it's going to start freezing up. It's going to start getting bombarded with radiation. It's going to fucking hurt. And it does. And you see her just fucking grit her teeth, fail to grit her teeth, just scream and cry, but just trying to power through it all, pull the glove off. And then it's like clearly trying not to think about her arm or how much pain it's in. She tries to aim herself and throws the glove to enact some Newtonian physics to like push herself by the force of the throw back towards the thing, back towards her own ship, and it fucking misses. It's like she has this idea that like just looking at it with no frame of reference or no experience in anything like that, which 99.99999% of us just don't. We never even would have thought of that. So when we see it, it's like, oh, fucking clever girl. And then it doesn't work. It's like, fuck.
Yeah, you
but
feel
then
so
it's like
bad for her.
she's
and then like
she's
the and then
fucking
she's like,
screaming about it.
well,
yeah,
and for a
it's
penny.
like fucking no, it is going to work. I'm
Yeah,
going
like-
to survive. Grabs her arm, braces it up against her knee, grits her teeth again, and she starts slowly and fucking painstakingly ripping off her own arm, using the fact that it's frozen to help snap it off, to try and throw that for a second chance. Like,
God, it's-
it is brutal. It is
I was like,
harrowing. And it's like one of those like the survivor stories you'd see of like people who were caught up in like the snowy mountains or in the desert or something. It's like just what a human being do to survive the harshest situation, and just making you feel every moment of it with her. It is so fucking effective, and you admire her every second of it, because just the grit and determination of it is just so satisfying to watch, and you really want her to succeed because holy fucking shit is she going through it. And
she
then
does.
eventually she does. She like the second throw, she manages to get herself back to like the cubby hole of her ship, or even just close enough to the ship that she can use her remaining arm to climb in.
Well, I was about to say, like,
then
it shows her
cuts-
hitting the ship, and then it just cuts to her inside the ship,
Yeah.
already consumed 2 fucking alcoholic beverages.
Yeah, and you can see like she's bandaged up and tourniqueted the arm, because once that shit thaws out, it's gonna like
Bleed
that's
like a
gonna bleed.
motherfucker. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that you can bleed out from losing a limb. It's like that shit is no joke. And
But-
it's like eventually once it looks like she's gotten herself like sort of sorted out, she kind of radios in again just to let the guy know that she actually managed to survive, and like his relief is her relief is your relief.
Mm-hmm.
All of it comes together. All of it is delivered so perfectly. It is, so good.
It's so good. It's ridiculous.
It's hard to watch.
It's
my
like,
God,
yeah,
it is
like I was
beautiful.
by like biting my covers, like when I was fucking watching the fucking part where she's like ripping her arm off. It's like, oh my god! And the
Oh.
fact that it like wasn't easy was like, no, like because you would think it's like, oh, it's Frozen, it's like fucking goddamn Sub-Zero, you know, he just fucking rips your spine out. That's it. This would be simple, piece of cake. It's like, no.
And then at the very end, it's like after his relief on the radio, he's like, "You still need a hand."
You still need
and
a
she's
hand,
just-
and she just
you can
fucking
feel
smiles.
her roll her eyes internally, and she's just like,
It's so good.
"Funny you should ask."
You actively.
I had to make a sacrifice to the great void.
It's like, cool story, bro.
You actually just went like the second he said that, you just went, bruh.
Yeah,
But he has no
Jesus
context.
Christ.
Like he has no.
No, he
context.
doesn't.
He's
It's like it's a
just like
completely
he's
honest
legit
mistake,
asking for her.
but
He's like, yeah, you
Absolute
still need a
bro
hand. Like,
moment.
it's like he's still like you know still concerned for her. Cause fuck, he probably wrote her off as dead fucking 10 minutes ago.
no, yeah, it's like the way she ended that call is like
Yeah, I'm fucked. Bye.
she let him know that she didn't have the time for the rest.
She
of the team to
literally
get there.
said, "I did the math. It's not. I'm not surviving." And it's like, damn.
Yeah,
and then
and
she
she-
hung up because she
As he's trying to
didn't
be
want
like,
to
well,
have to make him listen.
I know. It's like as he's like, well, but like, and then like just cuts him off. It's like,
And
Yeah, no, it's
as,
like I know I'm fucked. Please give me a moment of privacy to like wail into the void at the desperation of my situation.
yeah.
not to
Space is
mention,
fucked.
It's so good.
not to mention she fuck. She said like kick them in the bollocks for me.
Yeah, kick the.
Oh yeah,
kick
the next
CEOs
time
and-
them suits come around, they start
Kick
having
him-
to talk. Fucking do me a favor, kick him in the bollocks for me.
And honestly, after all my time of playing like Shipbreaker, like it was just like, yeah, I felt every moment of that.
Yeah, and like it's one of those things where it's like, guys, safety is kind of important. Like it could be a pain in the ass, but fucking put a goddamn tether on, you stupid bitch.
Oh yeah,
She's probably
that
retiring,
light
but,
was
like,
absolutely not OSHA compliant.
She fucked up. She fucked up. She paid the price. It's gonna cost her an arm and leg. Oh,
Yeah.
All right.
Oh no, her workplace. If she wasn't provided with the actual proper protective gear, her workplace is liable. They're
Yeah.
gonna pay an arm and a leg.
Well, definitely an arm. All right. So, yep, I agree. God tier. What do you got? Ninja, you got anything to say?
No, I mean I think everything we've talked about has been pretty spot on. It's really good. It's one of those kind of unexpected sleepers, like when you hear the title and you kind of start to hear what it's about, and you're like, okay, and then you see it, and it just it fucking hits.
It's like Gravity meets 127 Hours.
Yeah,
Was that the name of the movie? With James
Mhm.
Franco as the guy, the fucking hiker?
yeah, where he had to cut his arm off.
Fucking hey, dude. Oh my god, I don't like body horror. Sorry. Anyway,
Right, so
God tier.
with the
I'm mad that you
I
didn't go
forgot
with
my
the
fucking
second-
thumbnail.
I'm so fucking mad at you, sir, that you didn't go with the other one.
Oh my
How
god! After I
fucking
spent
dare
all
you.
that time describing it like that, and I forgot what fucking picture I chose for it.
Well, it's near and dear to your heart.
Okay. I almost want to like. I wish we could do the equivalent of like rock paper scissors for this next one on who
What's up?
describes it. Alternate histories.
All right, who hasn't done one in a while?
Ninja's been.
Either
I was saying
or
Ninja
myself.
and Wyatt have both been kind of quiet. So
Well, with me, it's because I'm keeping the whole. I'm making sure everything's still running. Plus, kind
Okay.
of
You're
like, on
sleepy
the verge.
bitch.
Yeah, kind of on
Sleepy.
the verge of like I'm keeping myself awake through sheer willpower.
Welp, gotta get them sleeps, bro. Otherwise, you might lose your arm. So Ninja, do you want to take this one away?
I can.
Do
So
you wanna describe it a
Let's-
little bit more detail than you told us when before we even watched it?
I'll take the
So-
next one.
the short version is it's the hit. Long version is it's basically an advertisement for an app, and this app allows you to reimagine certain events in history by making minor changes. And being that they are a fairly popular app, one of their most popular requests is the death of Adolf Hitler. So it goes back, and they set up that there are going to be 6 different scenarios where Hitler dies. And this is one of the shorter videos in the entire series. I think it's 8 minutes. So it is, there is no fat on this fucking thing. It motors. So we start with Hitler
Carriages.
coming out of art school and just kind of hopping down the steps, and he finds a little Jewish kid and like trips on them, starts yelling at them. Some bulky Jewish dudes come up and just beat the fucking dog shit out of him. And it's like Hitler killed in a brawl on the art house steps, you know.
I almost don't even want to go too much more into detail about it.
Yeah,
because like this
every scenario from here on out gets more and more ridiculous.
This is one of
but
those...
every time they make a change, the beginning of each change still kind of plays out. So like you still have him walking down the art house steps, but this time instead of tripping over the kid, he narrowly misses the kid and then goes into something else.
Mm-hmm.
And it just continues to get more and more absurd as it goes. And it is hilarious. Like, these guys were losing their fucking shit.
Mm-hmm. So, this one,
hilarious.
without a doubt, is God tier.
I think this is the funniest or second funniest of all of them.
Wait, second?
I'll say, what's funnier than this one?
This one's fucking
this one,
blustering, dude.
This one and All Through the House, I think, are like.
Oh, dude. Oh, okay,
like,
yeah.
Funniest fucking.
Well, they're both. Well, they're both God tier, straight up. So.
Did you even give me a thumbnail for All Throughout the House? I don't think you did.
Yeah, it's the mouse.
Yes, the mouse. Remember, it's the horrific image.
Yeah, sorry, I thought that was for something else.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. It's God tier. Like.
It's like if this was just a YouTube video and not a Netflix released whatever the fuck, this would have gone viral fucking easy.
Yeah.
It is fucking good.
And
yeah,
I honestly
the Squid community would appreciate it.
I think
Yeah.
I think like this is like the one time we just like kind of shut our mouths for about it. We said it, we talked about it a little bit. This is honestly the one they should definitely just watch on their own. Just like like you've heard us talk about
there
it.
was not like a moment where we weren't laughing. It was
like honestly, even if I wasn't telling someone to watch this show, if this on its own was just on YouTube, I would want to show it to people.
Yes, it needs to be shown everywhere because it's fucking amazing. So yeah, fair enough. That's the simplest one we've done.
Yes,
God tier.
No,
next one.
Ghost Fish was fucking the easiest because we just went D and then slapped it right there.
Well, we also did that with this one. With God tier.
But then we kind of explained why. It's how it builds up on its own ridiculousness and how it exponentially increases that ridiculousness. It's really well done. And like Ninja says, like each iteration, he survives. Like it carries over. So he will survive the thing that killed him in the last one and walk into the next thing. But all of it still happens. So it becomes like this increasing like Jenga game of Final Destination. And it just gets really fucking absurd really quickly, and it's very, very funny.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So this one,
the fucking gelatin cannon.
the gelatin.
The jelly fucking trenches, dude.
No, but like the gelatin, like you say the gelatin cannon, but the fact that the gelatin is canon because it still lands in that spot.
Yeah.
Anyway.
All right, so this one's on me. This one is Lucky 13. It is essentially about a pilot having their experiences with a plane that is basically 13 digits in their serial number. Both the starting and end numbers are 13. And it's basically been known as like a flying coffin because it's gone through 2 crews, all that have just wiped, like just been turned to jelly. In fact, they even show them spraying the inside out with all the fucking blood and like a hand. But for some reason, during like a routine drop, like during like what would normally be an unlucky situation, it's the only ship to survive.
Mhm.
And then
So, yeah.
it goes on a few more missions. It's like one of the to the point like people are really starting to believe in the Lucky 13. Till
They call it the Lucky 13 unironically because it was called the
yes.
Lucky 13 before that.
Yes, because of how unlucky it was.
Mhm.
Now people started to genuinely believe it. During a mission, I think it was just a routine like drop and pickup.
Well,
No,
no,
it was just a
it
pickup.
was an extraction. No, it was an extraction. The
Yeah, it was
guys
an
were in
evac.
under fire.
Yeah, it was an evac. Unfortunately, it takes a rocket to one of its engines, crashes, and they like the lady has to scuttle it, and like she fends off the people for as long as possible. She activates the self-destruct, runs for dear life. It doesn't go off because it's like, oh, she doesn't want to die, but only until she's covered in enemies, then she finally explodes. And basically the end monologue is, I got this awesome, cool new ship, but I traded in for a heartbeat with one more mission with Lucky 13.
Mhm. So you left out a key component.
Where
Is that like it's not the underlying current. It's the idea that machines have personalities.
yes, that the 13 was just as much of alive as the crew.
Mhm.
Um,
And in a way, it was because it like specifically malfunctioned in a way that was extremely beneficial to them.
yes,
And there was this weird thing where it may or may not have had an AI in it. Like
But
it
no,
wasn't.
also just we kept seeing the pilot from the on-ship cameras at different
Yes.
points without any kind of inkling as to whether or not that meant anything. We were just seeing from the ship's perspective to reinforce for us that the ship was a character.
And like there
Like,
was,
they didn't
and
like do any spooky shit. They didn't say it's like, oh, it's actually got a secret malfunctioning AI. Ooh. It's
yeah.
like, no, nothing that ham-fisted.
I
You literally just occasionally would see things from what would constitute the ship's perspective. And I said this after we finished it, actually, that it reminded me of a lot of stories that come out after wartime.
yes,
Since time fucking immemorial, especially like most recently be like World War II, where specific jets or bombers or ships, it's like their crews would build this kind of mythology around them. Because the things that they lived through with those ships, it felt supernatural almost. Like the ship was actively looking out for them.
It's like a religious experience, but like the religious experiences around a machine in particular. Is the easiest way to explain it.
And that has always happened. Like, you think about how many fucking stories we have from the age of piracy about like very particular ships that are given like these grandiose mythologies of like the things they survived or how this thing sailed. Have you ever heard like the Rime of the Ancient Mariner?
No.
yes,
All right, it's a very famous poem about this ship that got fucking lost at sea. It was meant to sail across the Atlantic towards the Americas, but it got fucking turned around in a storm and just went straight south. Through the South Pole, everybody on this ship died, and everybody blamed the protagonist of the poem because he shot down an albatross at sea. And if you ever heard the phrase, an albatross about my neck, it's because after he shot it down, it was considered such bad luck that as punishment, the rest of the crew took the body of the albatross, hung it around his neck, and he just had to live with it there forever as a way to atone for what he did. But as the ship was lost at sea, the crew became too weak to really sail it. It was rudderless. The sails weren't up. It was just drifting. And one by one, the crew just started dropping, except the guy with the albatross about his neck. And as he was just out there drifting in the mists of the ocean, probably from like dehydration, starvation, or whatever, he hallucinated that he saw life and death playing dice for his soul. And yeah, it's like this old fucking sailor superstitious kind of shit.
I'm gonna have to look into it. Sounds cool.
Oh, it is my favorite
yeah,
poem of all
it's
time.
a,
I
it's
fucking
a really
adore
awesome poem. I fucking love
Okay.
the shit out of it.
I'll have to check that out.
And as he's out there, he has this kind of religious experience because he's out there after he sees life and death playing dice for his soul. He starts seeing the beauty in all living things around him, the things that he so easily dismissed when he shut down an albatross for being a pest. And only then, when he was staring over the bows of the ship into the weird and green and glowing things in the ocean did the albatross finally fall from his neck. And only then did the ship miraculously drift back towards a port. And that's how he was saved. This lone survivor, crusted and withered almost to leather under the sun, barely even alive, but feeling more alive than he'd ever been. It's like, this kind of shit is just part of the human experience. We've always done this. And the fact that you carry that forward into like modern military stories, it creates this kind of like through line of storytelling that's just super satisfying. And this kind of played into that for me. So there's a lot of subjective shit going on when I appreciate this one, because it reminds me of such a strong tradition of storytelling that I'm judging it almost not just the story that it is. It's like, and I'll own up to that, but I still hold that it is a very solid story on its own that just carries through a really cool tradition.
I am going to argue it's A tier storytelling.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Any objections?
Hell no.
It is
That's
much
weird.
like the other one. It's an easy A.
Yep. I love flying. Like, I love flight simulators. I love Elite Dangerous.
You love rocks?
I love rocks. I fucking love rocks. Not in Dead Body Chamber.
Anyway,
Arena.
Arena, God damn it.
Arena.
Which makes less
Dead
sense,
Body
but
Arena,
whatever.
but-
It's
fuck.
like, how dare you make that line make more sense, you fuck?
Well,
Anyway,
my brain
what's-
immediately wants to make it make sense, and like the chamber makes more sense because it would be a fucking chamber.
No, he's talking about an arena of conversation.
Sure.
He doesn't have anything to add to the dead body conversation because he likes
Arena.
rocks.
Sure.
Anyway,
Either way, I like flying around. So Lucky 13, I felt subjectively like super attached to.
yeah, and I love that. Like in like, it's even like Native American culture too. It's like having like
See?
everything has a bit of like spirit into it, like and stuff like that. Like anything you interact with, like that you cherish, you leave a little bit of your like soul or spirit into it. So yeah,
Dude,
I
that kind of
like
shit is in every
yeah, it's
culture.
literally every culture. So like yeah, but like that's like the Native American thing is like when you interact with it, you leave a bit of yourself in it. So
The
yeah,
thing that
like said,
I would
love
like to talk about is that there's something about this episode and another episode that we haven't gotten to yet,
it.
where they both feature fairly well-known actors,
Yes.
but this one feels more subtle.
Mm,
For
Not
lack
just
of a better
if you're
term?
if you're talking about the one I think you're talking about, it's like they could almost be taking place in the same universe, but one of them is a story actually worth telling, and the other is Michael B. Jordan versus the Tizenbot.
Well,
Yes.
damn it, I was gonna say save it. But yeah, so let's go ahead and keep cracking on.
all right, Blindside.
Is that the one you were thinking of, Ninja?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
I
Blind-
thought it might be.
Blind Spot.
Which one's Blind Spot?
That's the.
That's the
Borderlands.
Borderlands one.
Oh,
This
fucking
one was really
A tier.
cool.
Have you ever seen Borderlands 2 where they're in the train? It's kind of like that, except for they're not as badass, but they're pretty fucking badass.
Yeah, when
the
we
whole-
finished, I think I saw like one instance of plot armor, but everything else that was going on was like super neat and charming and funny and cool.
and then, like, and I hold that like I really, if like Borderlands was made into any kind of adaptation where it's not a video game, I'd want this person to fucking take the helm.
So,
It's pretty great.
So would that instance of plot armor unfortunately bump it down to B?
I don't think it's that big
I'm
of a
not so sure. See, B is usually like, if we're going off of like the way I laid it out for myself initially, like B is something that has a clear through line. It achieves that through line, and it does it without slipping up in any major way. And then A is for the ones that do it in a way that it's impressive. And then God tier is the one that like that fucking
It nailed
emotion
it.
pick to the heart.
yeah.
Yeah.
And,
and-
yeah.
So I'm torn a little bit between A and B because it's really fucking cool. It's a lot of fun, but I'm almost worried that I might be letting that weigh a little bit too heavily on the judgment just because of how fun it is. Because this is one of the more cartoony ones, and comparing this to like the Soul Sucker, I like this one so much more than Soul Sucker, even
That's
though they
fair.
both have that kind of zany, kind of cartoonish vibe.
Mhm.
This one's a lot more fun. I like the characters a lot more. I think they had a lot more going for them, even though we saw them almost less.
Yeah. I'd argue A. Like with
Ninja?
that line of argument, I'd say A. Ninja.
I would be okay with either an A or B. I can see where it's not quite as good as some of the others, but I think it is a decent one. I think it's a decent entry. The animation is clean. It's very stylistic. It doesn't really do much for me world building wise, and the characters, you don't really get to know them very well.
Basically, it was like, here is basically a Borderlands world. Here is basically some Borderlands characters, and also a rookie who is going to probably someday be a Borderlands character. Fucking go, let's go.
Yeah.
No time for stop. All gas, no brakes. Let's get it. And that's awesome. But it also doesn't give you a whole lot to chew on.
Yeah, that
So,
was
like,
kind of my thing. Is like it had some cool stuff to look at, but it really didn't have much to actually immerse yourself in. So it didn't really suck me in the way that some of the other shorts did.
Yeah. I'll admit.
I think
the
I might
aesthetic-
actually be voting B. It's
yeah,
a strong B, but I think it might be a B.
I feel like the actual like plot armor thing can kind of weigh it down. All right, I can agree with B. What?
Yeah,
But just
B
keep
works.
in mind when we say B, like it's
This
still
is still
Oh, yeah,
great.
it's not
Like,
bad.
Oh yeah.
uh,
Like I said
Not
it a
bad.
few times now, B is when it has a very clear through line and it executes it without any significant problem. And even that one instance of prot
plot armor.
What?
fucking English over here.
Creature On. Okay. Anyway.
Yeah, even that one instance of plot armor is like, it's literally one punch that I think should have done more damage than it did.
Yeah. And
But
like
that's
I-
it.
and, like, I
Everything
can't- and
else
I'd have
is
to
so solid.
and I'd have to rewatch that like first punch because I feel like it was directly at his head, but like
It
could be
was.
wrong.
Well, it does. It kind of catches like his shoulder and his head and his neck in one. But dude, it's not just where it catches it; it's the fact that he disintegrates under the force of it.
Maybe. All right.
Still really good though. It's,
B
like,
for Borderlands.
very solid. Yeah, it works.
The next one is Zima Blue.
Ooh,
See, I didn't particularly like this one.
Yeah, I really like this one, so I will abstain for arguments.
Neat concept. I feel like it almost would be. I think this might actually be the unfortunate bit of it was the very last episode. Like not the very last of season 1. This was the last episode we watched of season 1. So it just kind of felt not ending on a low note.
I would definitely wouldn't say it's a low note. That's
That's why I
really
said
unfair.
yeah. That's why I said it's not.
I really enjoyed it. The art, fucking, I feel like it's just such a fucking broken record. The art style's great. The concept is kind of mind-boggling. I kind of dig the fuck out of that. So I'm leaning more towards A.
I guess for me, it's that the twist doesn't really work for me.
In what regard, out of curiosity?
It just doesn't make sense, or it doesn't feel satisfying, I guess, to me. Like it's like,
It's-
okay.
Because
I guess maybe it's
sense is a bit
too-
of the wrong word though. Because
Yeah, maybe-
does.
I don't know. I guess for me, it's the whole too meta thing where it's like, oh, it's a robot that became a human that then became a robot again. Like you're getting into some pretty mind fucky shit at that point. So for me, it just
I think that, the way, like, I was obviously like joking, I was kind of being a bit shitposty, but the way I summed it up after we saw it, it's like, wow, if machines attained consciousness, they too would want to return to monkey.
Mm-hmm.
And like,
But that literally
obviously
is
that's a joke, but it's a joke I made because that's actually kind of what happens.
Well,
And
but like
how
I feel
much
like
that will
that's
resonate with you is different because it's not actually a bad idea. It's like if a machine were to become consciousness, if it were to Detroit become human, then surely that means it would be capable of all the same feelings we are, including this weird romanticism of like the simplicity of where we came from.
well,
But
it's
the
not even
fact that
just
he would treat that like it's some kind of grand culmination of philosophical truth, it
Well,
feels like it's putting it on a higher pedestal than
I
it might
don't know if that's the through line though, because I thought it was because he experienced everything.
So he wants to go back to experiencing one thing?
Well, I thought he
Blue
died
Tile?
at the end.
No, he returned to being what he was. He went back to being the original
Didn't he
thing.
disintegrate though? Like, so he discerned
No,
his body. His
disintegrated.
body
and
Body
disintegrated.
disintegrated.
Yeah,
came
his
out.
body disintegrated, but didn't the fucking vacuum bot disintegrate as well?
No.
No, the
Am I, like,
the
misremembering
pool
that?
cleaner
Became the
came
vacuum.
out of his body, and that just became him again. He returned to just being that. He
Yeah,
returned
but, like-
to just the blue tile being his world.
Yeah, but like, I feel like death is the wrong word. I feel like he, like, I don't know. So I guess this is me reading too much into it, but it felt like he returned to a simpler being. Like he
Yeah.
lost a lot of his processes that made him like a lot more like, what's the word? Intelligent and independent.
Human.
That's what I got from
he
it. I don't
cast
know.
off everything that made him conscious and human-like and philosophical. He cast all that off after exploring it to the maximum of his own experience, and he realized, like, that's it. I think I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back now. It's like, and he regressed back to the simplicity of where he came from.
Yeah.
Kind of like it. See, it kind of tried to do this hero's journey thing where at the end of the hero's journey, the hero returns to the home village now with the elixir of truth. Or that's obviously just not literal. It's kind of just whatever the hero gains at the end of that journey.
Right.
So the elixir of truth for him is like this philosophical attainment of what I came from was so simple. And the opportunities given to me by the advancements invested into me are so grand that it would feel like they were wasted if all I did was stay at home painting portraits. So I explored them. I explored them to their absolute maximum. And now that I've done that, I feel fulfilled, and so I'm going to return to the simple thing. But at the same time, that was carried through in a way that felt a little bit wanky almost. It feels like what they were going for, it was similar to the giant, the drowned giant, but not even close on a level of quality because this is so far above it.
Yeah, this is so.
But
like, yeah, I was gonna say,
similar
that's
in
unfair.
how it's taking something and turning it into a treatise of life, death, philosophy, what it means to be alive, what it means to fulfill yourself as a living being, and what you do with yourself once that's done. See, once he started creating the greatest murals of all, he created a mural, and in the middle of that mural was the blue tile, the Zima blue. And as he kept going and going and going, in his mind and as an expression of what he was feeling, that tile just started taking up more and more and more of his imagination. Until eventually all he was doing was making giant blue tiles.
Mm-hmm.
So it was clearly not just him deciding to return to that. It was something inside him that was overtaking everything else. Everything else had been fulfilled. The only thing that was unfulfilled is that he had a pool to clean. And see, that's, I think, where the problem is. It's so close to having something like that to say about what something like that could mean, but the way that it pays it off feels kind of underwhelming. So I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know if underwhelming's proper term for it, but
Yeah, I don't.
I could
think
see.
that's
I could
quite
see.
right
I could
either.
see. I could see what you're saying, but I don't know, dude. I fucking this one really resonated with me. but like I
Really
don't.
fucking well done, and it is absolutely
really well
gorgeous from
done.
start to finish. But then a lot of them are, so we kind of have to stop trying to use that as an argument.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like I don't want to say it, but
Well, we'll get into that in the next couple of stuff.
Yeah.
yeah. All right, but I'm fine with this one being A. Ninja, you said you didn't really like this one, but you can't really.
I would say
anything.
either A or B. There's not anything
I'd
specifically
argue
wrong with it, but I
I
don't really care for it.
I think I'd be happier with B. I think that feels more right.
All right, I prefer A, but I mean, I'll concede to this one.
And of course, this one is I'm Blue Dabba Dee Babba Da.
I would
forget my own jokes.
So
this is funny because you get to forget about them, and then when they come up later, you get to like reminded.
See, this is
It's
what
like
happens when you drink all stream.
it's true. Well, I'll just say like it's also like it's the love of being a shit poster because when you see your shit post being shared, it's like, oh hey, look, I remember that.
yeah, your shit post is being permanently like cemented amongst the internet in a 6+ hour live stream.
All right, so
Oh
well,
yeah,
we're
be viral in no time.
we're approaching the end, so let's keep going.
All right,
This is the end. So that was our end of season 1.
Yes.
Season 2 began with automated. What was it?
Automated customer service.
Automated customer service. I almost want to say call center, but I mean, well, anyway,
it wouldn't be automated then.
Yeah.
Calm your sassy boots down.
All right. So, I would say this is A tier.
See, I disagree. Like,
Really?
Yeah, aside from like personally having worked at a call center, I think the animation quality is very poor. And I think there's some good jokes in there, but overall it just feels very simple and a little underwhelming compared to like season 1 stuff. It just doesn't feel like it reaches that tier. I would say it's either B or C tier.
I don't know, dude, because like this one ends with like a fucking like robot apocalypse against like 2 people. Like this one's kind of like out there is like wild, and like you guys keep like bringing it to like, oh, I've worked at a call center, but it's like the call center is not really it's not the person on the end of the call center. It's like this sophisticated machine that is accounted for like all possibilities.
Yeah, no, but if you've ever worked at a call center, that is absolutely the speak. Like that's how you're expected to interact with customers.
Mm-hmm.
So it's automated customer service, as in, yes, she is speaking to a machine, but that is exactly the kind of shit you have to say. If anything, the machine gets to go further than I ever could as working at a call center. Like if I said some shit like that, I'd have been fired.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the joke, is like, because she's not dealing with a human, they can push her buttons a little bit and she just kind of has to deal with it.
So you're saying C tier?
I really don't like it. It was the first episode I watched of season 2, and it just kind of let me down. Like it felt like some of the lower tier stuff from season 1, or even worse. Like I really didn't like it.
I don't know if it's worse than the stuff from season. Like I don't think it's worse than the worst of season 1. That's my contention. It's like I don't think it belongs like that far below. That might be pushing.
Okay, so tell me why you think it's good.
Well, I mean, the joke's fucking like rock solid on point. It's weird to like talk about jokes like this, but yeah, the like everything about the machine and like how like absurd it was, yet it's still like laid onto like its base functions. Like anywhere it's cleaned is now its territory. Are you in it? Are you where it's been cleaned? And like the fact that it will stay, like it'll do its function to clean despite it activating purge mode. Like it's
like even while it's actively trying to kill her.
Yeah, like she throws the fucking like laundry basket on the ground, and it's like fucking it like looks at her like wanting to kill, and then it sees the towels, and it's like fuck, and it's literally like redeploys hard points and fucking gets to cleaning up. But once it's like done cleaning, like the fucking arsenal comes back out. Like there's a lot of jokes that like really fucking hit with this one.
I kind of enjoyed most of the jokes from the bathroom segment. Have you finally calmed down your sassy boots?
Yeah.
High levels of profanity detected.
We're saying the excessive amount of profanity. we recommend like calming down.
Like.
Oh yeah, the fucking pet joke.
Yeah, the
Look at its cold dead eye.
As it's just smiling at its owner.
We guarantee it would absolutely sacrifice you in a heartbeat.
Come on, dude. Those are fucking bangers.
I mean,
yeah, like everything in the bathroom is pretty great.
I honestly, hold on. Those were one of the only jokes I laughed at, though. I feel like I don't know why my brain went to this, like how it arrived to this point. I straight up thought this Wilford Brimley looking motherfucker was just gonna shoot her. I thought it was made aware of like she's the intruder, and he's just like, I'm gonna take care of this, and then just fucking blew her.
He's not a robot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As I say, wait, what?
He's not a robot.
Yeah, he doesn't he doesn't know she's in danger till like the end of the episode. He's like she's waving.
That's why like it would have made a very absurdist turn, but I feel like also yes, the quality would have gone down, would have suffered from it.
Yeah. And like there's a payoff of her doing yoga, and like that's what saves her life because she splits and dodges a fucking like taser shot. Fucking taser fucking barbs. Sorry, the fucking robot just kills me, man. Like, and it probably would.
It functions. I kind of agree that it's like C. It functions. It gets the job.
Slayer, help me out here, man. Is this really that bad?
All right, I'm just back, and
we're talking about the fucking the vacuum robot apocalypse.
Yeah, I was listening in, and I'm still going off like my original descriptors of like what I think the tiers are. It has a clear through line. That's fine, but I think I said this when we watched it as well. It's like at first it wasn't getting me. It was only once it reached a certain level of absurdity that the jokes started hitting. And there's too many things that drag it down. It's like it's not even just that the animation, because I think the animation is good. It's the art style I think is really on the people in a way that we haven't seen before. Like the Dump episode, those people are all ugly, but they're not ugly in this very mushroom uncanny valley kind of way. And that's a very small thing to drag it down, but you compile that with some of the jokes absolutely did hit. But that bathroom scene, that's about halfway into the fucking episode.
Well, no, we started giggling towards the beginning as it was like literally ramping up, though. Like so here's the thing. I'm noticing, are you guys not counting the ramp when we're ramping up? You only count the jump?
No.
What do you mean?
The ramp.
So like he's like, oh yeah, the bathroom, but it's like, dude, like shit is like building up to that bathroom. Like it's getting more and more and more absurd as like it's going on. That was like building up comedy.
There was some build up before the bathroom, and that does count. I'm just using the bathroom because that's where I got to the point where I was like, okay, now from this point onward, I consider like in my memory, that's when it was really funny because it's more that it started off weak than it ended weak. Because once you reach that level of absurdity, where they go towards the ending, it fucking tracks. It's just continuous escalation.
Yeah.
It's just while we were getting there, you couldn't really feel out where the tone was. So sometimes it would feel almost mean-spirited, and sometimes it would be just like, how serious exactly are we supposed to take this? So it kind of has you on the back foot because you don't quite know.
Well, I mean, like
where the line of the joke is.
Like it's like a minute into the call center, like it's clear like it's starting to fucking like be ridiculous.
Yes, but by that point, it's like this is where we're already on the ramp now, and this is like this. Once you start like delivering your jokes more rapid fire, I should already have been on board with what the tone was. So yeah, it's not that it's super weak. It's definitely not D tier. But I think there are just a couple of things that drag it down off a B tier.
All right, well, I won't concede to D, but I'll take C.
Oh, I don't think it's D. Like it's C.
I think Ninja said if he would put in D.
Do you think like
this C or D?
Hold on. So
But I really don't like it. Like
you didn't like laugh at any of it. Like that's the thing. Like I feel like D tier is like borderline like irredeemable.
Drowned Giant is gonna be fucking D tier. I have no.
Yeah, I
no
don't
problem
know.
predicting
There
that.
was very few episodes of season 2 that I liked
Okay.
compared to season 1. Like, that's why I said season 2 is not anywhere near as good as season 1.
Okay.
Like,
I
I
mean,
was
if you look
very
at just the
disappointed with season 2.
proportions of how many episodes from season 1 are fucking god tier.
Yeah,
It's
I
like,
was
that is a
actually-
lot.
Meanwhile, we only know like one episode that's actually gonna make it.
Yeah. And yet, going, like I said, off my initial thing, C isn't total failure. C is, it has a clear through line, but there are things that drag it down.
Mhm.
D tier is, it didn't even succeed at having a proper clear through line.
Yeah, because with something like Ghostfish, nothing happened.
Mhm.
It's not even that nothing happens. Like, it is as long and as concise as like a bunch of the other ones. It's just that it didn't manage to have that through line. It just felt like a little bit of an escalation, and then a kid gets it, and that's it. It's like it felt like there was no resolution. There's no. I don't know what I was supposed to take from that. It's just a thing that happened. It's like what Ninja described some of the episodes in season 2 as like tech demos. That's kind of what that felt like.
I still.
And
feel
that's kind
like,
of what landed it so easily in D tier for me. It's because like when it was over, it was like, wait, that's it? What the fuck?
I would argue that like Ice Age felt like a time lapsing tech demo when it came to like a city builder.
Mhm.
Yeah, but it had a more clear through line.
Yes, it did. That was the key thing, is that it had its
It's
through
like-
line.
And that's it. That's like it sounds like such a low bar and it almost sounds arbitrary, but it literally is. Narratively, does it have a structure, a beginning, middle, and end?
Mhm.
In Ice Age, you have the beginning where it's like Ice Age to medieval times, and then you get this through line as the society inside the freezer evolves and then reaches its climax and ends. Now we're at the end. It's like, because that was the subject of the entire story. So just by following its progression, the entire thing has a fucking self-contained progression. And then we get this little epilogue where it's like, maybe it starts up again. Who knows?
All this,
Mhm.
could
And then
be
that's it. That's
worse.
how it ends.
All this could be worse, by the way. This could be What If.
Nothing
There's
is going to be
definitely-
top tier.
Yeah.
Well, but that's my point. Is like, even if I'm putting like automated customer service in D tier, that's still better than a lot of the things out there nowadays. Like, a
Mhm.
lot better than most TV shows that have these massive plot holes or completely destroy their characters or destroy their
Yes.
entire universe. It's like, it's so much better than that. Even though it's compared to some of this other stuff, I don't particularly like it. You can still tell that it was crafted with people who gave a shit.
I would definitely watch Ghostfish over that chair.
All right. So, okay. Well, so here's the one that I personally really liked. However, like, I have a feeling that you guys are gonna kind of put it down a little bit lower.
Did you put customer service in C?
Oh, I did not.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. Wilford
Good old
Brimley with a
Brimley.
gun.
Ascended.
mhm.
As you do.
He didn't die. He went home.
He's not dead. He just went home.
So now we get to, I forgot what it's called, but I
Ice.
called it Brothers. But yeah, Ice. This is the Gorillas one where it's the kid who's unmodded or whatever.
Yeah, me and Maxi were a little bit more charitable to this than Ninja, but I think Maxi, you were still a bit more charitable to it than I was initially.
Yeah, so that's the thing. We kind of had a discussion about this last night, and I'm still willing to be charitable to it, but like I'll like concede that if like it just didn't resonate with everybody else as much as it did for me, so that's just me. So I'll accept whatever like criticism or wherever y'all want to put it, as long as it's not D tier. I don't think it's that bad.
I don't think it's that bad either, but I think one of the key like sticking points for me that kind of decides where it ends up is we still don't actually know what was going on really between the brothers, because normally a bit of ambiguity is fine. It's like, oh, did this person really mean to do that in the story? Who knows? Either way, it both makes sense, yada yada. Whereas this, it's actually kind of important to what the thing is saying about their relationship, whether Modded Kid actually needed his brother's help or not. Like, that actually changes what we take away from his satisfied smile at the end. It's like, is he satisfied smiling because he gets that his brother didn't really need his help, but he just appreciates that he actually has people looking out for him, and just even if it's not, even if there's like an element of performance in it, he does have people who actually just give a shit and are willing to take him out into their world and like not leave him fucking alone. And that's why he's
him as
smiling.
an outsider.
Or is he smiling because he had that moment of fucking panic where, holy fucking shit, we're running away from a space whale. My brother's legs broke, but now he's fine. And I feel like the older brother again. And it's like, those are such different feelings, and getting either one of them more solidly would have it in B at least, but not managing to get that emotional payoff across properly lands it in C for me.
Would you not say that would be like part of the interpretation?
See, normally yes, but remember how it starts. It starts with the parents having this talk about how they're just kind of generally disaffected by how the older brother doesn't seem to be even making that much of an effort to really fit in, and they're asking the brother to look out for him. It's like, that's our setup, and our payoff is what happens. So if we don't understand the payoff, if the payoff is ambiguous, that kind of weakens it as a payoff.
Does it?
Yes.
Yeah. Because, like I said, both of those feelings are so different. Whereas if it was something where, no matter which way you get at it, the feeling he gets at the end is ultimately the same, then I would agree. Being up to interpretation is A-okay. In fact, maybe it's even preferable because this is something they're never going to openly talk about. But when the two feelings that are on the table are so different, to make your through line more clear, you do kind of have to communicate it a bit more clearly. You have to get us to be in the shoes of that older brother. For us to feel that payoff, we need to know what it is he's feeling, and we just don't. Or at least I didn't. Like, for me, I was able to see both the brother did need help, but then he was fine because he's modded, or he didn't need help, he just wanted his brother to get a win so that he didn't feel his shit anymore. And both are wholesome. Both are good, but you kind of need to pick one. Because they are so different as feelings.
Yeah, I guess for me, because it was so vague, it almost came off like he realized the brother was lying to him.
But then he smiled about it.
Well, yeah, but it almost felt like it was taking away the win from him. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I had that win, but it didn't matter because he didn't need my help all along.
Yeah, there's our problem, because if you see the scene where the younger brother needs the help because he hurt his leg, and then it turns out he's fine, then you've got the two things conflicting with one another. It's like, oh, he was just pretending so I would get a win. I don't know how to feel about that. But then he smiles about it, so it's like, maybe that's not actually what was happening. Like, this is one of those instances where being clear about what it is exactly that the character took away from a situation really helps. And I just don't think they managed that.
I mean, like, I don't know. Like I said, I feel like he was really miserable towards the start, and like the fact that and the reason why he was miserable is because he was basically ostracized, and the ostracization is like very clear even when he's walking down the street, because all the modded people could see that he's clearly not modded. Like, I feel like in either scenario, he feels like better about himself for one being either accepted or B being the big brother. Like, I don't see those like being contradictory. I don't see those being like contradictory. Like, they both. It's
not that they're contradictory; it's that they're different. It's like they don't contradict each other. It's like, if you feel one, it doesn't mean that you can't feel the other. You can absolutely feel both at the same time. You can be heartwarmed that your brother is looking out for you and trying to bring you into his world so you don't feel fucking alone. It's It's like, that's good. That's a good feeling.
Mhm.
Or you get to feel like, in this instance, I was the one looking out for him, and I feel like I have my place in the family dynamic again, even if just for now. That's also really fucking good. And like I said, you can feel both, but the ambiguity kind of took away from it because we weren't able to share that emotional payoff with him.
Hmm. All right. So what would you say?
I would say probably C would be
C.
my ranking.
All right.
And it
we'll
does
take
kind of hurt a little bit because if they just paid off one or the other feeling a little bit more clearly, it's B, absolutely easy. Maybe even A if like we got a little bit more of him also interacting with the other modded kids a little bit. Because you saw he had that thing where once he came along with his brother, the others, yeah, they poked a little fun, but you know, teenagers are assholes.
Mhm.
But you know, they fucking passed the pipe to him. They include him in the game, just trusting that even though he's not modded, he says he can keep up. He says he can take care of himself. All right, fucking bet, let's do it, and he does. So they don't really show it, but you can get that he might have earned their respect a little bit, and paying off some of that, like developing that by like even adding a couple more minutes to the runtime. Like you could have developed that into something that could have gone up to A, but like I said, the lack of being able to share that emotional payoff, it undercuts it in a way that feels harsh.
Hmm.
It's like I almost don't like giving it that rating because I could see fucking potential. That and the
Yeah.
setting was so fucking cool.
Oh,
Just
the setting was
the
fucking
fact that
phenomenal.
these kids, because they're new here and because like you can tell their home's a little bit shitty, it's like they escape into this fucking nighttime world of cyberpunk shenanigans and shit. It's
Mhm.
like that's so fucking cool. And this like gorillas meets samurai jack art style is really fucking nostalgic for me.
Yeah, I was about to
I
say
loved
like
it.
that also, like, I'm not gonna lie, like subjectively that really fucking resonated with me too.
Oh yeah, but like even just when
When
you
you see
meet
the
the
oil,
other
like the
fucking delinquents and like they're
yeah,
doing like all the tricks and you see like the way the animation style it stretches and warps to show their motion, that's like
yeah,
it's a
no.
very old way of doing things in a very modern style of animating it.
Mhm.
It's like
Like I
it's
said,
got
like,
such good shit, but
mhm. All right, well, I'll take C then. Fine. Not satisfied with it, but it is what it is. Like I'll
I
take. I
wish
like
it
the arguments.
could have been more, honestly. But if I'm being honest, I think that's just where it ends up.
Right, that's fair.
Unless
What's
you know
next?
someone else has something for sure, because I kind of talked through that whole one.
No, you like I said, and I was mainly looking for like an objecting point, so it's fair. So yeah, what was the next one?
Pop Squad.
Ooh,
Oh
this
boy.
one.
I feel like we all got some things to say about this one.
Yeah.
D.
Wyatt, do you want to take this one?
In terms of describing it or my overall argument?
Well, I don't think we really need to describe
Yeah,
it. We
by
all
this point
know what
we're-
the fuck had happened.
Yes.
Um,
By this point,
so-
anyone who's seen, anyone who's gotten this far has seen season 2 anyway. I'm gonna go
Hopefully.
with D, kind of because of the arguments that Slur was bringing up earlier. One, if the initial seeds of doubt would not have been sown by his 95th killing of a child, that room should have been like filled with kids if you're gonna start showing that it's finally like the straw that broke the camel's back. All credit where credit is due. I enjoyed the shit out of that scene in the house where like the lady talks about becoming a parent, because that like becoming a parent changes a person. Like it just simply does. So to have that almost accurate description of parenthood and what that means to like the parent is it was really nice. Other than that, I don't think that I also liked the shootout at the end. I don't even know that that's a shootout, like a standoff. Um, other than that, yeah, I'd say it's either a C or a D.
Anyone have any rebuttal?
I was gonna say Ninja. I feel like you had like one of the like strongest opinions about it. You want to elaborate?
Oh yeah, I fucking hated it.
Hmm.
I really, and this is where, because these first 3 episodes kind of played out in the order that they did, this is where I started to really like it. It felt like one misstep after another, because again, if for those keeping score at home, I haven't liked any of the episodes so far. I wasn't that big of a fan of automated customer service. I really didn't like ICE. I really fucking despise Pop Squad. So this is where I'm like, season 2 fucking sucks. Like, I waited, 2 years for fucking this? Like, ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
You
feel
know,
like
and
out of
it tried to give you like the Fifth Element vibes. It tried to give you like, but
Equilibrium.
yeah, Equilibrium vibes, but it's just everything that it tries to do, other stories have already done so much fucking better.
Mm-hmm.
So it just feels unnecessary, juvenile, and Slur used the word hit the nail right on the. This is the first episode in season 1 or season 2 that the word edgy has felt absolutely appropriate.
Yeah.
Which
And that fucking sucks. Because,
Um,
like, thematically, the concept could be interesting, but the execution is fucking terrible.
Got you.
its
Out of
execution is dog
curiosity,
shit.
though, will you give credit to that scene in the house? Did that not resonate with you at all?
I mean, it's a moment of good writing. Like, it's hard for me to give it too much credit because it's just like it's not enough to salvage the other, what is it, 10, 15 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
So it just doesn't. It feels like too little, too late.
Yeah, if
Fair
anything, it
enough.
kind of hurts it because you're just like, man, this piece of good writing surrounded by
And
all this dog
it's one of
shit.
those where it's like, I appreciate what's happening, but I don't agree with how we got here. And I don't agree with the payoff necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like with the message it was trying to give out about like feeling and that kind of stuff, I feel like Equilibrium did it a lot better, especially because Equilibrium had a way better inciting incident. Because when it came to the inciting incident of Equilibrium, it's just he happened to accidentally break one of his capsules, and that's when he started to feel. He was essentially feeling withdrawal. As opposed to this guy who's been killing kids for God knows how long. This was just one too many.
Presumably decades, if not centuries.
Yeah. This was just happens to be one too many.
And that's another thing for me is like the protagonist just doesn't really sell it for me. I don't really connect with him. I don't know enough about him. His motivations feel very sort of because the plot needed it to happen, but they're not really well explained. So it's like I'm not really connecting with the character. I'm not really connecting with the world. It's just not sucking me in. And for a show that I loved so much because season 1 was so fucking good, it just felt like wow. Especially because like when a lot of the early reviews came out for this show, Pop Squad was like one of the most talked about episodes.
Really?
Yes. And it was like, oh my god, so fucking stunning and brave. And it's like, ugh.
Prosium, that was the drug. That suppressed emotion in Equilibrium.
In this, it was Rejuve.
Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah, that's pretty fucking.
Yeah, and I
sonic.
kind of like, I did say is like, yeah, this is the first episode, like for all the dark and twisted shit that's come up in previous episodes, this is the first one where the word edgy even came up. But I also said something else, and I said like, I spent the first half of this episode trying to put my finger on exactly what it was that was bothering me, And eventually I arrived at it was a very specific kind of heavy-handed. And it was the YA writing. It was YA heavy-handed. And it even goes into things like the name of the drug being Rejuve. Or the fact that you have this ultra elite living in fucking sky palaces while everybody else who's more normal is living in slums. It all feels so very blatant. Whereas, and I said this after we finished, I feel like it finishes stronger than it started, but it's a good payoff to a shitty setup. Because if you take the conversation he has with that woman, that one conversation is doing basically all of the heavy lifting for the entire message of the whole thing. Whereas the rest of it just kind of feels like we paid this needlessly bleak setting for the conversation to take place in the first place, and you just left like, why? What did that add?
I mean, there's
So, yeah,
definitely
this
some
one
good
is
moments. There's some tense, moments, like pretty much everything that happens in that house and him leaving the
Yeah,
house
like-
is good shit. I'll give you that.
Oh yeah.
I'll admit
But it
that,
needed to be in a better story. It needed to have
Yeah.
a better setup.
I'll happily admit that the fucking last, I don't know why, fucking just it got me.
But
said, just-
keep
you
It's a
can't.
really fucking well done
keep
scene.
in mind, I'll give you this. Even a D tier in this context is still miles better than most of the schlock that's being
Yeah.
served up today.
I couldn't, like I said, it was weird. I got teary eyed when they started fucking fighting and shit like that. It just
Oh,
resonated.
dude,
It hit me. I don't know why it hit me, but it got me. So I'll admit that I'm coming at this way more subjective than you, and I do agree with all the fucking stupid ass criticisms of it. There's some fucking dumb shit in this universe.
And think of it this way as well. It's like I'm giving a lot of criticisms, but the fact that when I'm criticizing it, I'm able to go into this level of detail means there's so much more meat on the bone than there usually is.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
to criticize something that's just flat out shit, it's broken, it doesn't make sense. Like, you remember after Hunger Games came out, since we're talking about YA writing, there were like a bunch of these fucking copycats, like the movie of the Maze Runner, and it was just so fucking shallow and so vapid and empty of anything to say. It's like, I hated that movie, and I also had very little to say about it because it was just that much of a nothing burger. Even the episodes like this one that I didn't like, it is not a nothing burger.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely not.
All right. So this is D tier.
I think
I think it's D.
We don't have a thing for this one, do we?
Yeah, we do. I thought it was the guy
the-
next to Jon Snow there.
No, that's
No, that's literally tall grass. So it's tall grass.
Oh,
and,
yeah, that's the
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
this
told you to
is-
get the. No, that's what
no,
we
the other
talked
side.
about.
The other side. That's
this
yeah,
is
that's
this is another
Michael B.
OBS
Jordan.
one because by that point with Tier Maker we just simply ran out of room.
Yeah.
fuck. I
Um,
could have swore we picked something for.
We
the
did.
thing.
We
We
picked, I
did.
told you to
It
pick the
was
fucking
the-
Anakin
Yes,
Skywalker.
the Anakin
Yeah,
thing.
like,
I
yeah.
absolutely sent you the Anakin
I'm
thing.
yeah, you did send it. It's just like I said. Tier
Yeah, this
Maker
tier, this
ran
like
out
I
of
said,
room.
this tier maker is fucking literally what if tier. So, yeah,
no.
yeah. So yeah, no. Like I said, it resonated strong with me, but I agree with you what you guys said. So next one is
Hold on.
what
I'm
is-
in the-
Well,
let me-
hold on, because that brings up a good point. I know we often hear that it's okay to like things that are bad as long as you're not defending them as being good quality. I also think it's okay to be affected by something that's not necessarily high tier as well.
Yeah, well, I
You know,
mean,
like, it's not a shameful thing to be like, this story touched me.
yeah, it's definitely not, because like what Mahler said about fucking The Room, it's like, because he was talking to fucking Just Right about it, and he was saying that he was like, oh yeah, do you consider The Room a good movie? He's like, no, it's bad. Well, he's like, well, the thing is, what if a guy watched it right after getting out of a really emotional breakup? Like, that person could resonate perfectly with that movie, despite it being shit quality. So there go by his, well, in that particular argument, it was saying that would make The Room good by Just Right's standards.
Right.
But like he said, but even in that example, it's still kind of true. Like, you can still resonate with something just like despite having nothing to do with it.
Are you?
It's
And
like-
I can even do that for this.
Cool.
It's like the ice episode, I put that on C tier, but I have a younger brother, and like growing up and like becoming adults and shit, there's been a whole lot of like competitive bullshit like that going on,
Yeah,
and just feeling like I've lost my place as the older brother, but like we're both fucking adults. Shit like that literally doesn't matter anymore. But you still just have that mindset because you're seeing the both of you in the eyes of your parents and shit like that. It's like
Yeah.
that episode actually fucking hit some heartstrings for me.
I'm not gonna lie, it kind of does too, because well, Ninja's familiar with my situation, so yeah, like I said, I'll happily admit, like that's probably why what you call it hit so hard for me. What the fuck? What we just watched? Pop Squad.
Pop
But
Squad.
yeah, because I was already like compromised.
I,
But yeah, yeah, like I said, it's just stuff that can resonate with you. It's just what it is.
I like so Ice really didn't resonate with me in terms of like the sibling thing, but that's kind of because my sibling was a piece of shit because I was the younger brother.
Yeah.
And you
so-
weren't modded.
And I was gonna say,
You extra banga banga banga.
banga banga.
Banga. Fucking
I was gonna
banga.
say, like we just
Hey, did anybody else see like Bangarang vibes from Benga?
yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
I kept thinking Bangarang every time I fucking heard it.
Is it weird that whenever I see fucking like foreign subtitles, like no, that's Spanish. Just fucking say fucking Spanish.
It
Or just
did
this,
sound
like,
a little bit
foreign
Spanish.
language.
It sounded like Spanish and Russian put in a blender.
I thought.
Yeah, like, but it was
Hold on, I
well,
thought Benga is Spanish for go.
Is it?
I'm pretty sure.
Hold
Double check.
on. Yes.
Vamos.
Uh,
Well,
Vamos
Vamos.
means go or let's go.
Yeah, I thought that was like faster. It's like schnell in German.
Let me
Like
see.
quickly or fucking
Somebody
hurry.
just figure out that
I'll look
as
it up real
while
quick.
I start the next one, which is okay, Snow in the Desert. I really liked this one.
Of course you did. It was fucking
Oh.
Boba.
This-
Benga, an indigenous ethnic group of Equatorial Guinea. Okay.
Okay.
It also means
What?
lair.
It's also a musician in Britain, I guess.
I mean,
I will
so-
admit,
Beats.
I'll admit the only reason I like it is pure surface level, like aesthetic wise.
Oh, it looked beautiful. Like, there's no
Well,
doubt.
Just the universe, the sci-fi bounty hunters, and the
It's the sci-fi bounty hunters.
Yeah, it's mainly.
He's
that.
got a trigger for the sci-fi bounty hunters.
Bounty
It
hunters are so
very
fucking
And I got a
Really
trigger for
fine.
brother shit. Everybody's got their thing.
They
Um,
do, exactly. That's what I'm saying. As long as you
so-
can acknowledge it.
Honestly though, I don't really see much problem with this one.
Yeah, honestly, I just put it in B. It's
Oh,
Yeah,
so
be happy
I
for
guess
this
for
one.
me,
to be
just it didn't really feel like it had much to say. Like it was kind of an
Yeah.
interesting concept, but it just didn't feel like it was like what was the point? Like you know how a lot of the other ones kind of have like a neat little mind fucky or something, some sort of a concept that they're trying to get across. That
Well,
one just didn't really feel like it had.
I'd
I mean, like
argue,
it was, but like it wasn't subtle about it. That's the thing. It's just like, yeah, this is what it is. What kind of deal?
I feel
matter
like
of
It
fact-
was solid.
I feel like it's very much just tried to be an action episode, and then that was kind of just it.
Like they give it a little bit of like world building thing, and then
Yeah.
just the action,
Yeah, what if Wolverine was Boba Fett?
basically.
And everyone was after his balls.
Everybody's on
Yeah,
That was a
everybody
little-
wanted that big old juicy meat.
That was a little weird. But
and he just wanted them juicy fruit.
He did.
I don't know why that one like that.
Sherry's
that
berries.
that just got to me. I was
Yeah,
like,
he just wanted them Sherry's berries.
It's Cherry's berries. Use code name fruit.
I wonder if he used code Burr.
What am I selling?
we had to,
Sherry's berries.
we had to
man.
after we were done with Love, Death, and Robots, we had to sit down and watch the Sherry's
Cherry.
berries Bill Burr.
So,
ad.
in case you guys don't know, Bill Burr is fucking hilarious, and you should consume everything he does.
Mm.
I don't know
next-
how anyone isn't aware at this point.
True. So what's okay? So we're still on Snow. How do we feel about it? Where does it land?
I'm thinking big.
B or C.
I can.
Yeah,
do B.
I would say B or C. Like
I would
I'm-
say B for Bounty Hunter.
ew. Just for that, it's going down to C.
Just that's
no, I like
what
to
if.
imagine you just you just flip the switch. It's like, nope, it's going in D. No, it's going in
It's
what
going-
if.
It's a what if. What if Max didn't say a fucking stupid ass pun? The
What
world
if?
may never know.
Yeah. it's-
The world will never know.
Today's episode of the Sesame Street is brought to you by the letter Sherry's Berries.
Bill Burr pops up in Sesame Street, but he's not like cleaning it up. He's like still Bill Burr.
No, yeah, he's literally just Bill Burr.
I mean, it's
What
like
the fuck, kid? What the fuck is up with all these fucking giant fucking birds?
I'll put you through the fucking
This
wall!
fucking vampire can't get counting my hairs. I'm losing them. Leave him alone.
What the fuck? What are you doing? Hey, hanging. Don't listen to me. I don't read books.
I swear to God, this is my first time reading a copy.
So next is Jesus Christ.
This is about Sesame Street.
It's brought to you by the letter Sherry's Berries.
No, he says this is the first time I'm reading my copy as he's like yelling at the kids.
Next,
Oh man.
And Uber, he Ubered to Sesame Street.
See, people stop listening, and Uber loses money. Anyway,
You're trying.
what?
Your
You
second
want to be your
job.
own boss, but you fucking work for Uber.
Uber
Work for
fucking
Uber.
broke me. All right. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I exposed you guys to Bill Burr. What's the
We've all watched Bill Burr. Yeah, that was the
You've
first
watched
time
Bill
we
Burr,
we
but
watched
you've never
Sesame Street
experienced the
Berries.
Bill Burr podcast. Anyway,
I've been meaning
let's
to
move
sit
on.
down for a
Let's
full
move on.
episode.
let's move
next-
on. We're getting there. We're getting there.
I'm
What's
trying,
next?
I'm trying. Next is the tall grass.
So,
A or B?
I would say B. I
I'm
like
kind of
B.
torn between A and B as well. It's really solid. Like, it's a very simple story, but it's like really well done.
I wasn't
Mm-hmm.
its biggest fan, but I could understand it's like it's quality.
See, I thought it was probably one of the best in season 2.
Well, yeah.
One of, but I mean, in season 2, you know.
I know season 2 just has its issues.
I mean, like it's. And once again, this is not saying anything bad about it. I just like as much as I loved, H.P. Lovecraft animated, and all the fun we had with that. If you could take a look at that little fucking picture we have for him.
Name your Khajiit.
No, no,
No,
Lovecraft, no.
Susan,
don't do it.
He's like, but I'm afraid of the. He's like, but I'm afraid of the sea. He just names it.
Okay, so going off the criteria, it's like it has a very clear through line. It's like a solidly sold story.
Yes.
It basically has nothing really dragging it down.
Yeah.
Elements that drag it up would be things like the creature design is really fucking good. The way it works, like the way he gets enticed into the dangerous position he is, it's like it all flows, feels organic, while at the same time blending in that like fucking
Well, and I like that
supernatural, middle of nowhere, creepy feeling.
they didn't take the easy route that most horror stories do by making their character like a fucking moron. Like you
Yeah.
don't ever feel like he's an idiot for doing what he does.
Yeah, he was like, the train has stopped for reasons I don't understand. I might as well just fucking take a smoke break since we're stuck here. I checked with the guy. He says he'll give me a shout before it's time to get on the train.
Also,
He's lights up a cigarette. He's like, wait, what the fuck was that?
well, he says don't wander.
Yeah, he does explicitly warn him not to wander, but like, he tells him not to wander next to like what, a cornfield? Like, I mean, how lost can I get? I'm right next to the fucking train. It's a giant metal tube with people in it. How lost can I get?
Well, very
You've
fucking
never
lost.
hold on, you've never been in a
The
cornfield.
cornfields. Yeah, I feel like this is like a little bit of your.
Hold
Or-
on.
But this is the thing. He's exactly as far into that territory as. See, I'm not like just speaking from my perspective. I'm speaking from his.
Yeah.
He's never been in a cornfield, clearly, because he's just like, yeah, it's just a field. I'll be fine. The train's right there. I just want to like I want to see what the fuck that blue light was. What
And
the
I
fuck was
do.
that?
There was a really nice detail of him like jumping up and trying to like look over the cornfield. Like,
Yeah, he doesn't
feel
just
like-
march head first towards it
yeah,
like
I
he's
feel
gonna
like I
death wish.
don't see that. Like, there's a bunch of fucking shit in cornfields. I feel like I've never ever seen somebody try to jump and look over the cornfield.
It's
I feel like I've never seen
That's because they're normally too tall. You won't be able to fucking do it.
that. Yeah, and he's
And
like,
turns out they were too tall, so he just was like, all right, I'll just go like a few feet in to see if I can get a glimpse of it.
yeah, and HP's pretty tall here, but yeah, he still can't clear it. But like I said, it's the attempt that like is done. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, it's kind of
It's a nice little detail, nice little
Yeah.
sort of payoff.
hmm So maybe it is A tier. I don't know.
I would say
I
A.
don't know if I.
I don't know. Like I said,
See,
like
Like I said, it's a very simple story, but it's like it's a solid through line. There's basically nothing to drag it down, and at this point, I'm just
Oh, shit.
scanning through it in my head to see if
I'll
there's
be right
anything
back,
that
alright.
made it linger, or if there's anything about it that really stuck with me afterwards. And I'm not necessarily sure there is. I think it might be B tier.
I wouldn't necessarily be disappointed with B tier. I can definitely see where you're coming from.
Yeah, like I hate to make it the comparison argument, but fucking I'm trying to look at the other ones. Like Lucky 13 compare, like if it was an A, Tall Grass compared to Lucky 13. Like does it fit in that category?
In A, we have Lucky 13, we have Yogurt, and what else do we have in A?
And Good Hunting.
Yeah, and Good Hunting. It's like we compare this to those, even though it's either the same length or not much shorter, it doesn't quite have as much going for it in just the sheer scale of imagination or what it's saying or anything like that.
I say, did we beat up the Irishman? Is it an A tier now?
Oh, I did for like a second ask for the comparison argument to see if it fit amongst the rest of the A tier stuff.
What is else in A tier? Because the fucking thing's tizzing me.
Lucky 13, Good Hunting, and the Yogurt.
I'd say so.
I'm quite so sure. I think, like I said before you got back, it's like just the sheer scale of imagination, the things those stories are saying, it's like the emotional depth in them. It's like those are the things that elevated them above B to begin with.
I got you.
And I'm not sure that this one has that.
I feel like the fucking sense of like absolute dread towards the ending of it kind of fucking hits. Like,
Yeah, the mounting tension of like him trying to find his way back out of the cornfield and just not being able to do it, that was
the fact that the monsters
fucking well
are
done.
fucking ravenous, they're literally fucking killing each other to get to him. Like,
I,
fuck, man. like
I
that's
like
a
the
pretty fucking
ending.
horrible moment. Like, fucking hell. And then he
I
does.
know it's a little
out.
bit expository, but I like the sort of conversation that he has with the
Mhm.
conductor there at the end,
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
was.
where he's
That's the
like,
thing.
he's like, nobody's gonna believe you. He's like, but
Yeah, that's what I'm
best
saying.
I
About
can tell, these were all people.
Yeah, and that's what I mean about the dread aspect of it, because like it's implied that this isn't the first time nor the second or third, because he's like, it always breaks down here.
And it's
And
like,
then
oh,
it just, at the
same
very
place.
last second, it doubles down because as they're moving away, you just see more and more and more and
Hundreds
more
of them,
lights
it's like
coming up.
fuck. It's like, yeah, so
It's like, yeah, it's a really well done short horror story.
mhm.
So,
Yeah, like I said, so
It's-
A tier.
It's got a lot of and don't wander into Karn fields.
I mean, yeah, but you shouldn't be doing that anyway.
Yeah,
Don't do
definitely
it.
do that. No, just don't. Like, if you're
Karen.
why did you get out of your fucking
yeah, it's like best case scenario, you're trespassing. What the fuck do you think is going to happen out there?
yeah, and stop smoking. Smoking's bad for you. Literally, it'll get you killed. So
So we
are we A tier? I'm
have
saying
we
A tier.
agreed?
Mainly because I want to see fucking HP Lovecraft Gamer in the fucking A tier.
yeah. Wyatt, what do you think?
Am I really the tiebreaker here?
I mean, kind
Well, it's
of.
not tiebreaker. It's just kind of going around to people who haven't really had
wanna-
a lot of input yet.
Yeah, I was about to say.
We know
we-
you're being sleepy, but you still got to
No,
contribute.
I've been actually I've been putting
No,
input
you've been
in.
you've been giving it. The main thing is like we want to make sure everybody has what they need to say, and if
I'm-
they have any objections, bring it up.
I'm giving it a good long thought. I did like Ninja. One of my favorite moments actually was the bit at the end. Like, don't talk about this because at the end of the day, they're not gonna believe you anyway. Yeah, I actually would say it's A tier. I think it's earned its spot.
Well, righteous. So if I'm pretty sure what the next one is, it's God tier. Don't at me.
So this one, like the Hitler one, we're gonna just watch it. We might talk about it during Christmas if we do another Christmas episode, which we more than likely will.
So
The house is just fucking god tier. No question, no argument.
Does anyone have anything to say?
Oh, I have lots to say, but the question is, should we not say anything?
We should not say
All
it.
there is to say is just be good and put it in god tier.
Yep. Because I mean, you don't want to be
So-
naughty and not put it in God
What
tier.
would have happened?
Well,
if we
what would
were-
have happened if you were naughty?
Yeah, we don't.
All right. Anyway, so God tier, hands down. Next one's Genlock.
And Life Hutch.
This is fucking D tier.
D.
Like, this is fucking D. Like
No, it's almost what if territory.
I don't think it. Well,
It doesn't break
this
or
the one?
contradict.
Is
The
this the
fucking
one?
there's some tism with his like broken hand and shit. So I think this actually is like overall this might be the weakest of all the episodes, which will be amended when we get to the very last one. But of everything we've covered so far, this is easily one of the weakest. It's ED and it's below Fish Night.
Do we want to go into specifics, details?
I think we need to break down as to why this actually doesn't work, because this is where the season really fucking fell apart for me. Like Pop Squad, I and Ice, I didn't really I didn't like have the best time with. Snow in the Desert and Tall Grass kind of, and especially all through the house, kind of salvaged it a bit. But Life Hutch, and especially the Drowned Giant, almost cemented why it's like this is shit compared to season 1.
So
Okay,
first,
so who's gonna take this one?
I'll go ahead and
I
make
can-
I'll
I
go
can
ahead and
do-
make a first.
No, I can do it.
Well, no, it was just we're gonna cover. Oh yeah, I guess we're gonna cover it. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, for Life Hutch. So it's basically a back and forth between flashbacks and a current situation of a pilot who basically just got shot down from a battle and goes to a like little pod, essentially like a habitation pod. You hang out there, somebody will rescue you. He gets there, and the maintenance robot has gotten fucking tismy and will attack literally anything that moves. Like to the point its vision is literally based off movement. The only thing the flashbacks are useless, because when we see him get out of the ship and he looks up to see the battle going on, that's enough. Like, that's how you tell a story.
I'd argue that they're insulting because I feel like the flashbacks tell a better story than the story that we're getting.
Well, but they don't actually tell that much of a story because we don't even really know what was going on. He was fighting like fucking shapes.
That is a better story than what we got. That's what I'm trying
But
to say.
it wasn't really that much of a story. Like, we don't even know what the fuck, even with the flashbacks, we don't know what the fuck was going on up there. We still don't.
Yeah.
And I'm saying I would want to see more of that than what the fuck we got. Because what we got instead of more of that was him just sitting in a spot.
Yeah, Life Hutch was like, it almost felt like it was trying to kill time with those fucking flashbacks. And as this robot's kind of just circling around, so we found out that it basically sees through movement. His helmet falls over, The robot smashes it to utter bits, including like the little bits of glass. It walks onto his hand, breaks a few of his fingers. He's trying his best not to make a sound, which, damn, that's a lot of willpower to not fucking, because that's breaking fingers fucking hurts. He uses a flashlight, and he deals with the robot the same way you deal with a fucking cat. It actively destroys itself by just not liking the light. And then that's about it. When it's over, he tries to mend his little cut on the side and his broken fingers. It's weak as hell, and it wastes your fucking time. And I actually, like, as somebody who, like, really values whether or not I waste my time doing, like a specific time waster video game versus, like, because, like, with, like, Elite Dangerous or, like, Shipbreaker, this genuinely, I was looking at my watch. I was like, can this please just be over?
You know, like, you remember that one part in Incredibles where Mr. Incredible climbs inside the robot so it'll destroy itself using
Yes.
its own claws? Imagine that, but not exciting, boring and shit in 10 minutes. And then flashing back multiple times to build up to him remembering he has a fucking flashlight in his pocket.
I was about to say, and like, imagine all that, and like Star Wars is happening like literally off screen.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah,
like
and much
13
better movies happening off screen.
Yeah, and
Literally,
worse.
it's like right over there, and like he's like, man, I wish I was there.
And not just a better movie that like we've seen something very similar of, because Ninja mentioned it earlier, but this one and Lucky 13, just because of the way they look, it's like that modern military but like sci-fi-ish fighting some kind of space war. They look like they literally take place in the same universe, and one of these stories just didn't need to be told.
Well, and to
Which
me,
is kind of shit.
The point that I was trying to get at earlier is like they both feature fairly high profile celebrities. But like when you're watching Lucky 13, you're not really sitting there going, "Oh, hey, that's this person," like the entire time you're watching it. Whereas with the one with Michael B. Jordan, you can't not like it feels more heavy-handed. It's literally the Michael B. Jordan.
Yeah, because you've got nothing else to latch onto with this fucking guy.
Yeah.
In fact, half
Nothing.
the time he literally has to not move a muscle, or the fucking thing will throw a fit and pound him into the paste.
It's like you literally hired Michael B. Jordan, a very amazing actor, to not act.
Yeah, to not do anything. And so it's like if they had given him something to do or like an actual story to fucking tell, maybe it would have been more like Lucky 13 and I wouldn't have felt like I was just watching the Michael B. Jordan show. But because of the way it was executed, you don't like I only refer to Lucky 13 as Lucky 13. I only refer to this episode as the Michael B. Jordan episode. I don't call it Life Hutch. That's
you can
the
also
difference.
see just how clear the concept. Like, it was very much we want to do their vision is based on movement thing that's plausible and like tense, and it's a survival thing, and they just didn't get that. And when they did get it, they had to pad it out with flashbacks that build up to something
Well,
you just didn't need to build up to.
it's worse than that. The fucking flashback where he remembers he has a flashlight because apparently that fucking needed to happen. But literally in the flashback, the flashlight like blinds him. And so you're assuming when we snap back to the current time, oh, he's going to use the flashlight to blind the robot. Like that would track. It would be stupid, but at least it would track. Well, that's not even what fucking happens. He starts using it like a goddamn laser pointer with a fucking cat. And I'm like, okay, what about the flashback gave him that idea? Don't know. Got nothing. The plot needed it to happen, so here we are. It's like, oh, okay, I guess, sure.
And that's just setting aside completely how fucking weird and stupid it is for this droid to act like a cat in the first place. and throw an
Yeah.
autistic tantrum at literally everything that moves. It's like
Yeah, and
we
the
get
only
told like it's
explanation we get is
malfunctioning, but I said this after the episode. Saying it's malfunctioning is super vague, and it doesn't actually explain the very specific behavior it's exhibiting.
No.
I feel like this could have been salvaged if it was like an alien.
You know what?
But
You know what it actually reminds me of, Max? It reminds me of Paragus Station. KOTOR 2. The beginning level. How like
no,
they talk
because
about with
no,
the
because here's the
droids.
thing, like no, because the droids were fucking intentionally sabotaged to mine miners because
yes, that's
it was sabotage. This
it-
one is just a fucking robot goes crazy and like
Yes, I was gonna make that key
it
difference.
rips things apart like it's a maintenance bot that kills things.
Yeah, like the difference being, however, is that I don't remember the number designation, but their version of HK-47 before the actual
HK-50.
HK-50. He intentionally sabotaged the mining droids.
Yeah.
And,
So that's what I'm saying. Like, if there was like something more to chew on, like if that was actually what
Yes.
happened, if somebody sabotaged this, or if it was an alien, or like that was the alien force or something, there would be something else to chew on. But this is literally just dumb shit. Like I don't know how else to describe it. It's like fucking stupid. And like I said, it's even worse because there's a more interesting fucking movie happening like a literal minute away.
Yeah,
So
it's really sad.
this is I don't know. It's would we consider this what if tier?
I don't know. Like, it's shit.
No.
Like, I
don't
think it's
I think it's
a
too hard.
strong
It's shit,
contender
but it's
for
not
one of the
universe
shittest of all of them.
breaking.
It is. Yeah, it is easily the like. I feel like there should have been like a different tier from what if tier.
Yeah, it didn't ruin his character. It just forgot to give him one.
Well, shit.
Yeah, you
that
can't
is,
ruin what's literally not there. It's
Mhm.
just. I guess I just, it's supposed to be this very tense sort of thing, but I have no reason to be invested in this guy. Like they've given me, yeah, it's like that's literally all that, and it's almost like they're banking on that so much that they're like, oh, we don't need to give him dialogue, we don't need to give him, anything to do to make us care about him. It's like they'll care about him just because he's Michael B. Jordan. It's like, no.
I would argue at
Bruh,
least.
look what it's next to. Even Fish Knights, like, we get like a solid conversation between the father and son to make us at least give a bit of a shit about them.
Yeah, like literally the only thing like fucking Michael B. Jordan says is locking X-Foils in attack position. That's it.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
And I'm gonna die here.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna die here, which like
he
wasn't
didn't even actually
in
say.
the. Yeah. God damn it, dude. Yeah, this is awful.
And what's weird is like it's this deterioration in a way. Like there were 3 great episodes and then just these absolute dog shit last 2. And I don't even know what's worse, fucking Life Hutch or fucking Drowned Giant.
I would say Life Hutch isn't as bad because it's literally nothing.
They're both bad, but for very different reasons. Like, Life Hutch is just such a nothing burger, and because it's so similar to something that's A tier, we almost feel kind of cheated that, like, there was so much shit here that you could have told a story about. Just like, even if he didn't have to deal with a robot, if he literally just got into an empty room with no robot and he was just there on his own, just sitting with this guy and his thoughts on the war he's no longer able to participate in would have been something.
Yeah,
would have given us some insight into this guy. It's like, what does he think? How does he feel? It's like he survived that crash. That was miraculous, but at what cost? It's like he has friends up there probably dying.
Yeah, maybe he thinks like, oh, I could turn. If only if I was up there, I could turn the tide. I could help my friends.
Yeah, just like, literally anything, and we got nothing.
There's nothing there.
And you can literally have him like lamenting about like the enemy force, and boom, there's your world building. Like, what are they fighting?
In all honesty, I for a split second thought it was the station from Beyond the Aquila Rift.
No, I mean, that would been a twist ending.
Yeah, that's somewhere inside is fucking Greta.
That would put it in what if territory.
Yeah, it's like the Greta spider's wandering around. It's like, I care for all of the lost souls who end up here. If I can fucking see them. And he's just sitting perfectly still, not even blinking.
With his hands over his head. It's like, wait, I saw you move your hands.
Oh, damn it!
It's like I'm not a T-Rex.
Come out and play.
It's like, you know I still see you, right? All right, you know what? I'm just gonna let you sit there. It's like you can move again whenever you're ready. I'll be around.
You ever watch the How It Should Have? You ever watch the How It Should Have Ended with Predator?
Yeah, so it tries to make it pick up.
It didn't kill you because you were unarmed. No sport. Wait,
why don't we drop all
it's
our
killing us
guns?
without a sport. Why are we carrying these? That is a very good question. And they all drop their guns, and Predator like walks up, looks at them unarmed, and goes, like it starts growling, and it picks up one of the rifles
To
and
try
like
to offer it.
offers it.
Yeah, he gives it pressing against their chest. Like, come on,
The
grab
best
it.
part, hold on,
Come on.
the best part has to be when they get on the helicopter. They look at the machine gun,
The helicopter has
the pistol on the general said, "You idiots! The chopper has weapons."
weapon.
No,
And it just fucking, he
and
looks to
when
the
he's
right, and the
he's
Predator's just
hopping
like,
that.
yeah, boy! And like, Jonathan. Yeah, anyway, I feel like we've talked way too much about this literal nothing burger. So let's
Yes.
move on to the next one. Why
Let's
eat
move
my
on
burger?
to Drowned Giant.
Yeah,
Because
Ooh.
that's going to be a fun fucking...
And this
All
is
right.
how it ends.
Ninja, take us home.
Okay. So this was the final fucking nail in the coffin for me. What a way to end season 2. It is an absolute tech demo. Hardly even qualifies as a fucking story. Beautiful animation. Very lifelike. To the point where when it first started, a couple of us were convinced it was live action. Like, it's that impressive. But context is fucking everything. And the context of this wonderful story is that a nude giant has washed up on a beach, and our narrator, a scientist of some sort, has come to record it and sort of summarize his thoughts on it. So we have a bunch of looky-loos hanging out on a beach, looking at this giant corpse, and sure enough, after they've recorded a few words about his image by itself, it's like, oh, well, now it's okay. Everybody just and starts climbing all over it. So you've got kids playing
And
on
like,
a fucking giant corpse.
before you continue, like the corpse like isn't like a giant monster or like a fish
Yeah,
or a
No,
fucking
it's
cow.
literally
It's
a
a
human.
guy.
Let me
It's a
That looks
naked guy.
exactly like them.
Let me.
Like it's, and like I said, I brought it up while we were watching. It's like, this is like unsettling, and like the entire time I'm like, okay, this thing's gonna burst up and fucking kill somebody. That's the entire time I'm thinking about that shit.
No,
Like,
it's
even-
weird. There's really no twist ending.
Mm-mm.
The narrator, which is the closest thing we have to a protagonist, I guess, is this dude that just, he's got the cool, sort of soothing, fancy English accent,
Mm-hmm.
and he's speaking about this giant corpse in a very sort of flowery and romantic way. But what he's saying and what he's describing is, it really can only be described as morbid, and it's fucking gross.
Yeah, I'm gonna just throw this on. I'm just gonna throw the copyright screen on, and just let it
And-
play.
And as you know, so he the first day sort of elapses, and then it's like, okay, well, it's getting dark, so it's time to go. And he comes back, I think, what is it, like 3 days later?
3 days later.
He comes back 3 days later and sees the corpse again. And of course, because it's a fucking corpse sitting right next to the fucking ocean, obviously it is deteriorating. It is rotting away. And it's like every time he comes to visit, it has gotten further and further into that process. And again, he uses very flowery language to describe what is happening, but that does not change what is happening. To the point where they literally have a team of, I can only describe them as butchers, that come to the beach to literally start cutting the body up. And they do. And eventually it gets to the point where, like, oh, well, because there's cut him up, like, people have forgotten about him, I guess. And, like, they're, you know, you don't have as many onlookers every day, but the researcher still comes by to have a look. And it feels gratuitous, not in like a blood and guts sort of way. I mean, there is some of that, but it's not any grosser than any of the other episodes have been. But it's more about, like, he says that he respects this creature, this being, more than everyone else around him. But it's like, do you though?
It's like he talks about it like as if it's like.
Well, there's one moment where he almost describes him as like a god.
Well, yeah, he keeps doing this thing where he's like sitting on a hill, just verbally masturbating over how amazing the giant is. Is like surrounded by cheap imitations or cheap miniature imitations. I was like, okay, first of all, you just kind of arrived at that conclusion on your own. B, why do you have such a boner for the giant man? It's like, what's going on here?
So
And he keeps romanticizing it in these really weird ways that are just really grotesque in context. And I said this after the episode that if he was in a museum and he was staring at Michelangelo's David, which you could say almost all the exact same things about, because Michelangelo's David is fucking huge. It is a massive statue of a man of like perfect proportions. And it's like all of the things he was saying, it's like all that weirdly poetic shit of like he had a noble face or a nose of like noble bearing, and it's like these weirdly archaic poetic ways of saying basically he was handsome.
mm-hmm.
And it's like if you were describing Michelangelo's David like this, it would be you putting to words why that statue in its perfection affected you. But when you're doing it to a corpse, you add this whole fucking Criminal Minds angle. But they had this fucking constant soft piano, like we were supposed to think it was calm and beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
It was really tone deaf in the most weird of ways.
And something they kept mentioning was like he kept saying how it was still alive to him. And it's like that's
Yeah, as we can see it like actively decomposing. It's like, bruh, you want to elaborate on that, or are you just gonna let that fucking just float out there?
And
So
Apparently, we're just gonna let that float.
go ahead, Wyatt.
Literally
oh,
floating.
I had nothing else to add for that current moment.
So there's two things that really, really bother me about this. One is the obvious thing. It's a fucking corpse. It's a dead body. When whales wash up on the beach, it's not like a spectacle kind of thing. It's like, oh fuck, something is either dead or dying, and it's massive, and it's like a tragedy. They treat this like a fucking like. It's weird because they treat it like it's a park attraction. Like,
Yeah,
as if
come
it's like a
on,
fucking.
come all
Yeah,
gawk
it's
at
like
the spectacle of death.
Yeah, I know, but like not even the spectacle of death. They're treating it like it's like, oh look, it's a fucking pony ride or some shit like that. It's really
and yeah,
weird.
even when it's like starting to visibly decompose, you have like kids climbing on it and building sandcastles on it. It's like,
Hold
dude,
on.
the smell of death must permeate the fucking atmosphere.
Hold
yeah,
on.
like
You
this thing would
forgot
be
something.
fucking.
You forgot something. Not only that, after a while, they just start to put graffiti on it.
Yeah, that's.
I
where
mean,
it gets
honestly, with the way they were treating it, I'm amazed that didn't happen sooner.
true. So
They built a fucking
one,
sandcastle.
obviously, the morbidity of it being a fucking corpse. Like, once again, I can't understate. It's a fucking corpse. It's like a dead man. Like, it's so bizarre how like it's so beautiful. It's like, dude, this is like a dead body. Like what Slur said. It's like you might be a psychopath kind of deal. It's a
Yeah,
movie
yeah.
about
It's
psychopaths.
not even the first thing like this that I've ever come across, because shit like this where you have someone trying to wax poetic about the cycle of life and death, or just thinking about death, or how there's beauty in the way that as we die is like this incredibly grotesque and sickening process of decomposition eventually loops around to something beautiful as all of our nutrients return to the earth, and what was once a decomposing corpse is now just verdant green plant life as things grow from what was dead. It's like
Mhm.
you can do this thing where you try to find the beauty in the grotesque, but this fails to pay that off in any way that matters. And all you're left with is just this deeply uncomfortable thing that feels fucking creepy. Like it's the memoir of a fucking criminal of the week in Criminal Minds kind of thing.
Mhm.
It's, like,
Not-
like-
it's so
not
tone
to-
deaf.
Not to
So, and
mention-
here,
Go ahead.
I was gonna mention my second big point about this. Like, this is real. Like, what I mean by this would be freaking people out. It's a giant person. Like, where did it come from? What is it doing here? Is there something else out there? How did it die? There's a lot of questions that just aren't fucking answered. And like, it's weird how like, because I think this, and I'm gonna be arguing for this to be what if tier, because it's strange how nothing comes of this. Like-
Yeah, everybody just sees this giant dead person, and the most you get out of them is, look at me climb on its nose, lol.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, oh, this is like a fucking like living thing, or not a living thing. This is like a actual proof of like something else is occupying our like world that we do not know. Neither can we understand or even conceive. And it's like, look, we're calling on fucking nose. It's like, dude, this is like, this wouldn't just be like a fucking beached whale. This would be insane. It's
And
like a
even if you're not the kind of person who thinks like that deeply about things, or if you're just a normally like, and you would just go to like, oh my god, did you hear there's like apparently a giant body on the beach? Let's go fucking have a look. Even if you are there to just gawk, the sheer reality of a dead person, that affects you. It's like,
Mhm.
that
Well, not
shit's
just a dead
real.
person, but like a dead being that proves like this would be the equivalent of like, an alien for us, or
Yeah, I was about to say,
something
like,
that
if it
proved
wasn't a
God
d-
existed.
Yeah, I was about to say if it wasn't like an actual like human being, like imagine if it was like a fucking like a Loch Ness monster or something like that. You know what I mean? It'd be something like what the fuck? You know what I mean? It'd make the world like freak out, like because like what is this? Like
Nah, cut
and
off his dick and sell it to a circus, lol.
literally cut his dick off and sell it to a circus. Like
Luckily,
it
most
feels-
most of the logo is actually covering all that up.
thank Christ, because
it's
yeah,
okay.
that'll fucking you talk about fucking yogurt cups. This would get us fucking kicked.
Yeah, like okay, quit zooming. Okay,
Yeah, I
The
know
opaqueness of it was
it's
was
phallus. It managed to. They caught a whale dick. Yeah,
so
it's fucking
Yeah,
stupid.
he gets oddly romantic about the guy's dick. It's
I can-
weird.
He gets oddly romantic about the guy's everything as he's actively decomposing. It's super fucking creepy.
Yeah, and the
often
part
But
where,
it's
like,
not
he-
played for that. It's played in a way. It does the thing where the music tries to manipulate you into feeling the way it's telling you that guy feels.
Yeah, and then there's
But
that weird
it's
part where it's like
wrong.
doing all that, and like there's like implication that people are cooking it. Do you remember that part? So,
Yeah.
Is that
there's
what's
the part-
happening, or are they just burning it off so they can get rid of it?
Dude, like, why would you burn this? That's what I'm trying to say. It's like carved out from the inside, and there's like 6 pyres that look like fucking grills. Like,
Is there just
dude,
like cremating it piece by piece because trying to?
why would it
carve
look
up
like
and put it back in the open?
grills? And like, why wouldn't you want to? Why would you want to? Why would you not want to fucking cremate it from the body itself? Like, why would you make pots? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I never actually understood what that was. My brain just didn't make a jump to they're obviously cooking the flesh of this thing because literally, why the fuck?
You know that in order to get the bones to be that sort of bleached white, you actually have to boil them.
So yeah, they literally cooked this fucker. He's been decomposing for like a week, and they cooked him. And the fucking oh my god, dude. So like, it's like I said, I would put this at what if tier because it's like the implication that you just put out there, and you're just like not even talking about. It's like you guys just ate like a dead man who's been decomposing for a week.
I don't think they ate them.
Dude,
I don't think they ate him. I think it was part of them breaking down the body, which is still fucked up.
Like, if we're gonna take that they had those like little fire,
can you go to that
looked
scene?
Like they were barbecue grills. Like I absolutely
they legit looked like fucking grills, dude.
That's I thought they looked like pots.
I don't think they ate them. If that's what
I think they look like pots.
I think they were just piece by piece cremating them because it's like it would make the flesh break down easier. Throw it back into the ocean so it can decompose faster and just be gone. Because literally, what else are you gonna do? Just let it decompose naturally right there on the beach? That'll take forever. So they want to get rid of it, but how do you get rid of that?
Like, what do you think the fucking natural reaction to seeing a bunch of pots and like this thing carved out?
I immediately think they're fucking.
Would you be thinking that it's like, oh, they're just decomposing it, so it makes it easier to fucking decompose?
I mean, that's my hopeful reaction. Way, yeah.
But like the way it's framed, it's like, dude, they're like, and he's not saying anything about it. Like, he doesn't say anything about them moving the body either. So it's like, it's this weird thing, and like all the construction crews and shit are gone, and there's just this fucking camper out here. So it's like, somebody eating this fucker. And like, so here's the thing, like, I agree with you guys what you're saying, but like, I feel like, dude, that both are equally true. Like, and that's the problem with this thing, is that it doesn't make it clear. And like, that's the issue with like this weird fucking things storyline.
I would argue that with how closely that thing fucking resembles us, we would not put its fucking bones on top of like butcher shops as if it's like some great sea beast cast.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm trying to say.
Like, that's
dude,
the equivalent of a human
everything,
femur. Like,
yeah, everything about this is just fucking wrong, and like, it's just disturbing.
The cops would have fucking been there.
But this
they would have said no.
Haven't
off.
Considered.
What?
Well, there's a calm British man talking, and there is soft piano music. So have you considered that it's actually like really chill and relaxing and poetic?
No, because there's a fucking corpse and there's people parading it. What the fuck, dude?
I'm not
a fucking psychopath.
It's that literal Hannibal Lecter shit.
Like, dude, exactly.
But no, it's like, but there's a calm British man talking, and there's soft piano, so it's calm and relaxing.
I'm not a psychopath.
David fucking Attenborough for the goddamn Cannibal Jamboree.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Man, that made me really uncomfortable.
That's it.
That actually gave me heebie-jeebies.
That's it. I'm drinking myself to sleep.
Yep. So I would argue this is what if tier. It's fucking. It's not like a waste of time. It's actually garbage. Like.
I would actually recommend against watching this if you watch Love, Death, and Robots.
Yeah,
like just stop here. Stop at the Michael B. Jordan. Go. Everyone died. The end. Like, you're done. You don't need to watch anymore.
I would almost argue like season 2. I would like, if it weren't for those like 3 episodes we liked, I'd say almost just don't touch it.
I didn't even have 3. Like I had less than, because there were episodes you guys liked that.
It was tall grass, snow in the desert, and
oh, that's right, because you didn't like the snow in the desert.
I wasn't a big fan of Snow in the Desert. I liked Tall Grass, and I liked the All Through the House, and that's it. Those were the 2. So 2 out of 8.
Yeah, 2 out of 8
was.
So 3 out of 8 at best. At absolute worst, 2 out of 8.
Mm-hmm. So
yeah, and that's why I said season 2 is not, just not, you know.
And like,
it sucks.
Here's the thing. Like, you could actually just say, hey, just watch these episodes because it's a fucking what the fuck's the word? I'm like blanking here.
Anthology.
Like, you could just say, yeah, just watch these couple episodes. That's it. and maybe
You
watch
know-
this third one.
Train nothing by skipping the ones that are shit.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing lost by skipping the.
All right, hold on. Let me.
So
switch
I would
everything
say,
back.
what if tier? Anyone want to argue?
No, I would say it's the worst out of both season 1 and 2. Easy.
And yeah, it is the only one that I could actually say that about, that I recommend you just avoid it. Like, even the other ones that I think are D tier, like the Pop Squad guy, I didn't like that, but I do think that someone can easily watch that and get something out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
But this
There's
is
nothing to gain from this.
ugly.
Yeah.
It is ugly in its most artistically applicable sense.
And like I would
You,
say to watch it if you want to like make sure this guy isn't like a fucking murderer.
Would you?
Yeah, if
would
he gets
you
a
argue-
boner looking at the giant man,
It's like
exposing.
do you ever see that like Red Letter Media where it's like exploding varmints or whatever? It's like we don't want to destroy. We don't want to.
exploding
We don't want to
varmints.
destroy. We don't want to destroy this video because this might be needed for evidence later. like that's what I'm trying to say. It's like you don't want to not watch this episode because it's like yeah, this guy might be a fucking psychopath.
Who? David Attenborough?
No, who the fuck is the guy? Because this is the fucking famous dude, isn't it? Who like directed this one?
Oh, Tim Miller and David Fincher.
Yeah, who the fuck is Tim Miller? Why am I blanking on
He's the guy who did Deadpool.
And
Really?
And then Terminator:
Yep.
Dark Fate.
that? He's like Deadpool had issues, but it wasn't this like fucking.
No, but that was
weird.
before he like went full tilt fucking weirdo. So,
Oh. Well, they can't all be winners, I guess.
yep.
I'm like scooting everything down so I could take a screenshot of the OBS.
God, I really hope tomorrow's fucking colder.
It'd be nice to have cold weather.
I'm
Ready
not
for
fucking-
fall. You don't get cold weather. You're in the desert.
Yeah,
Sure.
I want cold weather. The coldest
I
it's
don't-
ever gonna get is like 75 probably.
I'd take that though right now. Like, it's
You might
been
need a
fucking-
sweater if it gets
it's
down to
literally-
75.
It's literally been 100 degrees the last 3 days, and like the last 2 days I haven't had a fucking crane with
Dude.
AC.
Dude, nothing felt worse than when I was living in California for like a couple years, and I genuinely felt chilly at 80 degrees. I was like, "Fuck this!" Like my body is used to like wearing t-shirts in the middle of a fucking blizzard. God damn it.
Elex rocks.
All right, let's everything put back in order. Let me take another screenshot. This is the full tier list with including everything with OBS.
All right, so just to kind of quick recap it over, what all made it into God tier?
So what's God tier?
Okay, I will let you know in just a second.
As I say, you
let
pulled
me-
the pause, so yeah, if I can see it.
Don't worry.
Oh, is this the final screenshot?
No, give it like a split second because I need to give you the updated version.
Okay.
And also find my mouse. There it is. Here you go. That's the updated. So in God tier, we have Secret War, Suits, Helping Hand, alternate history.
Alternate histories?
Alternate histories.
All Through the House, and I forgot the name of this one. As I quickly.
It's your favorite one. What's it
No,
called?
no,
Achilles Station and Sunny's Edge.
Sunny's Edge. That was the one.
Sunny's Edge is the one we didn't have a thing for.
No,
Yeah, Sunny's Edge was
is
the
right
first
here.
one. No, Sunny's Edge was the first one. Yeah, so I just didn't hear you say it. I don't think you did say it actually, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it's because that was
So-
the one I forgot. But Aquila Rift also
Yeah.
God tier.
Oh, but
in
like,
ter-
check out the fact that God tier is like one of the most populated ones. Like, doesn't that
Mhm.
just feel good?
It feels good.
Yes.
Feels good, man.
Um,
We get like
let's-
one major not banger, and that's it.
Hold on. So in A tier we have Lucky 13, Tall Grass, Good Hunting, and Yogurt. C tier, I'm sorry, B tier we have Three Robots, Soul Stealer, Blind Spot,
Borderlands,
Robot 1, the blue robot, and
Zim Blue,
Blue,
and,
Zima Blue.
and
Zima
Jon
Blue,
Snow.
thank you. And Jon Snow. Snow in the Desert. C
Fun
tier,
desert,
we
okay.
have Ice Age, The Witness, The Dump, Shapeshifters, Automated Customer Service, and Ice. D tier, we have Ghostfish,
Genlock.
and Genlock.
Life Hutch.
Life Hutch. And in What If, we have Captain Carter, T'Challa Space
Chill
Jesus,
Thanos.
and the Drowned Giant.
The Drowned Giant and Hassan Piker.
Oh,
Yeah, and the guy from Witness.
yeah. And the guy from Witness, yeah.
Hey, maybe that explains where he is and where he goes when he takes a break from the streams. He has to fucking run from a
He has
crazy
to go
bitch with a
fucking yeah.
gun.
He has to go murder. He has to go murder somebody who watched him not be a commie. And then that's what he called chicken tendies.
Okay, so
Just wait a second.
does anyone want to make an argument for any last minute changes?
No, Hassan Piker's
I'm
awful.
pretty
He's a
I'm pretty
piece of shit person.
satisfied
I
with
mean,
those with those rulings.
I'm
I can hear
assuming
you smile.
I'm going like just for the sake of my sanity. I'm assuming the slots are in no particular order, just because like Sunny's.
Oh yeah, no, it's literally just a tier list. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter what order they're in that tier.
It's because since I don't look at tier lists, somebody told me that whatever's in the first slot is the best of that tier.
I
No,
mean,
you would-
you
no,
can
if
do
you
it that way
want-
if you want to get super autistic about it, but literally, you don't have to go into that much
Yeah,
detail.
No,
Yeah,
what you would do. See, this is what now I'm thinking about it. This website thing was shit. Like whatever the name of this website was, like put it in what if tier, because there's literally fucking tier lists where you can actually add tiers as you go. And so if you really wanted to be like this is the best of the best, you would literally put like S. So like you would have S tier, and then you have like S plus tier, and then that would be like the best of the S tiers.
Can't believe like the last episode of Love, Death, and Robots. Because has it been confirmed if it's getting a season 3?
I'm not sure actually. I haven't looked into it. Like I said, I was kind of disappointed by season 2, so hadn't really paid attention much to the news on whether or not it's been getting a season 3. And Netflix has been involved in some other news recently, so that's kind
Oh
of
no!
usurped
What is the other news now?
the He-Man shit.
Oh,
Oh,
So I just mean like
the
they've been
streaming platform has
preoccupied.
confirmed that the anthology series will return for a third run sometime in 2022, as revealed by a sneaky tease in the season 2 trailer.
season 2
Okay.
trailer.
Fair enough. So it will be getting a season 3.
I
have you
mean,
guys heard about
here's the thing: as an anthology, like it could still be good. Like
well, they just
the
need to
problem
stick
with
to
like
their
Marvel
guns.
and shit like that is like it's that is what it is. But anthologies literally are just a fucking mishmash of shit. So some of it can be good, some of it can be bad. All we can do is hope.
Yeah, I mean, I would be willing to check it out. There was at least some bits of good in season 2. Wasn't total loss.
Speaking of
Be good.
of Netflix stuff, would you guys ever want to watch the Witcher animated movie that's literally coming out tomorrow?
I don't really care, but
What?
I'll say Ninja and Slayer might.
Yeah, you
What
guys
is
don't
it?
know about this? Hold on, I'll bring it up on a second. Actually, okay, I'm ending the stream. Thank
All right,
you all
guys.
so much for watching.
Everybody, thank you for watching. Make sure to like and subscribe and listen. This is very important. Don't be naughty. You don't
Yeah,
want to
and
know.
don't forget to share,
You
our
don't
channel with your
want-
friends because,
You don't want
spread
to
the word.
know. You don't want to know what would happen if you were naughty.
I die inside every time.
And if you're in space, don't forget to order